Chapter 1 Chapter 001 The 100x Cashback System. Deep City. In front of the milk tea shop in an industrial park. Lin Xiaoping, I want to talk to you about something. Xin Feng handed Lin Xiaoping the milk tea in his hands and stuttered a little. Well, just say what you want. Lin Xiaoping took the milk tea and said disapprovingly. I like you and want to. However, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoping interrupted him ruthlessly. Do you have a car, an apartment, and savings? Qin Feng was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help blushing. You see, although he has been working for several years, he hasn't saved much money. Moreover, he has spent a lot on Lin Xiaoping in the past few months. Beep. Just then, a car horn sounded not far away. The horn was very loud and quickly attracted the attention of the crowd on the street. Qin Feng, you and I are not a good match. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoping said with some contempt, and then turned and walked in the direction of the car. Soon, the car drove away. Looking at the car as it drove away, Qin Feng was full of disbelief and stood there dumbfounded. Damn, that's a BMW X6, Director Liao really is rich. Of course, this car must be worth several 100,000 yuan. I really envy him. If only I could become Director Liao's girlfriend. Forget it, wait until you're as pretty as Lin Xiaoping. TSK. Qin Feng is really pitiful. He's been chasing after Lin Xiaoping for months and still hasn't gotten anywhere. Looks like it's hopeless. Hey, who asked him to be as rich as Director Liao? These days, being good-looking doesn't get you anywhere. He never would have imagined that the girl he had been chasing for months would be such a vain person. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and tried to leave this place of controversy. Today, he really had enough embarrassment. Young man, you haven't paid for your milk tea. However, just as Qin Feng was about to leave, an old woman stopped him. I'm sorry, I'll pay right away. Seeing the somewhat unfriendly look in the woman's eyes, Qin Feng took out his phone and scanned the code to pay the bill, feeling very embarrassed. But the moment he successfully paid, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly came from his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 100x consumer rebate system. Ding, you have spent a total of 13 yuan this time, and successfully rebated 1,300 yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. Ha! Qin Feng, who was just about to leave, froze in his tracks at the sound. A 100 times rebate system? A successful rebate of 1,300 yuan? No way, is this for real? Just as Qin Feng couldn't believe it, his phone suddenly rang. He snapped out of it and quickly picked up the phone. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 1,300 yuan at 1831 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 34,789 yuan. Looking at the content of the text message on his phone, Qin Feng almost bit his tongue in surprise. Holy shit, this is actually true? This is fucking getting rich. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel secretly ecstatic. To be honest, if it weren't for the crowd around him, he would have been so happy he would have flown. Lin Xiaoping, you just wait and see how you'll regret this. After his initial joy, Qin Feng turned to the woman behind the counter and said, Hey, lady boss, can I have another cup? No, make that 10 cups of Shoxingko. As a wage earner, he usually didn't really want to drink this stuff, and every time he just bought Lin Xiaoping 1 cup. But now that he had such a great system, he couldn't help but be generous. How much? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the woman was clearly stunned. She didn't think Qin Feng couldn't afford it, but just that he couldn't drink that much. Are you sure you want 10 cups? Yes, 10 cups. Qin Feng naturally understood what the woman meant, but this was not the time to worry about it. Okay, just a moment. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't seem to be joking, the woman nodded and went to prepare. Holy cow, is Qin Feng crazy? How can he order so much milk tea? He must have been hit hard by Lin Xiaoping. Oh, so pitiful. Qin Feng and the old woman's conversation was loud, and naturally it had also been heard by others. In the eyes of these onlookers, he was clearly giving up. However, Qin Feng paid no attention to their discussions, completely immersed in the joy of the system's rebate. You have to know that these 10 cups of milk tea cost him 130 yuan. In other words, as long as there are no unexpected problems with the consumer rebate system, he will be able to get a rebate of 13,000 yuan this time. Just thinking about it is exciting. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Chin Fong. The second after he scanned the QR code to pay, the system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, you have spent a total of 130 yuan this time, successfully rebated 13,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account, please check. Just seconds after the system prompt, an exceptionally eye-catching text message also came immediately. Dear Mr. Chin Fong, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 13,000 yuan at 1833 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 47,789 yuan. Ha, it seems like I'm really going to get rich this time. Looking at the balance in his bank card, Chin Fong still couldn't calm down. No, this petty gain is not a problem. What if the system suddenly goes down? Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? Thinking about this, he stood up and started to leave. Young man, you haven't picked up your milk tea yet. The woman shouted after seeing Chin Fong leaving. No, you guys handle it. It's just a few cups of milk tea, and he doesn't have time to deal with it now. After waving his hand, he turned around and left the scene, leaving the onlookers confused. Now that he has more than 40,000 yuan in his card, what should he buy? Chin Fong, walking on the street, couldn't help but secretly calculate in his heart, thinking that he might as well buy a mobile phone. He heard that Huawei has just released a new Mate 50 RS Porsche custom model, so he might as well go take a look. The reason Chin Fong knows so much about this Huawei phone is entirely because of its price. If he remembers correctly, the official website price of this phone is 39,999 yuan, which is a sky-high price for a domestic phone. Regardless of how good this phone is, it definitely attracts attention when held in your hands. What's more, if it weren't expensive, Chin Fong really wouldn't be interested. After looking around carefully, he noticed that there was a Huawei store not far away. Without thinking too much, Chin Fong walked in. 4000-88000. Chapter 2, Nothing else, just shopping. Hello, sir. Do you need to buy a mobile phone? As soon as Chin Fong walked in, a sales lady came over enthusiastically. You should know that Huawei mainly sells mid to high-end products. Even though Chin Fong was dressed in work clothes, the sales lady's face was still full of smiles. HM. Chin Fong nodded first, then looked around. Since the store was close to their factory, quite a few colleagues were hanging around inside. When they saw who was coming, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Hey, isn't that Chin Fong? It really is. I heard he just got dumped by Lin Xiaoping. Is that true? He's really pitiful. A woman like Lin Xiaoping is out of our reach as wage earners. Do you think he came here today to buy an expensive phone to win Lin Xiaoping's heart back? Well, it's possible. This is a real ass-kisser. Chin Fong naturally heard their discussion, but he didn't bother to pay any attention. Turning his head, he handed his phone to the sales lady and asked, "Do you have this phone in stock?" In the phone was a photo of the Mate 50 RS Porsche design model, which he had saved from Baidu the last time. This seems to be the Porsche Mate 50 RS custom model, right? Looking at the photo in Chin Feng's phone, the sales lady couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy cow, is this for real? Is it just my ears playing tricks on me? The Porsche Mate 50 RS custom model? That phone seems to have just been released recently, right? That's right, that phone seems to cost 39,999 yuan. Can Chin Fong afford it? He can't afford it at all. That's 40,000 yuan. He thought it was 4,000 yuan. Due to the sales lady's exclamation, it quickly attracted the attention of the onlookers. They thought that Chin Fong was just like them, a wage earner, so how could he afford such a phone? Yes, do you have it in stock? Naturally, the sales lady thought the same thing as the onlookers and didn't think Chin Fong could really afford the phone. After all, the price was completely astronomical for a wage earner. But she only froze slightly, and immediately replied politely, "Yes, would you like to try it out? We happen to have a demo unit over there." The sales lady thought that Chin Fong just wanted to try it out. "No, just get me a new one, I want to buy it," Chin Fong said without further ado. What did you say?" The sales lady thought she heard it wrong and looked at Chin Fong in disbelief. After hearing this, everyone else also revealed a very surprised expression. "I said I want to buy it, so what? Is there a problem?" No problem." The young lady, who had come back to her senses, couldn't help but blush a little. I'll go get it for you, just wait a moment. To be honest, she, like everyone else, really didn't think that Qin Feng would actually want to buy this phone for a woman. After all, just by looking at Qin Feng's work clothes, he just looked like a wage earner. The salesgirl was quick and returned in less than 2 minutes. She then respectfully handed Qin Feng a brand new Mate 50 RS Porsche custom model phone. As for Qin Feng, the second he got the phone, he couldn't wait to use WeChat to scan away 39,999 yuan. Ding, you have spent a total of 39,999 yuan this time, successfully rebated 39,999,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account, please check. Hearing the voice of the system in his head, Qin Feng couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth rise slightly. With just this one action, he had become a millionaire. Without wasting any time, he turned his head and looked at the sales lady again and said with a smile, I don't know, how many of this phone do you still have in stock? I'll take them all. What? The sales lady was so surprised that she almost dropped her jaw. After she recovered, she hurriedly and happily replied, we still have a total of 9 units in stock, if you need them, I'll go get them for you right now. She never imagined that she would actually meet a big customer today. If she really sold all 9 phones in stock, the commission alone would be enough to feed her for months. Well, go get them. Okay, just a moment. After waiting for another 4 or 5 minutes, the sales lady brought over all 9 Mate 50 RS Porsche custom models, packed and ready to go. Qin Feng saw this and paid directly by scanning the QR code. Ding, you have spent a total of 359,991 yuan this time, and successfully rebated 359,991,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully deposited with 359,991,000 yuan at 1858 on July 1st, and the balance after the transaction is 360,468,890 yuan. Holy cow, I'm a multi-millionaire? Qin Feng looked at the content of the text message on his phone and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He really didn't expect that one day he could also have so much money. You have to know that 90% of the people in China will never be able to earn this much money in their lifetime. Ah, this is really exciting. Qin Feng was ecstatic and couldn't help but think to himself, should I buy a little more? This thought only stayed in his mind for a moment, and he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, his work clothes did not look like those of a rich man at all. If he really went ahead and did it, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Without lingering in the store, Qin Feng soon left in a flash, much to the surprise of everyone. As soon as he left the phone store, Qin Feng headed straight for Yida Square. He was going to change the clothes he was wearing, otherwise he would definitely have trouble with large-scale shopping in the future. A 20,000 yuan Versace trench coat? Buy it. A 100,000 yuan Hermes belt? Buy it. A 7 million yuan Patek Philippe watch? Buy it. In short, the word is buy. By the time Qin Feng came out of Yida shopping mall, his appearance had already been completely transformed. His working-class aura had also been transformed after he spent nearly 10 million yuan. It can be said that no matter how you look at him now, he is a rich and handsome guy. Just as Qin Feng was about to find a restaurant to eat, his phone rang. Hey, fatty, what's up? On the other end of the line was a buddy of Qin Feng's from the factory. What else could it be? Let's go out for a drink, I've already booked a private room. Fatty also knew about what happened in front of the milk tea shop, and as a good buddy, naturally had to comfort Qin Feng. Chapter 3 Chapter 003, Why don't I treat you to dinner, and you can order whatever you like? Ha ha. Qin Feng of course understood the good intentions of the fat guy, and with a smile, he said, that's just it, I haven't eaten yet. Give me an address, and I'll be right there. Haidong Hotel, room 403. Me, glasses, and the others are all here, waiting for you. Haidong Hotel? Qin Feng was first stunned, and then he laughed and teased, brother, did you win the lottery? If he remembered correctly, the Haidong Hotel was the best hotel in the area, and a meal there would cost several thousand yuan. Cut the crap, I'm treating, hurry up. After saying that, he didn't wait for Qin Feng to continue speaking, and just hung up the phone. Half an hour later. Qin Feng was quickly led by a waiter into the Haidong Hotel's 403 private room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the 3 fat men in the private room chatting away. Crazy guy came pretty quickly. Have a seat, the food is almost ready, let's eat. The 3 fat men greeted Qin Feng with a smile when they saw him enter. Xin Feng smiled and noticed that there were already quite a few dishes on the table. Judging from the dishes, the price shouldn't be too expensive. In fact, this is quite normal. After all, everyone is a wage earner, and it is already considered a big expense to come to a place like this to eat. Hey, crazy, you look pretty handsome in that outfit. Where did you buy it? It really is, it looks quite impressive. By the way, what's that you're holding? As soon as Qin Feng sat down, the fat guy and the others noticed something was wrong and asked him in surprise. Hey, just a few Mate 50 RS phones, one for everyone. Qin Feng laughed and handed them each a phone. Holy shit, are you serious? The fat guy couldn't believe it and took it, shocked. Crazy guy, you're not trying to pull the wool over our eyes, are you? It must be chocolate. If it's a real phone, it's at least worth tens of thousands of dollars. The glasses guy said with a sneer. That's right. With that salary, how can Crazy buy such an expensive phone? Just as Qin Feng had thought when he arrived, these three guys didn't believe that he was giving them real phones. Of course, Qin Feng didn't explain too much. They would know the truth when they went back and opened them. He smiled and said to them, okay, let's eat quickly. After saying that, he didn't wait for them to speak, picked up his chopsticks and was ready to start eating. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen, I won't disturb you. The waiter saw Qin Feng and the others preparing to eat, said hello and then prepared to leave. But just then, a mocking voice came from outside the door, hey, isn't this Qin Feng and the fat guy? Gee, they can actually come to this high-end restaurant to eat, did they strike it rich? Hearing the voice, Qin Feng and the fat guy couldn't help but frown, and then looked over. The people who came were a man and a woman. The woman, Qin Feng was very familiar with, was Lin Xiaoping, who he had been chasing for several months. As for the man, it was naturally Director Liao, and he was the one who had just spoken. Seeing Qin Feng and the others, Director Liao walked in with Lin Xiaoping. As he walked, he looked at the dishes on the table, and couldn't help but make a sound of admiration. Gee, what kind of rubbish dishes are these? Can they be eaten by humans? Guys, why don't I treat you to this meal, and you can order whatever you like? Director Liao said this simply to mock Qin Feng and the others. You. The fat guy's face changed, and he was about to say something, but he was quickly stopped by his glasses. After all, they all worked under Director Liao, and if they really offended this guy, it was possible that they would lose their jobs. Just as the atmosphere was getting a little cold, Qin Feng finally spoke up. Okay, since Director Liao is so generous, we won't be rude. After saying this, Qin Feng waved at the waiter and handed me the menu, so I could order some more dishes. The waiter didn't think much of it and handed the menu directly to Qin Feng. For Australian abalones. 4 servings of the best blood-sucking swallows. Oh yeah, and 4 servings of that caviar. 4 servings of foie gras, Australian lobster, and a bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1982, please. Qin Feng took the menu and ordered 4 servings of the most expensive dishes in the hotel. The waiter standing nearby was already stunned. As for Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. I said, Qin Feng, do you know how much these dishes you ordered will cost? Lin Xiaoping couldn't hold back anymore and glared at Qin Feng. What? Didn't you just brag about treating us to a meal? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with contempt, if you can't afford the bill, don't pretend to be cool, just go back where you came from. He is now a man with a system, and he won't indulge this couple. What did you say? Hearing this, Supervisor Liao yelled at Qin Feng, just because I can't afford it doesn't mean you can. Although he found Qin Feng's outfit very stylish, he thought it was all fake. Right, we can't afford it, but you, a lowly employee, can? Lin Xiaoping hurriedly agreed after hearing this. From what she had learned about Qin Feng over the past few months, she completely shared the same thoughts as Manager Liao. Ha ha. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh and said with a sneer, you'll find out if I can afford it or not. After saying that, without waiting for Director Liao and Lin Xiaoping to speak, he turned to the waiter and said, we'll order these for now, go get ready. This. The waiter was stunned, suddenly at a loss. To be honest, he and Director Liao both thought the same thing, and simply did not believe that Qin Feng and the others could afford this order. Just the things that Qin Feng just ordered would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. Crazy, let's forget it, we. Seeing this, the 3 fat guys stood up and tried to stop them. However, Qin Feng ignored them and just looked at the waiter with cold eyes. What, you also think I can't afford this order? The waiter really wanted to say yes, but he was afraid of offending Qin Feng, and was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. It's fine, Qin Feng, I know how much money you have. I think you want to eat without paying. Just then, Lin Xiaoping spoke again in mockery. After she finished speaking, Supervisor Liao followed suit, speaking in a strange tone. I can see that he is just being stubborn. Fortunately, Xiaoping, you didn't agree to this person's advances, or else you would have lost face. You two idiots. What did you say? I said you two idiots, it's none of your business whether I can afford the bill or not. Chapter 4 Chapter 004, obviously, I've hit a brick wall. You. Director Liao was so angry that he could hardly breathe. He pointed at Qin Feng and said angrily, Kid, you don't need to go to work tomorrow. You're fired. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the three fat guys and the three of you. None of you are allowed to have dinner with him today, or you'll all be fired tomorrow. After Director Liao finished saying these words, his anger dissipated quite a bit. He thought that the three fat guys would definitely not dare to stay and have dinner with Qin Feng after his warning. But what he never expected was that the three fat guys were furious the very next second. Fine, if you don't want to work here, do you think I care? Yes, you're just a lousy supervisor and you think you're the boss. You're just a big shot, but you're really full of it. It had to be said that although Qin Feng had misjudged Lin Xiaoping, these guys had not been wasted. You guys? Director Liao suddenly felt a surge of anger, and he couldn't say a word as he pointed at the three fat guys. Just then, Lin Xiaoping, who was standing nearby, suddenly thought of something. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said to the waiter, Young man, I think they're here to eat for free today. You'd better get your manager over here. That's right, if they can't pay after eating, you'll be held responsible. Director Liao immediately agreed when he heard Lin Xiaoping say this. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then turned to Qin Feng and said, Sir, could you show me the balance of your bank card? Why? Hearing this, the fat man's anger flared up. Yes, who says that when you eat here, you have to show the bank balance of the customer? The glasses were also full of anger. No reason. The waiter also gave up, shrugged his shoulders and said, But I doubt you can't even afford this bill. You. Obviously, the waiter's words angered the three fat men. Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, who were standing nearby, immediately revealed a smile of conspiracy. Call your manager. However, at this moment, Qin Feng calmly interrupted the conversation. Ha ha. After sneering, the waiter immediately picked up his phone and walked out, saying, Please wait a moment. In his opinion, Qin Feng calling the manager was no different from checking the bank balance. In just under 5 minutes, the lobby manager of the Haidong Hotel walked in, led by the waiter. Just now on the phone, the waiter also gave him a detailed account of the situation here. At the other end of the phone, the hotel manager also felt that the waiter's operation was fine. After all, in the waiter's description, Qin Feng and the others were all wage earners, and it was simply impossible for them to afford dishes costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, as soon as he walked in the door, he loudly said, In this day and age, there really are all kinds of people. How dare they come to our Haidong Hotel and eat without paying? Aren't they afraid of going to jail? After saying this, he looked directly at the three fat men. As he had learned over the phone, the fat man and the others were all wearing cheap work clothes, and they looked like a few smelly losers. However, when he glanced at Qin Feng not far away, he instantly froze in place. Versace trench coat. Hermes belt. Patek Philippe watch. Holy shit, is this guy Tang playing a joke on me? How can someone like this not be able to afford a bill of several $100,000? The lobby manager couldn't help but let out a deep breath of cold air, and then turned to the waiter and asked angrily, Are you sure they are the ones you are talking about? He is the lobby manager of the Haidong Hotel, and he comes into contact with a lot of rich people every day. Just from Qin Feng's attire, it should be worth tens of millions. Now this guy actually told him that Qin Feng and the others couldn't afford the bill. Isn't this deliberately trying to embarrass himself? Yes, it's them. However, before the waiter could say anything, Lin Xiaoping, who was standing nearby, spoke up first. Manager, I think you'd better tell them to get lost quickly, these guys definitely want to eat here for free. Supervisor Liao naturally couldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately agreed. Upon hearing this, the three fat men sitting in the chairs suddenly stood up, all of them looking ashamed and annoyed. As for Qin Feng, he sat there quite calmly, not even meaning to defend himself. Who are you? The manager frowned and asked the two of them. Manager, these two are the leaders of these employees. The waiter thought that the manager's anger just now was directed at Qin Feng and the others, so he smiled and introduced the two of them to the manager. "Did I ask you?" The manager's face changed, and he yelled at the waiter, "How could our hotel hire such a stupid person as you?" Then he turned his head and looked at Director Liao and the two of you. "Get out of the hotel immediately, you are not welcome here." Between Qin Feng and Director Liao, the hotel manager chose Qin Feng without hesitation. Hearing the hotel manager's words, Director Liao and Lin Xiaoping both had an expression of seeing a ghost. They never thought that the hotel manager would actually tell them to get out. As for the waiter standing aside, he is not stupid either. His manager yelled at him like this, which obviously kicked him in the teeth. Thinking about this, the cold sweat on his body instantly wet his back. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the hotel manager walk up to Qin Feng with a flattering face. "Sir, I am extremely sorry for everything that happened today, and I hope you can forgive me." "Ha ha." Qin Feng sneered, pursing his lips. "Do you want me to show you the balance of my bank card, in case we really eat without paying?" "I dare not." The hotel manager kept saying he dared not, and his expression became even more servile. "Sir, don't worry, I'll fire that guy right now." Upon hearing this, the waiter who had spoken earlier instantly collapsed to the ground, his expression full of remorse. "Okay, hurry up and serve the food." Qin Feng glanced at the waiter, his face showing no trace of sympathy, and the two of them, "Don't ruin our mood for dinner." "Okay, don't worry." The hotel manager wiped the cold sweat from his head with his hand and immediately assured Qin Feng, "I'll get rid of them right now, and they will never be allowed in again." After saying that, he turned to the stunned Director Liao and his wife and said, "What, do you two still want me to ask the security to escort you out?" Hearing this, the two of them, who had come back to their senses, also looked extremely unpleasant. Chapter 5, Chapter 005, Where shall we go to pay the bill? Poof. The two of them snorted in contempt, and Lin Xiaoping said indignantly, "They're just a bunch of poor people, and your hotel will just wait and regret it." After saying those harsh words, she dragged the manager, who was still trying to say something, away in a flustered manner. After seeing the two of them leave, the hotel manager said hello to Qin Feng and then left with the dejected-looking waiter. "Holy cow, what's going on? Only the devil knows. I thought the three of us were really going to be kicked out today." The way the hotel manager just looked at the lunatic was just like the court eunuch's flattery. At that moment, the three fat guys finally came back from their shock. They looked at Qin Feng with disbelief in their eyes. However, they soon thought of something and anxiously said to Qin Feng, "Lunatic, you're not really going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a meal, are you?" "What if?" Qin Feng understood what they meant, and immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can afford to pay for this meal." Half an hour later, the hotel manager personally led the staff to bring a variety of delicacies. Birds' nests, shark's fin, abalone and other high-end dishes filled the entire table. "Okay, let's toast first." Qin Feng first poured a glass of 1982 Lafitte for everyone, and then said with a smile. Seeing this, the three fat men, although a little worried, raised their glasses. After a meal of wind and debris, they had eaten most of the delicious food on the table. "Let's go, that's enough for today," Qin Feng said to them as he saw that everyone had eaten almost everything. As soon as they had left the private room, the hotel manager was already waiting at the door. "Are you satisfied with the food at our hotel?" "It's okay," Qin Feng asked indifferently with a smack of his lips. "Where do we go to pay the bill?" "Just go to the front desk." The hotel manager smiled and said flattery, "I'll show you." Soon, Qin Feng and the others, led by the hotel manager, arrived at the front desk. First, "Hello, sir, you have spent a total of 713,458 yuan this time. I have to say, this meal of theirs was really not cheap." Even the receptionist, upon seeing the bill on the computer, couldn't help but be slightly distracted. "How much?" When the three fat men heard the amount reported by the receptionist, they almost bit their tongues in surprise. They naturally knew that the meal was expensive, but they never expected it to cost more than 700,000 yuan. To be honest, at this moment, they were really a little panicked. What if Qin Feng couldn't come up with that much money? Just thinking about it made their hearts race. But just then, Qin Feng handed a bank card to the receptionist and said, "Swipe it." Okay. The receptionist, who had come back to her senses, took the bank card and was about to swipe it. However, at that moment, the hotel manager standing nearby directly stopped him, saying that the decimal places could be removed and the gentleman could be charged 700,000 yuan. Okay. After hearing this, the receptionist immediately started operating. Qin Feng didn't stop him either, because he didn't care if he made or lost $1,000,000. As for the three fat men standing nearby, their eyes were fixed on Qin Feng's bank card and the computer screen. To be honest, they were very worried about what to do if the balance was insufficient. However, as it turned out, their worries were unnecessary. After a while, the words "payment successful" appeared on the computer screen. They finally let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they were curious about whether Qin Feng could really make the payment. Qin Feng didn't care about this, because as soon as the computer displayed the payment successful, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, you have spent a total of 700,000 yuan this time, and successfully earned a rebate of 700 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 700 million yuan at 1927 on July 1st. The balance after the transaction is 1,060,468,890 yuan. Looking at the text message on his phone, Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow. Who would believe it if he told someone that he had made 100 million in just a few hours? The hotel manager standing nearby couldn't help but secretly feel happy about his earlier decision. You can't afford to offend such a big customer. Thinking about this, he immediately handed Qin Feng a black card. Then, with a respectful face, he said, "Mr. Qin, this is our hotel's Black Diamond VIP card. As long as you have this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount. This is the hotel's compensation for what happened earlier, please accept it." To be honest, Qin Feng really wasn't interested in the 30% discount. However, since it was a token of their appreciation, he didn't refuse it. After nodding, he accepted the card. Soon after, the hotel manager personally saw them out of the hotel. "My dear uncle, we've eaten 700,000 yuan worth of food for this meal, gee. That was really exciting. When Fengzi paid the bill, it almost scared the piss out of me. Pfft, look at you being so pathetic. By the way, Fengzi, where did you get all that money?" As soon as they left the hotel, the three fat guys couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. However, for Qin Feng, the system was a secret that no one could know. After some nonsense, he just said that he had won the jackpot and casually fooled them. By the time Qin Feng took a taxi back to his rented room, it was already 8:30 p.m. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't help but take out his phone. Reading the bank text message on his phone, he couldn't help but double-check the balance several times. Let's transfer some money to my sister and parents first. Thinking about this, Qin Feng immediately opened WeChat on his phone. He found the WeChat account of his sister, and directly transferred 20,000 yuan. This is not because Qin Feng is stingy. After all, his younger sister is still in college, and transferring too much money will inevitably affect her studies. Will you love me without money? A simple sentence, without money you will. Just as Qin Feng was about to log into the online banking to transfer 10 million to his parents, his younger sister's phone call came directly. My goodness, brother, have you struck gold? As soon as the call was connected, the voice of his younger sister, Qinyu, came from the other end, full of surprise. Ahem. Qin Feng coughed twice, and fortunately, he had thought of a reason before transferring the money, so he immediately smiled and said, I haven't found a gold mine, but I did win the lottery. Are you serious? Qinyu obviously didn't believe him, and couldn't help but whisper, Brother, don't lie to me, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? Chapter 6 Chapter 006, She and I have already broken up. Damn you, don't you know your brother's character? You're right. Qinyu thought about it and felt that Qin Feng was right, but I have food and accommodation at school, and my parents give me pocket money every month. You're still dating and need money, so why don't I transfer it back to you? Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. He smiled and said, No need, your brother doesn't lack money right now. And if you run out of money, just let me know, as long as you don't spend it on nonsense. Hee, thanks big brother. Qinyu giggled, then suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Feng, Right, big brother, are you free the day after tomorrow? Yes, why? Qin Feng had no intention of going back to work in the future, so of course he was free. That's good, here's the thing, Schwer wants to hang out at OCT the day after tomorrow, what do you think? Sure. Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, I'll pick you up at your school. Okay. Qinyu nodded. However, she soon thought of something and said to Qin Feng, You mustn't bring Lin Xiaoping with you. You know I don't like her. Don't worry, I won't bring her. We've already broken up. Really? Xinyu was slightly taken aback, and then couldn't help but mutter, "That's great, now Schwer will have a chance." "What chance?" Xinyu's muttering was so quiet that Qin Feng didn't hear it clearly. "It's nothing." Xinyu shrugged, thinking to herself, "My dear brother, you really are a fool. Don't you know that Schwer has always had a crush on you?" Just then, she suddenly thought of something else and said to Qin Feng, "By the way, do you know that Schwer is now an anchor woman at Douyin?" "Yes, she sent me a WeChat message last night." "Do you know that there is a rich guy who is desperately sending her gifts to woo her these past 2 days?" I don't know about that, why?" "No reason." After hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but say angrily, "What a nerd, okay, that's it." After saying that, she didn't wait for Qin Feng to say anything and just hung up the phone. Qin Feng listened to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Forget it, I'll just transfer money to my parents regardless of this girl." Since Qin Feng's parents don't have WeChat, Qin Feng was going to transfer money to them via online banking. However, when he entered the transfer amount of 10 million, the app displayed the daily transfer limit of 50,000. "Well, I'll go to the bank tomorrow to increase the limit and then transfer again." There's no rush anyway, so Qin Feng immediately closed the online banking. For some reason, when he thought about what his sister had just said about a local tyrant on TikTok who was chasing Zhao Shuer, he felt uncomfortable. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, so why not go to Shuer's live broadcast room and have a look? For some reason, he directly opened Douyin on his phone. It so happened that Zhao Shuer was broadcasting live, so Qin Feng wasted no time and clicked in. Soon, a very sweet-looking girl appeared on his phone screen. The girl had long waist-length hair, was wearing a light blue long dress, and was singing to her fans. Perhaps because she was a new anchor, the live broadcast room wasn't very popular, and the number of comments was pitifully low. As soon as Qin Feng's ID appeared in the live broadcast room, Zhao Shuer noticed it right away. She turned off the music directly and shouted excitedly at the screen, "Wow, welcome Brother Feng to my live broadcast room." Qin Feng smiled and replied directly on the screen, "Shuer, good evening." "Hee, good evening, Brother Feng." Zhao Shuer was very happy to see Qin Feng reply to her and said, "It's so happy that you can come and watch my live broadcast." "Shuer, who is this guy?" However, just then, an ill-timed voice appeared on the screen, a level 1 trumpet. "He came to your broadcast room and didn't even send a gift. Why bother responding to him?" When Zhao Shuer saw this comment, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw a few more comments appear on the screen. "Oh my, could it be that Sangha is jealous?" Of course he is. It's weird if he's not jealous when Shuer calls that first-year trumpet player so affectionate. "Brother Song, I support you. Shuer is yours. Kill that girl with gifts. I also support Brother Kong. Let's go to the carnival." Zhao Shuer was really anxious and angry when she saw these comments on the screen, and she was afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand. Without wasting any time, she immediately said in the live broadcast that everyone should not mess with the rhythm, and that she and Brother Song did not have any relationship. To be honest, when Qin Feng saw these comments, he was inevitably a little upset. However, as soon as he heard Zhao Shuer's words, he immediately broke into a smile. "TNN, you actually dare to steal a woman from me?" Lin Sikong, who was watching the live broadcast in a high-end villa in the Magic City, suddenly looked cold. "Kid, now I'll let you feel the power of money." The next second, he directly sent a carnival worth more than 4,000 yuan. Lin Sikong has played with many female internet celebrities over the years, and he doesn't believe there are any women who can't be won over with gifts. In his mind, as long as he makes the right gift selection, Zhao Shuer will definitely throw herself at him. After all, no woman can resist money. Holy cow, Brother Song is so domineering, he can just say carnival and it's done. Awesome, Brother Song, do you need an accessory for your thigh? Wow, carnival, Song, do you need a girlfriend? I'm so jealous of Shuer, she has such a generous boyfriend like Song, I love it. I've solved the case, Song definitely has a crush on Shuer, it looks like my Shuer is going to be taken. Song, did you want to prove that you want to chase Shuer by swiping carnival? I have to say, carnival, which costs more than 4,000, is still quite powerful. Just like that, there was an instant increase of over 1,000 people in Shuer's live broadcast room, all of them there to gawk at the local tyrant. After reading the comments on the screen, Lin Sikong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, and directly replied on the screen, "Yes, I want to chase after Shuer." "Shuer, will you be my girlfriend?" Holy shit, what's going on here? Is this a confession from a local tyrant?
I'm new here, can someone please explain what's going on?
Brother Song, I support you, be together, be together. As she watched Lin Sikong and the barrage of comments from netizens, Zhao Shuer in front of the screen was also infuriated. In her opinion, Lin Sikong had obviously taken her for the kind of gold-digging woman. A mere carnival is all it takes for you to want Shuer to be your girlfriend, where's your face? Just as Zhao Shuer was about to say something, Xin Feng's barrage of comments suddenly appeared on the screen.
Chapter 7, Chapter 007, this is just asking for trouble. Holy shit, who is this guy? So arrogant?
Awesome, a first-class trumpet actually daring to look down on the carnival big boss, I'll give you that.
Who gave this brother the courage? Liang Jingru?
This barrage from Qin Feng was like a depth charge, instantly shocking the entire audience. Lin Xizhong, who was secretly pleased with himself, almost passed out when he saw Qin Feng's comment. After taking a deep breath, he immediately replied with a pale face, "Kid, I see that you are just a strong talker.
How dare you compare yourself to me? Why not?"
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders in disdain. You have to know that he is now a man who owns a system that gives back 100 times the amount spent, and swiping gifts naturally counts as spending. This guy actually dared to challenge him to a gift swapping competition, he's just asking for trouble.
Okay, I hope you don't regret this.
Seeing that Qin Feng had accepted the challenge, Lin Sikong said okay 3 times in a row. Kid, you just wait.
Oh no, Brother Song is really angry, this is going to have serious consequences.
Hey, this guy picked the wrong person to mess with, he actually messed with the carnival bigwig, I think he's in for a world of hurt. Holy shit, what's going on here, did I come at the wrong time for a gift war?
Brothers, my little bench is ready, just waiting for Tsongva to abuse people.
From the barrage, most people don't think Qin Feng will be Lin Xizhong's opponent. After all, Qin Feng's TikTok account level is really low, only a measly level 1. Lin Sikong, on the other hand, is a level 15 super account. According to the gift level, he has spent at least 1 million on TikTok.
Brother Feng, I don't need you to spend gifts.
Zhao Shuer saw this and immediately spoke up to stop him.
Don't worry, I don't like him.
She knew Qin Feng well, and with his salary, he could never compare to Lin Sikong. Damn, Shuer's words really hurt. I originally thought that Brother Song had a chance with Shuer, but after hearing this, I inexplicably feel a bit bad for Brother Song.
Brother Song, sis, do you have to be so direct?
I have to say, Zhao Shuer's words really hurt a bit.
Even other netizens couldn't help but start feeling sorry for Lin Sikong.
Qin Feng also found it a bit funny and immediately replied with a smile, it's okay, I know, just think of it as increasing the popularity of your live broadcast. Although Qin Feng rarely watched live broadcasts, he knew that gifts like carnival prizes would definitely attract a large number of netizens as long as they were displayed. Since Lin Sikong wanted to make a free contribution, Qin Feng naturally would not be polite. As he watched Qin Feng's conversation with Zhao Shuer and read the comments from netizens, Lin Sikong almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
As a super rich second generation, when had he ever been treated like this?
As the saying goes, a man strives for pride, and a Buddhist strives for enlightenment. He had to prove to Zhao Shuer today that he was better than Qin Feng. Without further delay, he directly sent 10 carnivals. You have to know that 1 carnival is more than 4,000 yuan, and 10 is more than 40,000 yuan. In modern-day China, this is definitely the annual income of most people. Lin Sikong didn't believe that Qin Feng really dared to compete with him. Of course, everyone else also had the same idea, even Zhao Shuer. However, the truth often surprises people. The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. Just when everyone thought Lin Sikong was going to win, they suddenly saw that Qin Feng had also started to buy carnival. What's more, everyone noticed that Qin Feng had just one more carnival than Lin Xizhong.
Holy cow, this is some pretty slick operation. Just one more, awesome. So this guy is a local tyrant too? I'm hooked. It now seems that Brother Song may not necessarily win. Qin Feng's slick operation instantly changed the minds of many netizens.
Anyone who can spend 11 carnivals in one go is a big shot no matter how you look at it. And just then, the carnival that Qin Feng and his friend had spent money on quickly had an impact. Zhao Shuer's live broadcast room quickly went from 1,000 views to 30,000 views in just under 5 minutes. And the number of views was still rising.
30,000. 50,000. 80,000.
In no time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room stabilized at around 80,000. Seeing such data, Zhao Shuer didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At the same time, she was also a little moved by Qin Feng's actions. As for Lin Sikong, at this time, he was a little uneasy. He had originally thought that Qin Feng was just a strong person with a big mouth, but he never imagined that he actually had some actual strength. However, Lin Sikong was not the type of person who would easily admit defeat. He played 10 carnivals, and Qin Feng played 11. Isn't this just slapping him in the face? He lost his temper and topped up his TikTok account with 100,000 yuan. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would dare to compete with him. After topping up his account, he immediately ordered another 10 carnivals. He was determined to compete with Qin Feng today. This guy is quite persistent. Qin Feng, who was lying on the sofa, just smiled slightly and immediately ordered 11 carnivals again. I'm new here. Which big streamer is this? I don't know, I just got here too. But this gift spending is a bit excessive, isn't it? It is indeed a bit excessive. I feel that the local tyrants are also scary. New friends, hurry up and get a small bench ready, let's watch the gift battle between the local tyrants together. These two local tyrants have already spent tens of thousands of carnival points, this time the anchor really made a fortune. Isn't that right? At least there are more than 100,000. Gee, the anchor industry is really profitable, I'm envious. Upstairs, don't be jealous, if you were as pretty as my Schwer, I would also spend carnival points on you. Excuse me, has this anchor called Schwer joined a guild? Our guild would like to sign a contract with her. I have to say, Qin Feng has indeed played his cards well. The number of people in Zhao Schwer's live broadcast room had recently stabilized at 80,000, but now it has directly doubled to 160,000, and the number is still soaring. 160,000. 200,000. 250,000. Very soon, it directly broke through to 300,000. You have to know that the big anchors on Douyin only get this many views at most when they go live. Zhao Schwer, as a newcomer, reached this number in just half an hour, which was simply terrifying. Due to the fact that the popularity here was really too high, it naturally attracted a lot of anchors. When they saw the number of carnivals that Qin Feng and Lin Sikong had swiped, they all expressed their envy. In just a short while, Qin Feng and Lin Sikong received a lot of private messages, including those from various female anchors. To be honest, at this time Lin Sikong really regretted it a bit. Chapter 8, Chapter 008, We don't care about you as a Puka customer. Lin Sikong could see that Zhao Schwer was completely different from the female internet celebrities he had known before. These gifts worth more than 100,000 yuan were completely worthless. With so much money, it would be better to go to a nightclub and have a good time. After a moment of contemplation, he angrily glanced at Qin Feng's ID and then directly closed the app. Holy shit, is brother Som offline? It's true, he's actually run away in shame. Damn it, I just thought he was going to win for sure, I'm so disappointed. What a loser, I thought there would be a battle between the local tyrants today, but I never expected it to end like this. I already guessed that Lin Song wasn't going to make it, just as I expected. I thought he was pretty awesome when he spoke earlier, but I never expected him to be so weak. Our brother Feng is still awesome, he took that guy down in no time, I'm rooting for him. Hey, I'll support Finga from now on, and I support Schwer and Finga together. Together. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Lin Song's followers instantly caused a wave of contempt from netizens. Zhao Schwer, sitting in front of the screen, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Presents and stuff aren't important. If Qin Feng continues to argue with Lin Sikong like this, she's really a little worried for Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her phone and sent Qin Feng a WeChat message. Brother Feng, thank you so much today. Could you send me your bank card number, and I'll transfer the money back to you? She thought that Qin Feng must have spent all his savings on gifts over the years. She didn't want Qin Feng to eat instant noodles every day from now on. No need. Qin Feng understood what Zhao Schwer meant, and replied with a smile, you can keep it for clothes. I don't need money right now. This was really not Qin Feng pretending to be cool. In just a short while, nearly 10 million yuan had appeared in his bank card. To be honest, he was a little disappointed with Lin Song's downline. Zhao Schwer saw that Qin Feng refused to take it, and in the end, she could only give up. Well, if you need money, you must tell me. In this way, Qin Feng stayed in Zhao Schwer's live broadcast room for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye to Zhao Schwer, turned off the app, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Qin Feng received a call from Fat Boy. From Fat Boy, he learned that the three of them had finally kept their jobs at the strong request of the team leader. To be honest, Qin Feng still felt a little guilty towards the three of them about what had happened last night. After all, the three of them were targeted by Supervisor Liao, and it was entirely because of him. Of course, if the three of them couldn't continue working in the future, Qin Feng would definitely not stand idly by. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng dozed in bed for a while. When he woke up again, it was already 10 a.m. He had to admit that days off were really comfortable. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Qin Feng went straight out the door. He had a lot to do today, starting with going to the bank to increase his transfer limit, and then of course, shopping. Washing Bank Business Hall. It was probably still early, so there weren't many customers in the hall. After getting a number, Qin Feng only had to wait a few minutes before it was his turn. What business do you need to conduct? The bank customer service representative asked Qin Feng as soon as he saw him sit down. I want to increase the transfer limit on this card, Qin Feng said, and handed in his bank card and ID card. A regular card? The bank customer service representative couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the bank card Qin Feng handed in. Then, with some disdain, she asked, how high do you want to increase it? She is a bank customer service representative and comes into contact with many users every day. She really didn't take it seriously as it was just a regular card holder. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little upset, but still smiled and replied, how high can you transfer it to? 100 million. Obviously, the bank customer service representative was already a little impatient at this point. When she said 100 million, she was just teasing Qin Feng. But what she never expected was that Qin Feng calmly replied, then transfer it to 100 million for me. Upon hearing these words, the bank customer service representative immediately felt that she was being played. A mere ordinary card, and the transfer limit is adjusted to 100 million. Is this a fucking joke? She pursed her lips, looked at Qin Feng disdainfully, and pretended to be concerned, asking, is 100 million enough? Do you want to transfer more? However, what she said sounded quite harsh in Qin Feng's ears, and he immediately became a little angry. He is not the kind of person who will let others bully him. He stood up and scolded the bank customer service representative, damn you, didn't you just say 100 million? Fuck, why are you still cursing? What's wrong with cursing you, you're just a bank customer service, what are you pretending to be? Originally, Qin Feng's mood was quite good today, but now it has all been ruined by this woman. Soon, the sound of the quarrel on Qin Feng's side attracted the attention of others. What's going on? Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit came over with a frown. This guy wants to use a platinum card to ask me to raise his transfer limit to 100 million. He's out of his mind. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, the bank customer service representative spoke first. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown slightly. Ignoring the onlookers, he first glanced at Qin Feng's platinum card, then turned his head and said to Qin Feng with a smile, Sir, this is a platinum card and you are not eligible to have the limit raised. In fact, he was talking nonsense. Even if it is a general card, it is still eligible for a limit increase. But, who would have thought that the bank customer service representative was one of them? Of course, if Qin Feng's card was a VLP card or black card, the situation might be different. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the bank customer service representative immediately smirked with delight and mocked Qin Feng, saying, You heard me, it's not that I won't do it for you, it's just that you're not eligible. Damn, is he that arrogant? Yes, this guy is talking complete nonsense. Can't a regular card have its limit increased? Hey, who asked him to go to a big bank? This is bullying, it's really infuriating. After hearing this, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Oh, is that so? However, here, Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a sneer, and he said coldly, Since your bank bullies its customers, then please withdraw all the money in my card, I'll just go to another bank. Ha ha. The bank customer service representative snorted in contempt, saying, Just a regular card user, don't think we're rare. After saying this, he picked up Qin Feng's bank card and started operating it. Ah. However, in the next second, she opened her mouth in surprise, how is this possible? Chapter 9, Chapter 009, It was all a misunderstanding. What's wrong? Seeing her expression, the middle-aged man standing aside frowned and walked in. The next second, when he walked up to the computer, he was also stunned. Qin Feng, who was standing in place, naturally understood what had happened, and immediately sneered, What are you still writing? Hurry up and withdraw it all for me. You have to know that there is more than 100 million in this bank card of his. Even for a big bank like theirs, that is still a rare super VIP. Now that Qin Feng is going to transfer such a large sum of money to another bank, it will definitely be a big loss for their bank. Moreover, if the head office finds out about this, the bank customer service representative will definitely be in trouble. Even the branch manager will definitely be fired. Thinking about this, the middle-aged man could no longer remain calm. In a panic, he looked up at Qin Feng and said fawningly, "Mr. Qin, there has been a misunderstanding, please forgive us. We didn't expect." "Don't worry, I'll have her help you increase the transfer limit to 100 million. "Yes, I'll help you do it." The bank customer service representative, who had come back to her senses, also hurriedly said. To be honest, they never thought that there would be more than 100 million in cash in a regular card. If they had known, they would never have dared to treat Qin Feng like that just now. Now they can only hope that Qin Feng can make a big deal out of a small one and turn a minor matter into a major one. However, how could Qin Feng let them have their way? Didn't they just act arrogantly? What did you not expect? That there is more than 100 million in my card? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and immediately laughed. I think I'd better not. Your bank is too big, I'm not qualified to deposit money in your bank. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, the middle-aged man almost burst into tears. It took him more than 10 years to get to his current position. If he really got fired, his whole family would have to follow him and live in poverty. Without daring to waste any time, he hurriedly trotted out from inside and bowed low to Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, it was all our fault earlier. Please forgive us." My goodness, what's going on? Who knows, these two guys were so arrogant just now. I seem to have heard something about over 100 million. Do you think it's possible that this young man has over 100 million in his account? I think it's very likely, otherwise, how could these two guys have turned on each other so quickly? Gee, now they've really kicked the hornet's nest. Hearing the comments of the onlookers, the middle-aged man's face flushed. He bowed his head, and before he received Qin Feng's forgiveness, he was hesitant to stand up. He had to be said that this guy was quite flexible. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment, and then immediately decided to let it go. After all, he didn't want to waste too much time here. However, just then, the mumbling voice of the bank customer service representative entered everyone's ears. "Piss off, being rich is awesome, do you think it's that easy to withdraw 100 million without an appointment?" Her mumbling voice was small, but it couldn't compete with the speaker on the window. After hearing this, Qin Feng's face immediately sank. He was originally planning to let it go, but now it seems that the other parties simply didn't take it seriously. Damn it, this tomboy is too arrogant. Damn it, I'm an outsider and I'm already angry, what a jerk. No, I have to expose this kind of rubbish today, it's infuriating me. You're right, I'll tweet at them right now, I don't believe no one can deal with them. The bank customer services mutter instantly ignited the anger of everyone present. Many people picked up their phones and started tweeting. By the time the middle-aged man came back to his senses, he slumped to the ground. No one had to think twice to realize that this was definitely not going to end well. He never imagined that the bank customer service representative would be such a useless idiot. When he looked at her again, he really wanted to devour her alive. As for the bank customer service representative, she immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and cold sweat immediately began to flow down her face. To be honest, she had just forgotten about the existence of the speaker. As for the Weibo posts by the onlookers, they also quickly had an impact. Shock. The Huaya bank clerk actually laughed at the billionaire. This is outrageous. Is this what they call bullying the customer? This must be exposed. People like this don't deserve to serve us. I have a feeling these two have really stepped in it. Wow, such a handsome billionaire? Love. Huaya Bank must do justice for this young man, or I will resolutely not use Huaya Bank cards in the future. I wonder if this young man is still looking for a girlfriend. My brothers and sisters, retweet this and expose this pair of scumbags. Soon after it was posted, many people followed suit and retweeted the comment, and they also at Huaya Bank. The number of reposts also quickly broke through 10,000 within the naked eye. This is big news. No need to think, today's headline news is definitely not going anywhere. At that moment, Huaya Bank also noticed these tweets and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. In less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit sprinted in. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. As soon as he entered the lobby, he walked straight towards Qin Feng and then bowed deeply.
Who are you? Qin Feng frowned and asked. Hello, my name is Shui Kai.
Upon Qin Feng's question, the middle-aged man hurriedly introduced himself. I am the person in charge of the Huaxing Bank in Xinjiang. I would like to express my deep apologies to you for what happened today.
Please forgive me.
After Shuaikai finished speaking, he did not forget to glare fiercely at the branch manager and the bank customer service representative.
You have to understand that he was just talking business with the customer.
When he was notified of the incident by the head office, he directly scolded the ancestors of these two guys. As the general manager of the Shenzhen branch, if the head office really pursues this matter, he will not get away with it. Therefore, the only thing he has to do now is to obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness. Qin Feng hesitated a bit and didn't want to let it go so easily.
Shui Kai saw this and quickly understood Qin Feng's thoughts.
Without saying a word, he immediately stated, Mr. Qin, please rest assured, I will fire them both immediately.
And, as compensation for you, the bank will issue you a diamond black card for free.
You have to know that before Shui Kai arrived here, the head office had already given him orders.
Chapter 10 Chapter 010, really? You can still play like that?
These two guys who offended Qin Feng must be fired immediately and never hired again. As for the diamond black card, a big client like Qin Feng is definitely eligible to have it.
Qin Feng just contemplated for a few seconds before nodding. In fact, it doesn't matter to him which bank to keep his money in.
Since the bank has humbled itself and admitted its mistake, he doesn't bother to pursue it anymore.
Shui Kai let out a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Feng nod.
He quickly arranged for the staff to take Qin Feng into the VLP private room. As for the branch manager and the bank customer service representative, he told them to get lost. By the time Qin Feng finished his business, it was already 12 noon.
Shui Kai took Qin Feng to an upscale restaurant to apologize.
After a good meal, the two men had become close friends. Since Shuaikai still had to meet with a client in the afternoon, he said goodbye to Qin Feng and the two parted ways.
What should I buy next? Standing on the roadside, Qin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
Thinking about this, he directly hailed a taxi.
Hello, where to?
The driver politely asked as soon as he got in the car.
Is there a car dealer nearby? Cars? The driver was taken aback at first, and then asked, what price range are you looking at?
The more expensive the better. Every man has a dream of owning a supercar, and Qin Feng is no exception.
Besides, he doesn't lack money right now. Why don't I take you to the East City side to have a look?
I heard there's a car show there today. The driver thought for a moment and then said to Qin Feng.
There's a car show? That's great.
Hearing the words car show, Qin Feng immediately perked up. You have to know that the cars usually on display at car shows are all luxury cars. It's perfect for buying a car at a car show. In about half an hour, Qin Feng arrived at the Dongqing Car Show Hall. It has to be said that this Dongqing Car Show was really well organized. Just looking at the venue, it covered at least 20,000 square meters. Inside, luxury cars from various brands filled the entire exhibition hall. There were also quite a few people at the car show, all of them taking photos with their mobile phones and video cameras. You have to know that, in addition to all kinds of luxury cars, there are also many beautiful car models at the car show. After entering the hall, Qin Feng began to look around. It's not bad, these luxury cars inside are really beautiful. He just glanced at them and already fancied several. Of course, the reason he fancied those luxury cars,
apart from being good-looking, the main reason is that they are expensive.
Qin Feng's mouth slightly raised, and he immediately walked towards the exhibition area where the Lamborghini was located.
Lamborghini is a top luxury car, and its exhibition area is naturally much larger than the other exhibition areas.
In the center of the exhibition area, there is a top-of-the-line Lamborghini Poison. If Qin Feng remembers correctly, the official website price of this car should be as high as 90 million. At this time, there are quite a few people taking pictures and pointing and talking.
Even though there are no lack of billionaires among them, they really don't dare to consider such an expensive car.
The reason for standing here and watching is nothing more than a passing eye feast.
Are you selling this car?
I'll take it. Qin Feng came up close and pointed at the Lamborghini, asking a staff member. The price is 90 million, and if you buy it, the rebate will be 9 billion.
First. Sir,
Hearing Qin Feng's words, the staff member was stunned. You have to know that they put this car on display at this auto show just to attract attention.
This is a luxury car priced at 90 million, and who would dare buy it without billions in assets? However, now that Qin Feng is saying he wants it, how could he not be shocked? Holy cow, what's going on? You want to buy this Lamborghini Aventador? Are you serious? You're so cocky, I'm afraid you don't know how expensive this car is.
Yes, it's a luxury car priced at 90 million, and who would dare say that without billions in assets?
He's still too young and has no idea how the Lamborghini Aventador even exists.
The conversation between Qin Feng and the other man quickly attracted the attention of the people around them, who all looked at Qin Feng with contempt. In their eyes, Qin Feng was ridiculous for saying such a thing. Just then, the staff member finally came back to his senses. He had naturally heard the discussion of the crowd. But out of professional ethics, he smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Sir, it's like this. Our company has a rule that if you want to buy this Lamborghini Poison, you must own 3 Lamborghini cars under your name at the same time."
Oh, is that so? Qin Feng was taken aback.
Then, as if he had thought of something, he pointed at the Lamborghini cars around him and laughed, saying, "In that case, I'll buy all of them."
That shouldn't be a problem, right? Holy cow, is he serious? You guys, do you think he really wants to buy this Lamborghini? I don't think so. He's just saying that to impress us. I think the same way as you. How could such a young man get so much money from his family to buy a car? Obviously, the crowd did not believe Qin Feng's words and thought he was just being boastful. However, the staff standing by the side saw the confident look in Qin Feng's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he asked Qin Feng tentatively, "Sir, are you serious?" More serious than real gold." Qin Feng laughed and casually handed him a black card, saying, "Swipe your card." After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and added, "Right, according to your rules, buy these first, and then buy the Lamborghini after payment." Poison.
Yes, sir. Seeing Qin Feng hand over the bank card, the staff nodded and prepared to pick it up.
My goodness, is that a black card? Shit, it's really a black card from Huaya Bank. This young man must not be a member of a big family, right? This is terrible. Just now I mocked him for not being able to afford this car. Will he take revenge on me? This is a real big shot. He's getting away. Wait for me, brother.
When they saw Qin Feng's bank card, they immediately fled in fear.
After all, who could they mess with if they had a Huaya Bank black card?
The staff member heard the crowd's discussion and immediately glanced at the bank card, almost stumbling and falling to the ground.
The black card boss. That's a legendary figure. Ahem.
Just as he was in a daze, Qin Feng coughed twice and said, "Don't daydream, I'm waiting to buy other cars."
Okay, I'll help you with that.
The staff member who had come back to his senses immediately had someone bring the POS machine and laptop. After a meal of operations, he respectfully said to Qin Feng, "Sir, it's 43 million in total, what do you think?" Chapter 11, Chapter 011, directly breaking through 10 billion.
Swipe it.
Qin Feng replied indifferently. It's only 43 million, he really didn't take it seriously. Hearing Qin Feng say these 2 words, it was like buying vegetables in the market, and the staff couldn't help but feel a burst of envy. Ding, you have spent a total of 43 million yuan this time, and successfully rebated 430 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. The system's voice rang in Qin Feng's head just as the staff successfully swiped the card.
In a moment, a text message from the bank also came through.
Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 43,000,000,000 yuan at 1323 on July 2nd, and the balance after the transaction is 44,0604,6889 yuan. Who would believe it if you spent 43 million yuan and got 4.3 billion yuan directly rebated to your bank account? This made Qin Feng feel more confident about buying the luxury car.
He suppressed the joy in his heart and said to the staff, "Can I buy the Lamborghini now?"
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the staff hurriedly nodded and replied, "Of course, I'll help you with that." After saying that, he immediately deducted 90 million yuan from Qin Feng's card. However, immediately afterwards, the system transferred in another 9 billion yuan. Together with the 4.3 billion yuan just transferred in, Qin Feng's bank card balance at this time directly exceeded 10 billion yuan. Ding, as the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 10 billion, the system will give you an additional reward, a villa at number 95 Huaihai Villa. The property ownership certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Hearing the voice of the system in his head, Qin Feng's face couldn't help but brighten. He had just been thinking about where to buy a house after buying so many cars. Now, the system has solved it for him. "Mr. Qin, do you need us to return these cars for you?" The staff asked respectfully after returning the bank card to Qin Feng. "Leave this car here, and send the rest to Villa 95, Huaihai Villa, later." Qin Feng said this with a carefree expression. But to the staff, it was quite a shock. What kind of place is Huaihai Villa? It is the richest person's district with the most expensive housing prices in the city. A villa there casually costs at least 100 million yuan. Now Qin Feng asked him to take the car to Huaihai Villa, how could he not be shocked? But after the shock, he also felt relieved. A big shot who buys luxury cars worth hundreds of millions at a stroke doesn't seem to be surprised by living in Huaihai Villa. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng walked directly to the other luxury car exhibition area. It was a rare trip, so naturally he had to buy a lot. He didn't lack money anyway. A 60 million Ferrari? No need to say anything, just buy it. Bugatti Veyron 16.4? Only 130 million? That's a bargain, buy it. Maserati. Buy it. In short, the word is buy. Price was the last thing on Qin Feng's mind. He bought more than 20 luxury cars in one go, spending more than 1 billion yuan. The balance in his bank card also soared to 100 billion yuan. If the Forbes list were updated now, Qin Feng would definitely be among the top 10 in China. As for the other people in the exhibition area, they were all shocked by Qin Feng. They have seen wealthy people before, but they have never seen anyone like Qin Feng, who treats buying a car like buying groceries. At this moment, many beautiful women looked at Qin Feng with eyes like a hungry wolf looking at a lamb. If it weren't for the crowd, Qin Feng was really worried that he might be eaten by these women. He couldn't help but shiver, and after giving a detailed explanation, he turned around and was about to leave. Ding, as your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 100 billion, the system will give you an additional reward, 51% of the shares of TX Technology Company, Limited. The stock certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Just then, the voice of the system came again in Qin Feng's mind. After listening to the content of the system, Qin Feng was stunned. TX Technology Company, Limited is the leader of the e-commerce industry in China. The industries involved are also quite extensive, and as early as 2014, it had already entered the world's top 500 industries. If Qin Feng remembers correctly, the market value of TX is currently around 3 trillion yuan. 51% of the shares is equivalent to more than 1.5 trillion yuan. Just thinking about it makes Qin Feng's heart race. Moreover, the value embodied by these 51% of the shares is not just about money. As a large joint stock company, owning 51% of TX is equivalent to having the largest controlling stake in TX. It can be said that previously, no matter how rich Qin Feng was, in the eyes of some people, he was just a nouveau riche. But now that he owns the majority stake in TX, he has truly entered the upper class. Meanwhile, TX headquarters, which had just learned the news, immediately called an emergency meeting. I really didn't expect someone to pull off such a big move and acquire 51% of our company's shares. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Ma Yu, the former largest shareholder with 28% of TX's shares, showed a worried expression at the meeting. You have to understand that he founded TX company single-handedly. Now there is suddenly a mysterious major shareholder with 51% of the shares. No one in his position could remain calm. It's really unbelievable, and I've never heard of this QF venture capital company before. I have to admit, this venture capital company is really quite powerful. It actually only took one day to buy all the shares from other venture capitalists. Indeed, they didn't even bother to say hello to us. It seems they offered a price that was impossible to refuse. Well, now we can only hope that they are here for the money, if they intend to take control. The people sitting there are all shareholders and senior management of TX, and they are also full of worry. After all, no one knows the personality of the new shareholders. If they happen to be a new official who takes power and directly gets rid of them, they won't know who to cry to. As for giving the new shareholders a scare, they simply don't dare to think in that direction. Whoever can spend such a large sum of money to acquire 51% of the shares is not someone who can be easily offended. Forget it, I might as well give QF Venture Capital a call to sound them out. Seeing that everyone was talking at the same time and couldn't come up with anything, Ma Yu immediately took out his phone and said, "A fiery red Lamborghini Poison.
Even in a metropolis like Xinjiang, it is very rare to see one on the street. Not to mention that there is a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the car. Chapter 12, Chapter 012, Take Me to Huaihai Villa.
Just as Qin Feng left the car show, he asked the person in charge to find a designated driver for him. I don't know what the person was thinking, but they directly found a beautiful car model for Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up and down at the car model in front of him, and he was quite impressed. He had seen beautiful women before, but this one next to him with such an explosive figure was really the first time he had seen it. For a while, he really didn't come back to his senses. Facing Qin Feng's somewhat aggressive gaze, Shen Menghan felt a little overwhelmed. After a long while, she weakly said, "Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, where are we going now?" She had seen a lot of rich people, and there were many rich second-generation men who chased after her. In front of those people, she was completely like a high and mighty white swan. If other people dared to look at her like that, she would definitely not give them a good face. However, when she faced Qin Feng, she appeared to be very timid. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would make Qin Feng unhappy. Cough. Qin Feng coughed twice before he could look away from Shen Menghan. Trying hard to suppress the urge to bleed from his nose, he said very seriously, "Take me to Huaihai Villa." To be honest, this girl's figure is really too provocative. If it weren't for the sturdy seatbelt of the Lamborghini, I'm afraid it would have been stretched to breaking point by now. Huaihai Villa? Hearing Qin Feng say this, Shen Menghan's heart couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes immediately sparkled. At the same time, she secretly thought in her heart that such a man, this girl definitely cannot let go easily. Thinking about this, she slammed the accelerator. Along the way, Shen Menghan was openly and secretly inquiring about Qin Feng's general situation. When she learned that Qin Feng had started from scratch on his own and had everything he had now, her thoughts became even more determined. After about half an hour, the car arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa. "Hello, may I help you?" When the security guard saw a Lamborghini parked in front of the gate, he immediately came running over. "I am the owner of Villa 95, please open the gate." Qin Feng told Shen Menghan to lower the window and then handed over his property ownership certificate. "Villa 95? The security guard was taken aback and took over the property ownership certificate to read it. "Ha! It really is." After confirming the information, the security guard couldn't help but gasp. "My goodness, the person in front of me is actually the big shot who bought the building. Mr. Qin, welcome to Huaihai Villa. Please let me know if there is anything I can do for you in the future." The security guard hurriedly returned the property book to Qin Feng and then respectfully saluted. In his mind, the person in front of him was definitely the most powerful person in Huaihai Villa, and he must not offend him in the future. After successfully entering the community, Qin Feng and the others were also shocked by the scene before them. Both sides of the wide asphalt road were lined with all kinds of rare green plants. The birdsong and flowers, the green mountains and clear waters, gave people a strong sense of comfort. A short drive further, and there were rows of European-style high-end villas. Thanks to the road signs, Shen Menghan quickly drove to the center of the community building 95, the king of the block. It can be seen that this villa is obviously much larger than the surrounding villas. The high-ceilinged foyer and imposing front door, the round arched windows and stone masonry at the corners show off its grace and luxury. Perhaps it was the security guard at the door who notified him, because there was a man in a suit standing outside the villa door at this time. As soon as the Lamborghini came to a stop, he immediately trotted over and stood respectfully on the side. Soon, Qin Feng and the others got out of the car. "My goodness, how can Mr. Qin be so young? He is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty." Wang Hao was shocked when he saw Qin Feng and his companion get out of the car. Qin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Qin." Upon being asked by Qin Feng, Wang Hao snapped back to reality and quickly introduced himself. "I am the property manager here, Wang Hao. I am very happy that you are staying at our Huaihai Villa." "Oh, so you are Mr. Wang." Qin Feng smiled and shook his hand. Didn't he know that Mr. Wang was here? "Mr. Qin, this is how it is. I've come specially to hand you the keys." Saying this, Wang Hao handed Qin Feng something that looked like a remote control. Qin Feng took it and understood its purpose at a glance. Smiling, he said, "Thank you very much, Manager Wang." "You're welcome." Wang Hao felt a little flattered and quickly replied respectfully, "It's our pleasure to be of service to you. Since the key has been delivered, I won't disturb you too." After saying this, Wang Hao turned around and left tactfully.
Mr. Qin,
Shen Menghan, who was standing aside, looked at the villa in front of her, her face full of envy. Just as she was about to say something, Xin Feng's phone rang. Xin Feng gestured for her to wait a moment and then answered the phone.
Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Qin Feng?
It was the voice of a middle-aged man on the other end of the line, and it sounded slightly surprised.
Yes, this is Qin Feng. Hello, Mr. Qin, this is Mayu from TX Technology. I'd like to talk to you about something. Is this a good time? To be honest, Mayu was very doubtful that he had the right number.
After all, the voice on the other end sounded very young.
But if the name matched, it must be the right number. Mayu?
Xin Feng was taken aback at first, but soon thought of something.
Even so, he said, what do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Qin, it's like this, didn't you acquire 51% of our TX technology through QF Venture Capital? I just want to ask, what are your plans for the future development of our company?
When Mayu asked this, he was also extremely nervous.
What plans can I have?
Just do what you did before, and continue as usual. Xin Feng knew exactly what Mayu meant. The guy was obviously worried that he would seize power.
He really didn't want to let Xin Feng manage TX technology.
Since the guy had called, Xin Feng might as well reassure him. Although I have 51% of your TX technology shares, I don't have the time to manage it.
You can handle it yourself.
Having said that, Xin Feng didn't forget to give him a little nudge.
Of course, if there are any major moves, you must discuss them with me, otherwise. Don't worry, we know what to do.
As soon as Mayu heard that Xin Feng had no intention of meddling in TX, his heart immediately relaxed, and he kept reassuring Xin Feng.
Well, that's it.
Xin Feng was quite satisfied with Mayu's attitude, and he would visit the company when he had time.
I hope you won't let me down.
After saying these words, he hung up the phone directly.
Chapter 13, what is the concept of 51% of the shares?
However, at this time, Shen Mengyao, who was standing aside, had already opened her mouth in surprise. She had heard what Xin Feng had just said clearly.
How could Shen Mengyao not know what kind of existence TX technology was?
She just never imagined that the man in front of her would actually own shares in TX technology, and it was still 51%.
What is the concept of 51% of the shares? Isn't that the real person in charge of TX technology? My goodness, what kind of a mortal is this man in front of me?
Just as Shen Mengyao was in a state of shock, Xin Feng put away his phone.
Turning his head, he asked Shen Mengyao, what did you want to say to me just now? I didn't, nothing.
Shen Mengyao, who had come back to her senses, wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words when they reached her lips. In fact, she really wanted to ask if Xin Feng had a girlfriend now. But she was worried that if she asked, Xin Feng might not like it.
Xin Feng naturally didn't know about her thoughts.
Seeing that she had nothing to say, he simply handed her the remote control and said, "Let's go in and have a look." After saying that, he directly pulled open the door of the Lamborghini and got in.
Oh my god, the male god actually invited me to go in together. He's not interested in me too, is he?
Shen Mengyao, who had taken the remote control, suddenly felt her heart racing. Forcing down the joy in her heart, she pressed the door switch and then jumped into the driver's seat.
A moment later, the Lamborghini pulled up to the parking space in the villa.
As soon as they got out of the car, the two of them began to look around.
The pool, the greenery, the lawn, the pavilions, all of it was very tastefully decorated. It was like a fairy tale.
When Xin Feng and Shen Mengyao opened the door and entered the villa hall, they were even more shocked.
My goodness, this is just too luxurious. Shen Mengyao's mouth hung open in shock, her face full of disbelief.
Shen Mengyao was not the type of person who had never seen a villa before, but a villa as luxurious as the one in front of her was truly something she had never seen before in her life. The height of the first floor hall alone was definitely no less than 10 meters. The interior was decorated in a pure European style, with sofas, lighting, potted plants, and floor tiles all from world-famous brands. Just looking at it all made people feel full of class. Shen Mengyao guessed that this villa was definitely the most luxurious one in Huaihai Villa. In fact, she was not wrong at all. Just this villa of Qin Feng's is twice the size of the other villas. What's more, Villa 95 is the king of Huaihai Villa.
As the name suggests, 95 is taken from the meaning of the Supreme Five, i.e. the 5 emperors.
If it were in ancient times, this would be exclusively for the royal family. As for the value of this villa, naturally it is incomparable to the other villas. In a place like the deep city, where every inch of land is expensive, a conservative estimate is that it is worth at least 1 billion. After walking around in a circle for a while, the two of them were exhausted. Lying on the leather sofa, Chin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This house is beautiful, but it is a bit too big. And it feels like something is missing."
"What's missing?"
Shen Mengyao asked curiously while massaging Chin Feng's shoulders. In her opinion, there shouldn't be anything lacking in such a luxurious villa.
What else could be lacking? Naturally, it's lacking in popularity.
Chin Feng smiled and replied, "With a house this big, I'm really a little scared to live here alone." This is really not Chin Feng talking nonsense. You have to know that there are more than 10 rooms in his villa alone, so it's strange not to be scared at night.
Air.
Shen Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little dazed, suddenly feeling that what Chin Feng said seemed to make a lot of sense.
After a moment of silence, she blushed and said, "Why don't I move in with you?"
After saying this, Shen Mengyao immediately began to regret it. After all, she and Chin Feng had only just met, and now she was saying such a thing. She was very afraid that Chin Feng would think that she was the kind of woman who didn't know how to behave.
"Are you serious?"
Chin Feng also perked up at this. He hurriedly sat up from the sofa and brought his head directly in front of Shen Mengyao.
"Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? It would be a lie to say that you wouldn't be tempted by such a pretty girl." I don't know."
Looking at Chin Feng's gaze, which carried a hint of aggression, Shen Mengyao suddenly panicked. She lowered her head, her gaze obviously avoiding his. She had just spoken her mind on impulse.
In fact, this is normal.
How could she not have thoughts when faced with a handsome guy like Chin Feng?
Didn't there used to be a popular online meme not long ago? Question: what kind of man is the most handsome?
Woman: the man who can drive a Ferrari single-handedly is the most handsome.
With Chin Feng's qualifications, let alone driving a Ferrari single-handedly. A Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce, what can't he drive? I'm currently looking for a driver, would you like to help me?
Chin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he asked Shen Mengyao.
In Chin Feng's mind, he was now a wealthy man, so wouldn't it be too low to drive himself when going out?
Moreover, Shen Mengyao was pretty and had a good figure, so it would be quite nice for her to drive for him.
Driver?
Shen Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she heard Chin Feng say this. She was about to say something, but then she heard Chin Feng speak again.
"I'll pay you 500,000 yuan a month." 500,000?
Shen Mengyao wanted to refuse, but when she heard this, she almost bit her tongue in surprise.
What was the concept of 500,000?
Even in a first-tier city like Xincheng, the average white-collar worker could only get 10 or 20,000 a month at the most. She worked as a car model at the auto show center, and she only made a little over 10,000 a month.
Now Chin Feng was offering 500,000, so how could she not be surprised?
After coming back to her senses, she immediately nodded and replied, "I'm willing.
A chauffeur is a chauffeur. What if one day I get a permanent position?"
Hey, that's a good girl."
Chin Feng gave a little laugh and reached out to pinch Shen Mengyao's cheek.
Not to mention, it felt pretty good.
Oh my god. Is this the legendary overbearing CEO?
Feeling the warmth from Chin Feng's palm, Shen Mengyao heart nearly jumped out of her chest. To be honest, she didn't dislike Chin Feng's teasing at all, but instead, she inexplicably felt a little excited.
Chapter 14. Come work for me as my personal butler. That's right, you think you're just working under me. As for the title, just call me Master. Yes, Master, do you think you need a maid for your villa?
Shen Mengyao came back to her senses and said to Chin Feng. Indeed, you need a maid. Chin Feng looked around and agreed with Shen Mengyao, but the house was a bit big, and one maid was definitely not enough. Right, you also need a high-quality housekeeper. Thinking about this, Chin Feng immediately picked up his phone and looked at the recruitment website. What made him frown, however, was that after looking for a long time, he couldn't find anyone satisfactory. Either they were too old, or they were too ugly. Seeing Chin Feng frowning, Shen Mengyao leaned her little head over.
Master, there seems to be a talent ranking in the upper left corner, why don't you click in and have a look? Hey, it's true. Chin Feng exclaimed, and clicked in.
Sumo Yu, 24 years old, the website's only 9-star talent, graduated from Milangua's Harvard University with a doctorate in economic management. Huang Chuchu, 23 years old, top 8-star talent, graduated from the University of Jianqiao in the country that never sets, with a doctorate in hotel management. Xiao Yuqing, 23 years old, top 8-star talent, graduated from South China Medical University with a doctorate in traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Haitang, 24 years old, top 7-star talent, graduated from the New Oriental Chef Academy, worked as a chef at a 6-star hotel in the Magic City. Guan Feifei, 23 years old, top 6-star talent, graduated from the Imperial Capital Aviation Academy, worked for China Eastern Airlines. These dozen or so people all seem quite good. Looking at the content and photos on his phone, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. In particular, this girl named Su Moyu, a PhD in economics and management, she should be more than enough to be a housekeeper. After some careful selection, Qin Feng directly made the decision. This way. Qin Feng also quickly found the contact information of these people and called them over. Hello, is this Su Moyu? Qin Feng's first call was to Su Moyu. This is a PhD in economics and management, and just this degree alone can scare a lot of people. Not to mention that she is also quite pretty, she must be taken. Yes, this is she. Who is this? Su Moyu, who was shopping with her best friend, couldn't help but frown slightly after receiving Qin Feng's call. She couldn't remember when she had given her phone number to a strange man. My name is Qin Feng, I just saw your resume on 58.com. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Oh, I see. Upon hearing these words, Su Moyu suddenly remembered what this was about and immediately asked with a smile, Mr. Qin, did you call me for a job? That's right. I want you to be my personal butler. What do you think? Personal butler? Su Moyu was instantly filled with shame and anger. What a nutcase. I'm not interested. After saying that, she was about to hang up the phone. She was very suspicious, wondering if Qin Feng on the other end of the line had any ulterior motives. Qin Feng had actually expected this result. Without waiting for Su Moyu to hang up, he said, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I can give you. I already said I'm not interested. Are you deaf? Su Moyu interrupted directly, I advise you to save it. I, Su Moyu, am not that kind of person. Cough cough. Qin Feng didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn. After a dry cough, he continued, I can give you 5 million yuan a month. Not to mention 5 million, even if it's 50 million, Su Moyu, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly froze in midair. He couldn't believe what he heard and asked, how much did you say? 5 million. Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he said indifferently. He guessed that Su Moyu should be tempted by the salary he offered. 5 million? Upon hearing Qin Feng's confirmation, Su Moyu couldn't hold back and let out a gasp. His girlfriend, who was standing nearby, saw Su Moyu's surprised expression and asked immediately. Someone said they want to offer me a monthly salary of 5 million. What? 5 million. My goodness, is that true? Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, her girlfriend also became a little agitated. Not to mention 5 million, she has never seen even 500,000 in her life. I don't know. Su Moyu shook his head and pointed at his phone, asking, why don't I ask? Do I need to teach you that? Hurry up and ask. It was clear that Su Moyu's best friend seemed even more anxious than she was. Mr. Qin, I want to ask, is the 5 million monthly salary you just mentioned true? Su Moyu didn't dare waste any time, and asked Qin Feng. Of course it's true. Qin Feng naturally heard the conversation between the two of them earlier, and immediately replied with a smile, as long as your work ability can meet my expectations, the bonus might even exceed this amount. There's a bonus? To be honest, Su Moyu was really tempted. However, she then thought of something else and couldn't help but frown and ask, Mr. Qin, I want to ask, if I agree to be your personal butler, what will I need to do? This was Su Moyu's biggest concern. Although the salary Qin Feng offered was indeed tempting, she also had her own bottom line. Her best friend, who was standing nearby, became a little anxious when she heard Su Moyu say this. I said, Moyu, that's a monthly salary of 5 million, what do you care? Even if the other party really has some ulterior motives, it's worth it for the 5 million monthly salary. However, Su Moyu did not pay any attention to her best friend, but just waited quietly for Qin Feng's reply. She was sure that if Qin Feng's reply did not satisfy her, she would not hesitate to hang up the phone. Compared to money, she valued her bottom line even more. What do you need to do? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, what you need to do is very simple, just help me manage the trivial matters of life. Is it that simple? Of course, what did you think? Cough.
Sumoyu coughed twice, then let out a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, if that's all, I promise." Now that I think about it, it seems that she doesn't have any other intentions towards her. Well, that's good, just report to number 95 Huaihai Villa the morning after the day after tomorrow. Since he had to go to overseas Chinese town with Chinyu and the others the next 2 days, he set the time for the day after tomorrow. After getting Sumoyu to cooperate, he didn't waste any time and made another phone call. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was quite satisfactory. In less than 3 minutes, Huang Chuchu, a doctoral student in hotel management, was also taken down. In fact, this is quite normal. After all, Qin Feng's salary is really hard to refuse. Follow the law. In about half an hour, everyone else was unable to resist the temptation of Qin Feng's money. Chapter 15, We don't accept takeaways at our 3 Michelin stars. Having settled everything, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little smug. These people he had recruited were absolutely goddess-like in the eyes of ordinary people. However, to Qin Feng, they were just butlers and maids. With such a gap, which man wouldn't be envious? After coming back to his senses, he turned to Shen Mengyao and asked, "So, are you hungry?" "Well, a little." Shen Mengyao nodded shyly after hearing this. "Okay, what do you want to eat?" Qin Feng opened the takeaway app and handed it to Shen Mengyao. However, what made Qin Feng a little depressed was that Shen Mengyao had been waiting for a long time but hadn't ordered anything yet. "What's the matter? Can't you find anything you want to eat?" "Well." Shen Mengyao nodded, not knowing what to eat. "How about this, I'll order." If it were the old Qin Feng, he would definitely be like Shen Mengyao, not knowing what to order. Of course, it's not that he doesn't know what to eat, but he simply can't afford it. Because the things he wants to eat are really a bit too expensive. Thinking about what the protagonists in novels used to eat, which were all 3-star Michelin restaurants, Qin Feng made a decision all of a sudden. However, after looking all over the takeaway app, there were simply no 3-star Michelin restaurants. Damn, why aren't there any 3-star Michelin restaurants? Qin Feng was a little depressed and couldn't help but murmur. Hearing Qin Feng's murmur, Shen Mengyao smiled and said, "Michelin 3-star restaurants can only be booked to eat in the store, they don't do takeaways." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng suddenly understood, but he didn't intend to give up. He said to Shen Mengyao, "Do you want to eat there?" "I want to eat there, but..." Shen Mengyao naturally wanted to eat there, but with her salary, she didn't dare to go. Of course, she had been invited by many rich guys before, but she had rejected them all. "Just say you want to eat." Before Shen Mengyao could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her directly. "No takeaways?" He didn't believe that there were still problems in the world that money couldn't solve. Without saying much, he directly found the contact information of the 3-star Michelin restaurant online and called it. "Hello, this is the 3-star Michelin restaurant in Xincheng. How may I help you?" Soon, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, I would like to order takeaway from you." Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I'm sorry, but we at Michelin 3 stars do not accept takeaway. If you want..." You could hear a hint of disdain in the tone of the female voice on the other end. In fact, this is quite normal. They at Michelin 3 stars are a world-famous high-end restaurant. Even in a first-tier city like Xinjiang, there are only 3 such restaurants. The people who can eat at their restaurants are basically non-rich or non-noble. Even those people have to obediently follow their rules and make reservations in advance. And Qin Feng is asking for takeaway right away. Isn't this lowering the standard of their restaurant? She already felt that she had given her face by not hanging up the phone directly. However, Qin Feng didn't care about that and interrupted directly, saying, "I may order a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, are you sure you want to refuse?" Since he wants to eat at a 3-star Michelin restaurant today, he definitely won't give up easily. "Make a reservation? What the hell is that? How much?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the girl on the other side was instantly startled. "I said I want to order a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you can't deliver, then forget it." No, I'll go get our manager." "Please wait a moment." Although they are a famous Michelin 3-star restaurant, their daily turnover is only a few $100,000. Now Qin Feng is talking about hundreds of thousands. If she really messes it up, she will definitely be fired. Not daring to waste any time, after saying hello to Qin Feng, he hurriedly went to find their manager. When the manager of the Michelin 3-star restaurant learned about this, he also immediately trotted over. "Hello, I am Lu Wei, the manager of the 3-star Michelin restaurant. Do you really want to order a meal that costs several 100,000 yuan?
This is a big customer, and Lu Wei spoke in a very polite tone.
That's right. Xin Feng nodded, but then he smiled and said, but I heard that you can't order takeaway from your restaurant? Ahem.
Lu Wei coughed awkwardly twice, but then quickly smiled flattery. According to the rules, that's true.
But rules are meant to be broken, and people are meant to be flexible.
If it were anyone else, it would definitely not be possible, but for a big customer like you, it would be an honor for our restaurant to provide takeaway. It has to be said, to be able to hold the position of a 3-star Michelin manager, Lu Wei's face is really not average thick.
Okay, in that case, then bring me a copy of all your restaurant's signature dishes.
Xin Feng felt a little funny after hearing this. Even Shen Mengyao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but purse her lips when she heard Lu Wei's words.
Really? That's great.
Lu Wei almost jumped for joy when he heard this. At the same time, he secretly praised his performance just now.
Of course, you can just have someone deliver it to 95 Huaihai Villa.
After Qin Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. What he didn't know was that his last words had made Lu Wei gasp in shock. Lu Wei, as the manager of a 3-star Michelin restaurant, was definitely well-traveled and knowledgeable.
Whoever lived in Huaihai Villa was no ordinary person. Not to mention that it was the king of Huaihai Villa.
Not wanting to waste any time, he hung up the phone and hurriedly asked someone to make the arrangements.
Half an hour passed, and the door to the villa was finally pressed.
Qin Feng immediately saw on the CCTV that there were 2 foreigners standing outside the villa pushing a food cart. A man and a woman, both wearing special chef uniforms from a 3-star Michelin restaurant. The man looked a bit older, and judging from the white hat on his head, he was definitely a chef. As for the woman standing next to him, she had blonde hair and blue eyes and was quite pretty.
Although the chef's uniform she was wearing was relatively loose, it still couldn't hide her perfect figure.
Even compared to Shen Mengyao, she didn't feel inferior at all.
Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Is this a slap in the face? Chef Charlie, I think Manager Lu has really gone too far.
Alice, who was standing outside the door waiting, said with a face full of complaints.
What do you mean? Chef Charlie asked. Humph.
Alice snorted and continued, we are a 3-star Michelin chef, and now we have to deliver takeaways for the Chinese.
Doesn't he know the company's rules? I think he is completely humiliating us and lowering the restaurant's standards. It is not difficult to hear that Alice is quite dissatisfied with Lu Wei's arrangement.
Hey, you're right.
Chef Charlie sighed after hearing this. In fact, he thinks the same as Alice, that Lu Wei is deliberately targeting them.
You have to understand that chefs like them are very proud inside.
Delivering someone else's food is like slapping them in the face? But since Lu Wei is the manager, they can only hold back their emotions.
While they were discussing in a low voice, Qin Feng used the remote control to open the villa gate. When they saw the gate open, the 2 of them immediately stopped talking. Led by Charlie, they pushed the food cart and walked in.
This is a bit too luxurious, isn't it?
As the 2 entered the villa grounds, they were immediately captivated by the surroundings. Although they were both 3-star Michelin chefs and lived in villas in the city, compared to Qin Feng's place, it was like heaven and earth.
Chef Charlie, this villa is so big, how much did it cost?
Alice gasped and asked Chef Charlie, who was also shocked. I don't know, but it must be no less than $100 million.
What? $100 million?
You know, her monthly salary is only $10,000. For a villa like this, even if she doesn't eat or drink, it would take her 1,000 years to buy it. Alice almost stumbled and fell to the ground when she heard what Chef Charlie said.
Well, it could be more. Chef Charlie was actually no less shocked than Alice.
They had originally thought that delivering takeaway to this house today was a deliberate humiliation. But now it seems that it is not at all what they thought. After all, not just anyone can serve such important people.
Thinking about this, Charlie's face immediately became serious.
After a moment of silence, he whispered to Alice, Alice, you have to listen to me next.
Don't say anything to upset the important people inside, do you hear? Yes, I know.
Alice also knew the importance of the situation and nodded like a little chicken pecking rice. Soon, the 2 of them finally arrived at the door of the villa on foot. Qin Feng had previously opened the villa door after pressing the button outside the courtyard. The 2 knocked on the door and then pushed the dining cart inside. As expected, the villa was even more luxurious than the outside. If they weren't pushing the cart, they would have fainted at this moment.
The two suppressed their shock and looked up towards the sofa. At this time, a handsome man and beautiful woman were sitting on the sofa, and the look in their eyes was quite friendly. "Hello, we are 3-star Michelin chefs. You can call me Charlie." After introducing himself, Charlie pointed to Alice. "This is Alice, she is also the chef of our restaurant." "Hello, we are very happy to be able to serve you." Although Alice's Chinese was not very good, she could still speak it basically. "Well, hello." Qin Feng nodded, pulled Shin Mengyao from the sofa and stood up, smiling at Alice and saying, "Well, you two will have a hard day." "It's not hard, it's what we should do." Alice didn't wait for Charlie to speak, but preempted him. After saying that, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Even Charlie, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but look at Alice a few more times. You have to know that in his impression, Alice is definitely an arrogant little princess. He really didn't expect her to say something like that. Otherwise, when he first came in, he wouldn't have specifically told her not to say anything. But how would he know that no matter how proud Alice was, she was just a little woman? With a face like Qin Feng's, she was already quite good for calmly responding back. After coming back to her senses, Chef Charlie took Alice to a nearby table. Although the table was large, it was still full. After Qin Feng and the others sat down, Charlie introduced them one by one. There were oyster crumbles, chilled oysters, lemon sorbet, caviar ice skate, etc. It had to be said that the 3 Michelin stars were not undeserved. The two of them were almost drooling. As for Alice, who was standing nearby, she was staring at Qin Feng without blinking. She had seen many Chinese men, and she had had many suitors. But she had never seen anyone as handsome as Qin Feng. Unconsciously, she had become a little infatuated. Chef Charlie saw this and was momentarily speechless. Cough. He coughed twice and immediately interrupted. "Alice, why aren't you pouring wine for our 2 distinguished guests?" Oh, okay. She didn't expect that she could be infatuated with a Chinese man like this. In a panic, she quickly picked up a bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1982. She decanted the wine into a wine decanter, and then poured a glass for each of Qin Feng and Shin Mengyao. Shen Mengyao, who was sitting nearby, naturally saw her embarrassment. To be honest, she felt a deep sense of pressure from Alice. At this time, she was really worried about what Qin Feng would think of her. As for the person involved, Qin Feng, he was quite calm. The dishes had only just been served when he started eating. By the time the two had finished eating, half an hour had passed. During this time, Alice had also been very attentive in Qin Feng's presence. Even Chef Charlie, who had known her for a long time, felt that Alice seemed like a different person. In his opinion, Alice would never serve another man. But Alice's performance had directly refreshed his perception. Chapter 17 Chapter 16 My God, the restaurant is really scary. My 2 esteemed guests, I am very happy to be able to serve you this time. After collecting the plates, Charlie led Alice to bow deeply to Qin Feng and his companion. The food in your restaurant is really good. Qin Feng smacked his lips and laughed, and also, I am very satisfied with your service. I'm glad you are satisfied, Charlie said, and handed Qin Feng a bill. This is the bill for your consumption this time. Take a look. A total of 660,000? After reading the bill, Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly exclaim, these 3 Michelin stars are really not cheap. If this were in the past, he would never have imagined it. Of course, Qin Feng was just thinking, he doesn't lack money now. He casually took out his black card and handed it to Chef Charlie. Go ahead and swipe it. It's 700,000 yuan in total, and the extra 40,000 yuan is for you as a tip. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the 2 Charlies today. Really? Then thank you very much. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Charlie was overjoyed. This is 40,000 yuan. Even a 9-star chef like him can't help but be moved. He had seen his fair share of local tyrants, but Qin Feng was so incredibly generous that it was the first time he had seen anything like it. The resentment he had felt at the beginning had long since vanished. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly praise Lu Wei's decision. As for Alice, who was standing nearby, she was stunned. She wasn't shocked by Qin Feng's generosity, but by the bank card Charlie was holding. After a long while, she pointed at the bank card and stuttered, Is this a black card from Huaya Bank? Oh my God. Although a black card from Huaya Bank is not as good as a black card from Centurion, it is also a symbol of status abroad. She had only heard legends about this kind of card, so where did she expect to see it in person now? Hearing Alice's exclamation, Chef Charlie took a closer look. However, at this moment, he almost trembled and threw the black card on the ground. Oh my god, this is really it. There was nothing he could do, as this was the first time he had seen it. Ahem. Sheen Fong coughed twice when he saw this. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly think to himself, it's just a black card, what's the big deal? These foreigners, they feel like such country bumpkins. Hearing Sheen Fong cough, Charlie also immediately realized his inappropriate behavior. He first gave Sheen Fong an apologetic smile, and then he fumbled with the card. He looked so careful, as if he was afraid that he would damage the black card if he used too much force. Ding, you have spent a total of 70,000 yuan this time, and successfully rebated 7,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. Chef Charlie's card had just been successfully swiped when the system's voice immediately entered Qin Feng's mind. The next second, a text message from the bank came through. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 7,000 yuan at 1623 on July 2nd, and the balance after the transaction is 1378,0604, 6889 yuan. To be honest, at this point, Qin Feng had become immune to these numbers. Even though he had just directly credited 70 million, there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. But his performance was incredibly shocking to Alice and the others. In their minds, there were probably not many people in the world who could afford to spend 700,000 on a meal and not bat an eye. After Chef Charlie swiped his card, he respectfully returned it. And just then, Qin Feng's phone rang. The call was from the car show, saying that the luxury cars Qin Feng had purchased had been delivered to the front door of the villa. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng got up and walked out. Alice and the others saw this and, although they didn't understand why, they followed suit. However, when they saw the brand new luxury cars drive into Qin Feng's garage, they immediately went dumb. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? Charlie couldn't help but feel a little dizzy and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was very suspicious, and wondered if Qin Feng had bought the entire car show. Alice, standing nearby, was no better off. Her small cherry lips were about to be surprised into stuffing an egg. There was no way they had never seen rich people buying luxury cars. But Qin Feng buying them in bulk was really unheard of. They had to say that this scene before them had completely overturned their perception of rich people. Time quickly crept up to around 6 p.m. I still have some business to attend to in the evening. Are you going home or what? Me? I still have to go to the car show. I haven't been paid yet. Well, then, you can stay here and guard the house. Qin Feng nodded and smiled, saying, wait, just take one of the cars and go. I'll go first. After saying this, he walked away from the villa. Qin Feng was not worried at all that Shen Mengyao would steal his car and run away. After all, in his opinion, as long as she was a smart woman, she would never do such a stupid thing as to throw away the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. Chapter 18, Chapter 018, The Most Pretentious Person, Chen Xiaokuan. After leaving the villa, Qin Feng first wandered around the garage. To be honest, for a while he really had some difficulty making a decision. After all, there were just too many luxury cars in the garage. Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, that seemed a bit too high profile. Ferrari LaFerrari? No, it feels too flashy. I have to say, too many cars can also be a headache. After some thought, Qin Feng finally got into the fiery red Lamborghini. He drove recklessly, straight out of Huaihai Villa. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at an industrial park. This was where he used to rent a room, very close to the factory, only a few hundred meters away. Due to the industrial park, the houses in this area were much cheaper than other places. Qin Feng then prepared to go back to his rented room first. After all, there were still quite a few of his personal belongings there. As the sky gradually grew dark, Qin Feng casually found a location and parked the car. He rented an old-fashioned building. Although the house was a bit run down, the location was quite good. The landlord, in order to facilitate and maximize profits, directly rented out an entire floor. With Qin Feng's previous income, it was definitely impossible to rent an entire floor. There were 5 people living together, 3 men and 2 women, all of whom worked in factories nearby. Apart from the living room and bathroom, which were shared, the rooms were basically independent. When shared, the rent was only 600 yuan per person per month. Compared to other places in the city, this rent was considered very cheap.
When Qin Feng opened the door and walked into the living room, he found that 3 of the 4 people had already returned, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was cooking in the kitchen, while the 2 remaining men were sitting on the sofa watching TV.
Hey, Fengzi, you're back. Why didn't I see you go to work today?
The person speaking was Qin Shaokuan, who even at home did not forget to wear his white shirt and looked well dressed. He and Qin Feng worked in the same factory, but in different positions. Usually relying on his identity as a technician, he inexplicably had a sense of superiority and basically rarely spoke to a general worker like Qin Feng. You have to know that Qin Feng was publicly slapped in the face by Lin Xiaoping yesterday, and the whole factory knows about it today. Now he's deliberately asking Qin Feng this question, and it doesn't look like he has any good intentions. If this had happened in the past, Qin Feng would definitely have responded without hesitation with such harsh sarcasm. However, now he feels that talking to such a person is really demeaning.
He didn't bother to respond to him and just sat down on a stool to watch TV. Damn it, Fengzi, what kind of attitude is that?
Seeing that Qin Feng actually dared to ignore him, Chen Xiaochuan also lost his temper. I was going to introduce you to our technical department, but with that attitude of yours, you might as well be feeding the dog. In his mind, Qin Feng was just a lowly worker, so where did he get the nerve to act like a big shot in front of him?
Ha ha. Qin Feng couldn't help but snicker twice after hearing that.
A pretentious jerk is a pretentious jerk. You have to know that Chen Xiaokuan has already said this kind of thing many times before to show off in front of his roommates. At first, Qin Feng was really tempted and bought him a lot of water and cigarettes. But then he realized that this guy was just trying to show off and feel superior in front of him. Now if you still believe this guy's nonsense, you're really an idiot.
What are you laughing at?
I have to say, Qin Feng's laugh directly irritated Chen Xiaokuan.
It's nothing.
Qin Feng said indifferently, I'm doing pretty well at work, so don't worry about me.
Doing well at work? How is that possible?
You weren't fired.
Chen Xiaochuan stopped in his tracks.
He knew that Qin Feng had obviously been deliberately mocking him when he said that. If he said that he had known that Qin Feng had been fired, what would other people think? At that moment, Han Su, who was sitting nearby, also spoke up.
Qin Feng, I think Xiaokuan is right.
If he gets you into the technical department, the salary will be more than 10,000 yuan. People are now trying to help you, but your attitude is really quite disheartening. Hansu was originally from the same hometown as Chen Xiaokuan, so naturally his words were biased in Chen Xiaokuan's favor. After he finished, he didn't forget to look at Qin Feng disdainfully. In his opinion, with Qin Feng's education and background, he would never be able to earn 10,000 yuan a month in his life.
Hey, who's to say that's not true?
After hearing this, Chen Xiaokuan couldn't help but shrug his shoulders.
Since the others didn't feel the need, that's fine.
By the way, I'm giving out bonuses tomorrow, probably about 30,000 yuan.
Why don't I treat everyone to dinner?
I'll go, Xiaokuan, you're awesome. Upon hearing Chen Xiaokuan's words, Han Su stood up from the sofa and said with envy, you're really giving out a bonus of 30,000 yuan. It seems like I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't take advantage of you.
Ha ha. Chen Xiaokuan laughed, go ahead and take advantage of me. It's only 30,000 yuan, a small amount of money. You can choose where we eat.
Ha, we wouldn't dare. We'll wait for Yuqing to come back and make the decision. Just then, Wang Yan, who had just come out of the kitchen, teased Chen Xiaokuan with a smile. They knew very well that Chen Xiaokuan had been desperately wooing his roommate Xia Yuqing recently, to the point where he could no longer taste his food. Wang Yan was obviously implying something when she said that.
Don't tease me. Chen Xiaokuan blushed and quickly changed the subject.
By the way, Swallow, how's the black-bone chicken soup I asked you to make for Yuqing? Don't worry, I'll make sure she's satisfied. Wang Yan finished speaking and didn't forget to wink at Chen Xiaokuan.
Brother Xiaokuan, why don't I make some tiger penis soup for you too? It might come in handy. Screw you, Yuqing and I aren't even close to getting married.
Chen Xiaokuan finished speaking and didn't forget to add, besides, my health is great right now, and I have no problem satisfying Yuqing. After all, Xia Yuqing has that body and looks. If he really manages to get her, he is really worried that he might not be able to keep her.
Clang!
Just then, the living room door was suddenly pushed open. Entering was a mature woman, about 23 or 24 years old, with a tall and full figure wearing a sky blue dress. Her stunning looks gave one the feeling of seeing a fairy. It had to be said, this was definitely the most beautiful woman Qin Feng had ever seen. As soon as Xiao Yuqing entered the door, she glared at Chen Xiaochuan and said, "Chen Xiaochuan, I advise you to watch what you say in the future." It was obvious that she had definitely heard Chen Xiaochuan's last sentence.
Chapter 19, A Broken Audi 6, is that so awesome? Yuqing? That?
Chen Xiaochuan was very stunned and stuttered, a little at a loss. The arrogance he had shown in front of Qin Feng earlier had long since vanished.
What do you mean? How many times have I told you not to call me Yuqing?
Xiao Yuqing finished angrily, not forgetting to give Chen Xiaochuan a disgusted look. With her figure and looks, she could find any man she wanted, so why would she look at Chen Xiaochuan? You have to know that if you were to count all the men who have chased after her over the years, it would probably take dozens of miles. Now this guy actually said such things, it's strange that she's not angry.
That.
Chen Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to call Xiao Yuqing. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly changed the subject and flattered, "I've already stewed the black-bone chicken soup for you, do you want to try it?" After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiao Yuqing to respond, and immediately trotted into the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, he quickly came out with a full bowl of chicken soup. He first blew on the edge of the bowl with his mouth, and then handed it to Xiao Yuqing with a smile, drinking slowly. "It's a bit hot." Looking at his appearance at the moment, he was just like a pug dog. Xiao Yuqing glanced at the chicken soup and said disdainfully, "I'm going to lose weight tonight, you keep it for yourself."
"Oh yes, I almost forgot."
Chen Xiaochuan seemed to have a sudden realization, and then hurriedly said, "How about this, I'll peel you an apple, you can't go without eating tonight." After saying that, he immediately returned to the kitchen with the chicken soup.
The most dog-licking in history.
Not only did Qin Feng think so, but Chen Su and Wang Yan also thought the same thing.
Before long, Chen Xiaochuan came out again with a plate of apples, saying flattery as he walked, "Yuqing, this is what I made this morning. I'm not in the mood, you eat it yourself."
However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yuqing coldly interrupted. After that, she walked past her room without looking back. Before leaving, her eyes inadvertently swept over Qin Feng's direction. To be honest, if she had to choose between Chen Xiaochuan and Qin Feng, she would definitely choose Qin Feng without hesitation. Not for anything else, but because Qin Feng is much more handsome than Chen Xiaochuan.
Of course, this is only if Xiao Yuqing doesn't consider other factors.
From what she knew about Qin Feng, it seemed that apart from appearance, other factors had already doomed the two of them.
For example, cars, houses, money.
If Qin Feng had all of these, maybe. Xiao Yuqing shook her head and directly dismissed these impractical thoughts from her head. However, what she didn't know was that the glance she had just given Qin Feng had made Qin Feng feel a little differently. Qin Feng knew very well that a woman like Xiao Yuqing would be very rational no matter what she did. It is not difficult to see this just by the fact that she has remained single for so many years. In the past, Qin Feng would never have thought anything of her, because he knew that it was simply impossible. But now, he is 100% confident of winning Xiao Yuqing. Jade. Seeing this, Chen Xiaochuan took the tray and chased after her in 3 quick steps. However, before he could get close, Xiao Yuqing's door slammed shut. Although they all live under the same roof, no one else can enter Xiao Yuqing's room unless the sun comes up from the west. Chen Xiaochuan's face was quite ugly after getting the cold shoulder. To ease his embarrassment, he forced a smile on his face and shouted at the door, "Yuqing, it's okay, you can rest early if you're tired. If you're hungry at night, just let me know and I'll cook again for you." After shouting these words, he did not forget to mute the TV sound, as if he was afraid of disturbing Xiao Yuqing's rest. I have to say, no one else can lick a dog like him. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, Qin Feng stood up and prepared to go back to his room to pack his things. However, at that moment, Chen Xiaochuan stopped him with a face full of anger. "Crazy, I warn you, stay away from Yuqing in the future, or I will not be nice to you." Obviously, he had noticed Xiao Yuqing's glance at Qin Feng just now. Although he didn't think that Xiao Yuqing would really fancy Qin Feng, he was just unhappy. Coupled with what had just happened, he vented his anger directly on Qin Feng.
"Ha ha."
Qin Feng sneered coldly, and said with a playful expression, "So what if I say no?"
"Dare you?"
As soon as he heard Qin Feng dare to retort like this, Chen Xiaochuan immediately exploded. With bloodshot eyes, he pointed at Qin Feng and roared, "How dare you, a jobless piece of trash, fight with me?
Do you believe I can find someone to play you to death in minutes?" However, Qin Feng was incredibly calm. "Any time." After lightly exhaling these 4 words, he pushed Chen Xiaochuan away and walked towards his room.
To be honest, with a character like this, Qin Feng really didn't want to bother with him with his current wealth. However, if Qin Shaokuan really doesn't know when to die and dares to provoke him, then Qin Feng will definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. Bastard! Seeing Qin Feng's departing back, Qin Shaokuan slammed a fist directly onto the coffee table.
Let him go and beat Qin Feng now?
He's not afraid of being laughed at if he says it out loud, he simply doesn't have the courage. There's nothing he can do. Who told Qin Feng that he was at least half a head taller than him? He definitely couldn't beat him up, so now he could only secretly swear in his heart that he would teach Qin Feng a lesson sometime. As for Qin Feng, he simply didn't take Qin Shaokuan seriously. He had originally planned to collect his luggage and leave tonight, but now Qin Feng had other ideas.
Wasn't Qin Shaokuan a dog licker?
Then Qin Feng would let him know what it meant to be a dog licker, to the point of having nothing left in the end. He snorted in derision and went straight to bed, where he fell asleep.
The next morning,
after Qin Feng finished washing up, he walked downstairs. He hadn't forgotten that he still had to pick up Qin Yu and the others from Xinjiang University today. It was a coincidence that he happened to see Xia Yuqing waiting for a taxi on the roadside not far away. It was Sunday, and Xia Yuqing had already made plans with her girlfriends to go out and have fun. Just then, a brand new Audi S6 pulled up directly in front of her. Qin Feng knew very well that this car belonged to Qin Shaokuan. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Qin Shaokuan stick his head out of the car window.
Yuqing, where are you going? Want to go together?
When Qin Shaokuan said this, he didn't forget to glance over at Qin Feng, as if to say, "Little punk, you dare to fight with me?
Do you have a car as awesome as this?"
However, what he didn't know was that in Qin Feng's opinion, his provocative look was just like a fool.
A broken Audi S6, is that so awesome? Chapter 20, Chapter 020, his car is definitely rented. Idiot.
Qin Feng snorted, and directly gave Qin Shaokuan the middle finger. Without waiting for Qin Shaokuan to react, he strode over to where he had parked his car. Although Qin Shaokuan was very unhappy, this was not the time to argue with Qin Feng. He opened the passenger door and waited for Xia Yuqing to get in.
Boom boom boom.
However, just then, a rumbling sound could be heard. Soon, a fiery red supercar was seen parked behind the Audi. Attracted by the sound, everyone immediately looked over.
Oh my, this car, isn't it just too beautiful?
Qin Shaokuan's mouth immediately opened in surprise when he got a good look at the car behind them.
He was also filled with envy.
His old Audi was nothing compared to this.
It really is beautiful. This should be a supercar, right?
Hansu, who was sitting in the back seat, also agreed with Qin Shaokuan. Gee, this car must cost a few million, I'm so envious.
Wang Yan was full of envy.
She wished she could be sitting in that car.
A few million? My goodness, that's so expensive. How long will I have to work to afford it?
Hansu was shocked when he heard Wang Yan say that the car cost a few million. He had to bite his tongue to keep from speaking. He knew that his monthly salary was only 8,000. Even if he didn't eat or drink, he would have to save for decades before he could afford it.
A few million?
Qin Shaokuan, however, shrugged his shoulders and said with a knowing air, "Guys, don't blame me for not warning you, but this car is a Lamborghini, the market price of which is at least 80 to 90 million yuan. And even in our city, it will definitely not be sold for less than that." Although this car is not Qin Shaokuan's, he still did not forget to show off his knowledge in front of his friends.
As Qin Shaokuan expected, after hearing his explanation, Hansu and the others all looked admiringly at him.
There was nothing they could do, because they didn't know as much as Qin Shaokuan. To be precise, there were only 3 of these cars in the whole of Shenzhen. At that moment, Xia Yuqing, who had never spoken up before, finally spoke. It was not hard to notice that her eyes were also full of envy.
My goodness, is this awesome? You're driving around in an 80 to 90 million car, aren't you afraid of breaking it? What the hell do you know?
Whoever can afford such a luxury car doesn't need to worry about the repair costs.
That's true, I'm so envious. Shaokuan, why don't we move aside for them, in case we get hit?
Hansu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Qin Shaokuan.
Hansu is right, if we get hit, we'll have to pay for the damage with our entire fortune. Wang Yan immediately agreed. Well, I'll move forward a bit then.
Qin Shaokuan nodded and also felt that what Hansu and the others said was very reasonable. Just as he was about to move the car forward, he noticed Xia Yuqing walking straight towards the Lamborghini Poison.
Yuqing?
Chen Xiaochuan was also dumbfounded when he saw this, not knowing what Xia Yuqing wanted to do. However, he soon saw Xia Yuqing take out her phone and then pose around the sports car. Her stunning face, her curvy figure, and her provocative movements. Chen Xiaochuan and the others, who were standing not far away, were mesmerized. It had to be said, a beautiful woman in a luxury car was a perfect match. As for Qin Feng, who was sitting inside the supercar, he looked even more closely. He didn't expect Xia Yuqing to come over and take a selfie. Forcing down his heart palpitations, he casually opened the car door and said, "Hey, beautiful, are you done yet? I'm in a hurry." You are Qin Feng?" Xia Yuqing, who was taking a selfie, subconsciously put away her phone after hearing this. But when she realized that the person was Qin Feng, her small cherry lips immediately opened into an O shape. Not only her, but Chen Xiaojun and the others standing not far away also had the same expression as if they had seen a ghost. To be honest, they would never have thought that Qin Feng would actually walk out of this luxury car. After all, in their impression, Qin Feng was just an ordinary wage earner. What else? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and returned Xia Yuqing's smile with a non-committal expression. This. Okay, I have things to do, so I'll talk to you next time. After saying this, Qin Feng opened the car door and got in. He was not a dog licker like Chen Xiaochuan. Although Xia Yuqing was indeed a rare beauty, he would never stoop to wooing her. Unless. Boom boom boom. The sound of the car's engine roaring to life was followed by the luxury car speeding off. Xia Yuqing, who was standing nearby, took a while to come back to her senses. To be honest, this was the first time she had been ignored by a man. While she was annoyed that Qin Feng didn't know how to cherish a woman, she also developed a strong interest in Qin Feng. As for Chen Xiaochuan and the others standing not far away, they simply didn't want to believe what they were seeing. It's definitely a rental. Chen Xiaochuan looked in the direction Qin Feng had left, and yelled with certainty. In the past, he had a sense of superiority in front of Qin Feng. Just last night, he had despised Qin Feng. Now he had been outshined in front of Xia Yuqing. How could he accept this result? Well, I also think Xiaochuan is right. How could Qin Feng afford such an expensive car? He's just a lowly worker, but he's renting such an expensive car to show off, and he's not afraid of losing his life. I think he must be jealous of Xiaochuan having a car. Yes, I hope it breaks down when he goes out, and I'll see if he still has the nerve to show off in front of us then. It has to be said that the scene just now also greatly irritated Han Su and Wang Yan. After hearing Chen Xiaochuan's argument, they also immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. At the moment, I'm afraid that only Xia Yuqing thinks differently from them. In her opinion, Qin Feng's car must cost at least 80 to 90 million, so how could an ordinary person afford to rent it? What's more, how could a rental company rent out such an expensive car so casually? Although she thought this in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. She was very upset at the moment, because Qin Feng had not invited her to get in the car with him. In her opinion, whether Qin Feng bought the car or rented it, shouldn't he take the initiative to invite a beautiful woman like her to get in the car? In fact, it is only natural for her to think this way, because she has never been ignored by a man before. She can say that she has seen many lickspittles like Chen Xiaochuan, otherwise she would not be so arrogant. Today, Qin Feng's actions have really made her doubt her own charm. Humph, you Qin Feng are so arrogant, right? Xia Yuqing could not help but snort, secretly vowing in her heart, "You just wait, one day I will let you know my charm." Chapter 21 Chapter 021 The Confession of Two Toads. No matter what Xia Yuqing and the others were thinking, Qin Feng was unaware of it. After a long drive, Qin Feng soon drove to the gate of Xincheng University. Due to it being the weekend, there were many students coming in and out of the school gate. According to the school's regulations, private cars are not allowed to enter the school. Qin Feng looked around and then parked the car on the roadside not far away. Wow, look, a luxury car. Pfft, so what? What's so amazing about it? There are plenty of luxury cars parked in front of our school every day. You don't know anything. Those shitty cars are nothing compared to this one. No way, is that really true? What's so exaggerated about it? This is a Lamborghini, for God's sake. The market price is at least 80 to 90 million yuan. Oh my god, is that really true? This is really awesome. Gee, driving the car to our school, it's obvious that he's up to no good. He must want to support the girls at our school. Hey, I heard that 2 of the top 4 beauties at our school have already been supported by rich old men, so now there's only Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu left. Who's to say that's not the case? I hope these 2 beauties can resist the temptation.
As soon as Qin Feng parked the car, it immediately attracted the attention of the students passing by. There was nothing he could do, his car was just too eye-catching. After parking the car, Qin Feng got out of the car. My goodness, this young man is so handsome. So handsome. Compared to him, our school flower is just trash. Wow, I really want this young man's contact information. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Come on, how could a young man like this possibly be interested in a fatty like you? Yes, I feel that only our school flowers, Zhao Shuer and Qinyu, are worthy of him. I'm in love at first sight with such a rich and handsome man. It has to be said that Qin Feng's appearance directly made the female students swoon. Even the male students, after seeing Qin Feng get out of the luxury car, couldn't help but feel sad. As for the person involved, Qin Feng, he didn't care about all this and immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number. Hey, brother, have you arrived yet? As soon as the call connected, the voice of Qin Yu came from the other end. Yes, I'm already at the front gate of your school. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll come out with Sister Shuer. Before long, two beautiful sights appeared on the campus of Xinchang. Wow, is that Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu? My goodness, they're so beautiful today. It looks like they've made an effort to dress up, maybe they're going on a date? Oh my, it looks like Senior Shuer just smiled at me. Fuck, you're so lame, how could Shuer even look at you? I'll let you have Shuer, I'll take you instead. The appearance of Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu was like dropping a stone in a pond, instantly setting off the whole crowd. Even the male students who were with their girlfriends couldn't stop glancing at the two of them from time to time. Of course, their actions immediately caused dissatisfaction among their girlfriends. Pfft, they're just a bit prettier. They'll be taken care of sooner or later. Exactly, Xinchang and Shaoqing are already being taken care of by old men, I'm sure they'll be next. I have to say, there's never a shortage of lemons in the world. Don't you know that Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan are both pursuing them? Oh, no, how could Zhou Ruoheo like them? It's true. Yesterday, I saw brother Zhou Ruochuan go to the girls' dormitory building to confess his love to Qinyu. Oh my, brother Zhou Ruochuan is my ideal man, no. Qinyu and Zhao Shuer are public figures at school. Although they usually keep a low profile, the topic of them is never absent. As for the two brothers they mentioned, Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan, they are naturally also popular figures at school. In addition to having a strong family background and good looks, they are also recognized as academic elites in the school. Although there are quite a few rich second-generation students in the school, there is really no one who can compare with the two of them. It is precisely because of this that the two brothers have become the male gods in the hearts of many girls in the school. Now that they have received this tragic news, their jealousy towards Qinyu and Zhao Shuer has also increased immediately. Xiaoyu, did Zhou Ruochuan really confess to you? Although the voices of the crowd were not loud, they were still heard by Zhao Shuer and Qinyu. Yes, it's really annoying. Qinyu pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Never mind, I don't have any feelings for him anyway. I don't know who named them the school's most popular guys, but I don't think they're even half as handsome as my brother. I feel the same way. Zhao Shuer nodded in agreement. Heh, Shuer, look at you, you're such a flirt. Qinyu said with a smile, by the way, Shuer, I fought for you this time, so you must seize the opportunity. Don't worry, just wait until you call me sister-in-law. The two of them laughed and joked, and soon arrived at the school gate. However, while they were looking for Qin Feng, two Ferrari sports cars blocked their way. Since they were driving with the top down, the two of them immediately recognized the people coming, and it was the brothers Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan. Inside their sports car, there were red roses all over the place. Oh my, are they declaring their love? How romantic. Handsome guys in sports cars and roses, I'm so jealous. Oh my handsome guy, this is so heartbreaking. Shuer, you guys have to hang in there. The scene with Qinyu and the others quickly attracted the attention of the students passing by. Anyone could see that the Zhou brothers were preparing to declare their love to Qinyu and Zhao Shuer. As expected, the next second, the two brothers Zhou Ruoheo got off the car carrying a bouquet of roses. Shuer, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? Xiaoyu, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? The two men held up the roses in their hands and handed them to Qinyu and Zhao Shuer with deep affection. They thought that their romantic gesture would surely win the hearts of the two women. The surrounding spectators also immediately shouted their approval, promising them.
It had to be said that this scene was not something that Qin Yu and the others had expected, and they were embarrassed for a moment.
Promise my ass, they were just two toads, and they wanted to be the boyfriends of Zhao Shuer and the others?
Just as Zhao Shuer and the others were a little at a loss, an inappropriate sound of disdain suddenly resounded through the entire venue.
Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Want a hero to save you? Who is it? Want a hero to save you? TSK TSK.
Someone actually dared to speak to Zhou Ruochuan and the others like that. As soon as this voice sounded, everyone looked over. They wanted to see who dared to do this to Zhou Ruochuan and the others.
Hey, this person doesn't seem to be from our school, does he?
It really is, but he's so handsome.
He is quite handsome, but... But what? You're not saying that he's less handsome than you, are you? Pish, am I that shallow?
What I mean is, this handsome guy dares to confront the brothers Zhou Ruochuan like this, isn't he afraid of getting into trouble?
Yes, this guy is right.
You have to know that the Zhou Ruochuan brothers family owns a real estate company and has many underlings, so, you know.
Oh my god, then this guy is definitely dead meat this time?
The moment everyone saw Qin Feng, they were instantly attracted by his good looks. But soon, they also started to worry for Qin Feng. After all, the Zhou Ruochuan brothers are not people that just anyone can mess with.
Brother Feng.
Brother. And just then, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu also immediately recognized the person and trotted over to Qin Feng's side. Seeing Zhao Shuer and the others' somewhat disheveled expressions, Qin Feng was infuriated. He had naturally heard the students' discussions earlier. However, in his opinion, the two were just rich kids, and he really had nothing to fear. He first rubbed the two girls' heads gently with his hands. Then, he looked coldly at Zhou Ruochuan and the others and said, "I'll give you some advice, stay away from Shuer and the others in the future, or don't blame me for being unkind to you."
This is really not Qin Feng pretending to be cool.
If these two guys dare to mess around, he will definitely do what he says.
Damn, this guy is really arrogant, isn't he? He's so cocky, and I don't know where he gets the confidence to dare to speak to Zhou Ruochuan like that.
Needless to say, he must want to pretend to be cool in front of the girls.
I guess he must not know the identity of Zhou Ruochuan and his brother. Those are two tough guys, okay? Hey, pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning.
When the people present heard Qin Feng's harsh words, they all showed a look of disdain.
In fact, this is quite normal. In their hearts, the two brothers Zhou Ruochuan are definitely a presence that must not be provoked.
Now that Qin Feng actually dares to speak harsh words to them like this, isn't this clearly looking for death?
Brother Feng, let's go quickly.
Zhao Shuer, who had come to her senses, suddenly became a bit anxious and pulled Qin Feng to try to leave. To be honest, she didn't think Qin Feng could really provoke Zhou Ruochuan and the others. After all, in her impression, Qin Feng was just an ordinary wage earner. How could he compete with these rich second generation?
Yes, brother, let's go quickly.
Qin Yu, who was standing nearby, hurriedly agreed.
Okay.
Seeing the anxious expressions of the two women, Qin Feng, in order not to make them worry, was prepared to let it go. However, just as they were about to take a step to leave, Zhou Ruochuan spoke up at this time. "Kid, did I say for you to leave?" After saying this, he casually took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it.
Taking a deep breath, a smoke ring was exhaled.
"Yes, how dare you disrespect our brothers like this?
You won't be able to leave so easily today." Zhou Ruoheo, who was standing nearby, also had a pale face.
The way Zhao Shuer had just addressed Qin Feng had made him jealous to the point of madness. If they let Qin Feng and the others leave now, where would the face of the two brothers be placed?
Ha!
Qin Feng snorted, turned around, and gave them a look.
So what do you want?
Although he said this very casually, it made the crowd tremble inexplicably. Especially the brothers Zhou Ruoheo, when they came into contact with the gaze Qin Feng threw at them, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. For some reason, they felt as if they had been targeted by a beast, and were extremely frightened. What they didn't know was that this was the legendary aura of the superior, also known as the overflowing domineering aura.
Wow, he's so cool.
This was the common thought in the minds of the girls present.
You.
Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruoheo were in a terrible state, and for a long time they couldn't even say a complete sentence. "What do you mean, nothing? I'll go first if there's nothing else." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, took Zhao Shuer's hand and walked over to the two of them.
Wow, is he that awesome? I love it, I'm just stunned. He's so cool, I'll be his fan from now on, and I don't care about Zhou Ruoheo or Zhou Ruochuan, they can all go to hell. You're right, Zhou Ruoheo and his brother are really lame. Isn't it?
I thought they were awesome, but I didn't expect them to be so tongue-tied in a critical moment.
It's not that they can't speak, they were obviously intimidated by their aura. Hey, don't say that, I was almost scared shitless just now. That young man's eyes were really scary.
Hearing the comments of the people present, the faces of the two brothers Zhou Ruoheo had long since turned black.
Brother, we must teach this guy a good lesson, it really pisses me off. Zhou Ruochuan looked at the back of Qin Feng and his friends as they left, and said to Zhou Ruoheo with gritted teeth.
Well, I'll call Brother Bao and the others now.
Zhou Ruoheo nodded. As second-generation rich kids, when had these two brothers ever been humiliated like this?
They immediately took out their phones and were about to call someone to teach Qin Feng a lesson.
Brother, wait a minute. However, just then, Zhou Ruochuan interrupted him.
Wait for what? Zhou Ruoheo was dumbfounded, not understanding what Zhou Ruochuan meant.
Look over there.
Zhou Ruochuan didn't explain, but pointed in the direction of Qin Feng and the others' departure.
Ha! Is that Lamborghini poison?
When Zhou Ruoheo saw what was going on over there, he let out a gasp.
Brother, I think we should forget about it. We can't afford to mess with that guy. Seeing his brother's shocked expression, Zhou Ruochuan let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Hey, I didn't realize we'd stepped in it. Zhou Ruoheo came back to his senses and could only sigh. What is Lamborghini poison?
That is a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan.
Who dares to buy it if they don't have tens or hundreds of billions in the family? Although the two of them have real estate companies in their families, their combined assets are only about 1 billion yuan. What's more, these assets are not even in their names. Is there anything more stupid than making them fight against a godlike rich guy like Qin Feng for the sake of two women? The two of them are not stupid. Since they can't compete, they might as well just let it go. They can still choose between face and life. Chapter 23, Chapter 023, You didn't buy a broken down bread, did you? Wow, is that a Lamborghini? Poison? My goodness, that young man is so rich. No wonder he's so cocky, he's actually richer than Zhou Ruoheo and the others. So handsome and so rich, is there any room left for anyone else? A scene not far away was naturally also seen by the onlookers. They never imagined that Qin Feng actually had the backing to compete with Zhou Ruoheo and the others. Do you think Xiao Shuer and Qin Yu are both being kept by him? How could that be? Didn't you just hear Qin Yu call that guy brother? What brother? A lover? Hey, what you said seems to make some sense. A lover is also a brother. Hey, I'm so jealous of them, they can actually be supported by such a handsome young man. Anyway, it's not like it's any of our business, so everyone just kept on speculating. Brother, where are we going? Aren't we taking a taxi? Qin Yu, who was being led by Qin Feng, asked with some surprise. What taxi? I drove here, didn't I? You drove? Qin Yu was taken aback and asked curiously, Brother, did you buy a car? Well, I just bought it yesterday. Qin Feng nodded and said. No way, Feng brother, you really won the lottery? Xiao Shuer couldn't help but interrupt and ask. Of course, otherwise how could I have money to buy you a gift the night before?
Qin Feng had no intention of telling anyone about the system, and now he could only use the reason of winning the lottery to prevaricate.
My goodness, brother, how much did you win? Qin Yu was full of surprise and couldn't help but tease, you didn't buy a broken down bread, did you? Of course not. Qin Feng shrugged, pointed his finger at the Lamborghini not far away and said with a smile, see, it's the red one. Oh my, brother, you're joking, right? That's a sports car.
Obviously, Qin Yu didn't believe a word Qin Feng said. Not just her, but Xiao Shuer standing nearby also felt the same way.
They knew Qin Feng too well, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to buy even the wheels of a sports car. What's more, the car didn't look cheap. Even if Qin Feng said he had won the lottery, they still wouldn't believe him. So, what do you think? Do you like it?
Qin Feng didn't explain too much, but instead, he smiled at Qin Yu and asked.
Who doesn't like sports cars? But? No buts.
Qin Feng interrupted Qin Yu directly, handed her a set of keys, and said with a smile, here, the car is yours.
No way, really?
Qin Yu looked at the key in front of her, full of disbelief.
Take it or leave it.
Qin Feng said, and was about to withdraw his hand.
No, brother, can't I believe you?
Seeing that his brother wasn't joking, Qin Yu also became half-believing immediately. She snatched the key from Qin Feng's hand and then pressed it. The next second, she saw that the sports car actually beeped twice. Oh my god, brother, is that car really yours? Qin Yu almost couldn't control her emotions at the sight. Zhao Shuer, who was standing nearby, was also shocked and her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Seeing the expressions on the two of them, Qin Feng couldn't help but say smugly, "What do you think, I wasn't lying to you?" "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Qin Yu couldn't hold back any longer, and gave Qin Feng a kiss directly on the cheek, before sprinting towards the sports car. This girl. Seeing Qin Yu's excited expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Pulling Zhao Shuer, who hadn't come back to her senses, he immediately followed. Damn, brother, your car only has 2 seats, how are we going to sit? Qin Yu opened the car door, took a good look around, and couldn't help but frown and ask. Cough cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, unable to help blushing. To be honest, if not for Qin Yu's reminder, he really hadn't thought of this. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Why don't you and Shuer drive this car, and I'll have someone send another car over." No way, brother Feng, you have another car? Zhao Shuer almost stumbled and fell to the ground when she heard this. My goodness, brother, how much did you win? You even bought a car in bulk? Don't worry about it. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. He didn't want to get tangled up in this issue. I'm just asking if you agree or not. If you don't agree, just take a taxi yourself. Pfft, I don't want to. This car is now mine. Qin Yu shook the keys in her hand, looking a little arrogant. Qin Feng saw this and didn't bother with her. He took out his phone and called Shen Mengyao. At that moment, the Zhou brothers, who had been staring at Qin Feng and the others, also immediately noticed the situation here. Brother, that guy seems to be on the phone. He's not going to call someone to deal with us, is he? Zhou Ruochuan turned his head towards Zhou Ruoheo and asked weakly. I don't know, but it's very likely. Zhou Ruoheo's expression also became grave. Should we call Brother Bao too? A rich guy like him, Brother Bao can't handle him. So what should we do? In my opinion, there's only one way to do it. Zhou Ruoheo paused for a moment before continuing, let's go apologize to him and ask for his forgiveness. Brother, you're joking, right? Zhou Ruochuan was full of disbelief. He had never apologized to anyone before. Go for it, I'm not going. Are you stupid? Upon hearing Zhou Ruochuan's words, Zhou Ruoheo said with some frustration, if we don't go, and something happens, our family may not even dare to help us. Is it that serious? Then, okay. Zhou Ruochuan was shocked by these words. Just let it be, what the hell? Qin Feng, who was on the phone with Shen Mengyao, naturally had no idea what was going on here. After he finished explaining to Shen Mengyao, he hung up the phone directly. Shuer, why don't you and you go ahead, and I'll wait here alone? Qin Feng said to them, worried that Qin Yu and the others would get bored waiting. You have to know that Shen Mengyao is currently at Huaihai Villa, and it will take at least half an hour for her to get here. No need, brother Feng, we'll wait with you. Zhao Shuer was finally able to be with Qin Feng, so she definitely wasn't going to just leave. Qin Yu also understood Zhao Shuer's thoughts, so she naturally had no objections. Okay, then, why don't we go somewhere nearby? Qin Feng nodded, and immediately prepared to take the two of them to a nearby milk tea shop to sit down first. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the two brothers Zhou Ruoheo sprinting over towards them. Chapter 24, Have I Gotten Into Trouble? Hey, what are Zhou Ruoheo and his brother going to do? Judging from the direction they're running, it looks like they're going over to Qin Yu and the others. Oh no, they're not going to go and beat up that young man, are they? That's actually quite possible, after all, they just got their faces slapped. Haha, looks like there's going to be some good action. Rich people fighting in the street, just thinking about it makes it sound exciting. The departure of the Zhou Ruoheo brothers immediately aroused the interest of the onlookers. In their opinion, Qin Feng had just not given the Zhou Ruoheo brothers any face, and now they were definitely preparing to take revenge. How could they possibly miss such a good show? After a lot of discussion, they all gathered in the direction where Qin Feng and the others were. Brother, what are they doing? Qin Yu looked at the scene in front of him and asked nervously. I think we should call the police. Zhao Shuer was also a little panicked, and pulled out her phone to prepare to call the police. But just then, Qin Feng stopped her, saying with a playful tone, no need to call the police, they're not here to cause trouble. At that moment, the two brothers Zhou Ruoheo had also arrived in front of Qin Feng and the others. They first bowed deeply to the three of them, and then said sorry 3 times in a row. This move stunned Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu. They had originally thought that these two guys had come to seek revenge, but who would have thought? Oh my god, what is going on? Damn it, I've already bought the melons and peanuts, and this is what you show me? Are Zhou Ruoheo and his friends crazy? Apologizing to someone? Damn it, I can't believe my eyes, this is too exaggerated. Who exactly is this young man? He can actually make Zhou Ruoheo and his friends apologize. I'm convinced, we definitely can't provoke this existence. The onlookers who had followed them also had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had never seen Zhou Ruoheo apologize to anyone before, and today they had been treated to a real eye-opener. Only Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him with a calm expression. He knew very well what his Lamborghini poison really meant to Zhou Ruoheo and the others. Fine, I forgive you. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said to the two of them, but remember to stay away from Shuer and the others next time, do you hear me? We hear you. Zhou Ruoheo and the others didn't dare to argue, and quickly nodded in reply. Get lost. Qin Feng waved his hand, as if to swat a fly. Although Zhou Ruoheo and the others felt a little humiliated, they couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to stay here any longer, and in the blink of an eye they were gone. Seeing this, the onlookers could only leave angrily. Wow, brother, you were really handsome just now. Qin Yu jumped in front of Qin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. So. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. After laughing, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Shuer, saying in a teasing tone, Shuer, do you think I was handsome just now? Zhao Shuer was taken aback, completely not expecting Qin Feng to ask her. After a long while, she shyly nodded. Half an hour later. Oh my, here comes another Ferrari LaFerrari? Awesome, is our school a magnet for luxury cars? Look, there seems to be a beautiful girl in the car. This girl is also so pretty. If she were at our school, she'd definitely be the school beauty. My dear mother and uncle, her figure is also too good, isn't it? I can see my nose blood coming out. Shen Mengyao's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the students. They never expected that just a handsome guy in a luxury car had arrived, and now there was a beautiful woman in a luxury car. However, Shen Mengyao was not interested in paying attention to them, but looked around. Soon, she saw Qin Feng not far away, waving at her. Brother, the person you're waiting for can't be her, can it? Qin Yu looked at Shen Mengyao as she drove up and asked Qin Feng incredulously. Zhao Shuer, who was standing nearby, also quietly leaned over to listen. To be honest, when she saw that the person Qin Feng was waiting for was such a beautiful woman, her heart was suddenly full of pressure. She thought her appearance was not inferior to the other party at all. But if she compared her figure to that of the other woman, she really felt a bit pressured. Well, she is the driver I just recruited yesterday. Qin Feng nodded without explaining too much. Oh my, brother, I hope that car of hers isn't also yours. Qin Yu was shocked. She really didn't expect that Shen Mengyao would be Qin Feng's driver. Suddenly thinking of something, she said to Qin Feng with a smile, Brother, you hired such a beautiful woman as a driver, don't tell me you have something for her? What are you talking about, am I that kind of person? Qin Feng also did not expect Qin Yu to ask such a question, and immediately retorted. Zhao Shuer, who was standing aside, also secretly let out a sigh of relief when she heard Qin Feng's reply. At that moment, Shen Mengyao also drove the car over. As soon as she got out of the car, she immediately came up to Qin Feng and respectfully shouted at him, Master. Master? When Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu heard this title, they directly opened their mouths in surprise. It has to be said that such a title, in their opinion, is really too suggestive. After coming back to their senses, the two of them looked at Qin Feng together. Ahem. Qin Feng coughed twice and could only say with a bitter smile, let's quickly get going, otherwise we'll have to wait in line if we're late. Who's in the same car as me? Poof. Qin Yu snorted. Ignoring Qin Feng, she took Zhao Shuer, who was in a daze, and got straight into the Lamborghini poison. Master, have I gotten into trouble? Shen Mengyao looked at the backs of the two of them leaving and said to Qin Feng with some guilt. She really didn't mean it just now, it was completely out of instinct. It's okay, it's not your fault. Qin Feng shook his head and said reassuringly to Shen Mengyao. In fact, Qin Feng had long since expected that a scene like the one just now might occur in the future.
Although he didn't have any thoughts about it, it was inevitable that others would think more than they should, wasn't it? Or should I still call you boss in the future? Shen.
Meng Yao bit her lower lip and said weakly to Qin Feng. It could be seen that she was still a little bothered by her own oversight just now.
No need.
Qin Feng waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. Chapter 25 Chapter 025, My brother is Sister Shuer's husband. OCT East. Located near Longshan in Shenzhen, it covers an area of about 9 square kilometers. Attractions include the Grand Canyon, T-Stream Valley, Cloud Sea Valley, themed hotels, Tianlu Mansion, and other 5 areas. It is also the first world-class ecotourism demonstration zone in China that integrates leisure and vacation, sightseeing, outdoor sports, and other themes. It can be said that there are at least thousands of Chinese and foreign tourists here every day. Today happens to be a nice day, and since it's Sunday, the number of people here is several times higher than usual. Qin Feng and the others drove quickly and soon arrived near OCT. After parking the car, they walked over to the area. However, when they saw the dense crowd, they were shocked. They really didn't expect so many people to come to OCT today. To be honest, at this point, they really wanted to back out. Brother, there are just too many people, right? Qin Yu frowned as she looked at the dense crowd. Oh, it's not bad. Qin Feng laughed and said reassuringly to Qin Yu, don't worry, it's not that bad. He thought to himself, since everyone has come, it would be a shame to go back in such a dismal mood.
Okay then.
Qin Yu pursed her pretty lips, looking unhappy. Alright, Xiaoye, I think what Brother Feng said is also correct. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Zhao Shuer, as the future sister-in-law, naturally had to comfort her a bit. The scenic area was very large, and a few people going in was nothing at all. In fact, Zhao Shuer's thoughts were similar to Qin Feng's, and she naturally agreed with Qin Feng's proposal. As for Shen Mengyao, there was no need to mention it. Wherever Qin Feng went, she would follow. On the way here, Qin Feng had already booked the tickets online. After giving the girl some instructions, he rushed to the ticket office to pick up the tickets alone.
Hey, your name is Shen Mengyao, right?
As soon as Qin Feng left, Qin Yu said to Shen Mengyao in a somewhat unpleasant manner, I advise you to stay away from my brother, he is my sister Shuer's. Qin Yu had long regarded Zhao Shuer as her future sister-in-law. Now that her brother has inexplicably brought another woman home, she wants to stand up for Zhao Shuer. Shuer. Zhao Shuer hurriedly blushed and tried to stop Qin Yu as soon as she heard this. To be honest, although she felt a little uncomfortable about Qin Feng bringing Shen Mengyao home, she still didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Feng. Shuer, don't worry, I'm going to take care of this today. However, Qin Yu didn't care about all that. Without waiting for Zhao Shuer to speak, she directly said sarcastically to Shen Mengyao, don't think that just because you're pretty, you can just seduce other people's husbands. Husband? Shen Mengyao was taken aback and couldn't help but pout, saying, I didn't hear my master say that he was married. Besides, what do you mean by this having anything to do with me? I'm just the master's driver, following his arrangements. If you have any opinions, it's better to go and talk to him. Shen Mengyao is no rookie just starting out in society, and she is in no way comparable to Qin Yu, a mere student. Her words stunned Qin Yu, who was left speechless.
Oh, isn't this Mengyao? What a coincidence.
Just as the atmosphere became a little tense, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Shen Mengyao and the other women were stunned at first, and then looked in the direction the voice came from. Soon, they saw a woman with an average appearance, dressed in a very sexy and revealing manner, walking towards them.
Guan Xiaoting?
Shen Mengyao frowned slightly. She didn't expect to run into this woman here. You have to know that when she was a car model, this woman bullied her a lot.
Mengyao, you don't seem very happy to see me.
Guan Xiaoting laughed, her tone playful. I heard you're not working at the car show anymore, is it possible that? Although she said this with a smile, anyone could hear the teasing in her tone.
What's it got to do with you? Can't I just stop being a car model?
Upon hearing this, Shen Mengyao was not going to hold back, and retorted directly.
How is it not my business?
We used to work together. However, what no one expected was that Guan Xiaoting was not at all angry after being retorted by Shen Mengyao. Instead, she continued to say with a smile, if you don't have a job right now, I can introduce you to someone. After she finished, she didn't forget to look at Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Of course, if your two friends need it, I can do it together. For some reason, the three women always felt that Guan Xiaoting's gaze on them seemed a bit strange.
No need, I've already found a job. Shen Mengyao refused without hesitation, and as for the other two, they are still students and don't need a job, so don't worry about it. Oh, so they are still college students? As soon as she heard Shen Mengyao say that Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were still college students, Guan Xiaoting's eyes lit up. She immediately came enthusiastically to the two women, with a smile on her face, saying, "My work is very relaxing, and I can earn at least this much every month." After Guan Xiaoting finished speaking, she immediately put up 5 fingers. "How much is it? 5,000 yuan?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes, unimpressed. She is now the owner of a sports car, and would never look at a job that pays only 5,000 yuan a month. By then, I'm afraid the money I earn won't even be enough to pay for gas. Of course not, I'm talking about 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer's brows immediately furrowed.
After thinking for a moment, she asked Guan Xiaoting tentatively, "What kind of work are you talking about?" 50,000 a month in the city is definitely not a small amount of money.
Although she is still a student, she knows very well that nothing in this world is a free lunch. Shen Mengyao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. She knows Guan Xiaoting very well, and this woman is definitely the kind of person who won't get up early without any benefit. Now she is suddenly so enthusiastic towards them, Shen Mengyao absolutely believes that there is something fishy going on.
"Ha, I can't tell you yet, you'll find out later."
Guan Xiaoting laughed, not saying anything directly, but rather teasing.
And just then, her phone rang. "Hey, honey, did you buy the tickets yet?"
As soon as the call connected, Guan Xiaoting said in a sweet voice. Shen Mengyao and the other girls standing nearby almost had goosebumps.
Chapter 26, Chapter 026, What exactly is the idea?
Soon after Guan Xiaoting hung up the phone, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man looked to be about 50 years old. He had a pompadour and was wearing a designer suit, which showed that he was a successful man.
"Guan Xiaoting, who are these people?"
When he saw Shen Mengyao and the other girls, his eyes immediately lit up. He looked them up and down, as if he wanted to devour them alive. The girls couldn't help but frown when they saw this look in his eyes. Just then, Guan Xiaoting pointed at Shen Mengyao and hurriedly introduced the middle-aged man. "This is my former colleague, Shen Mengyao." Afterwards, she pointed at Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer, saying, "They are all friends of Mengyao, and they are still studying in university." When Guan Xiaoting said the words "studying in university," she deliberately emphasized the tone.
"Still studying in university? That's great."
After the middle-aged man heard these words, the evil fire in his eyes immediately increased a bit.
"Ladies, why don't we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." "No need."
Zhao Shuer and the other women shook their heads and refused outright. They were no fools, and this man obviously didn't mean any good. The middle-aged man wasn't angry when the women rejected him, but just gave Guan Xiaoting a faint look.
It was as if he were saying, "It's up to you to perform now."
Sure enough, when Guan Xiaoting came into contact with this look from him, she immediately understood.
Cough, cough.
After a couple of dry coughs, Guan Xiaoting smiled at Shen Mengyao and the other girls and said, "Ladies, do you know who this person is?" She believed that when she revealed the identity of this person, Qin Yu and the others would definitely be shocked.
Without waiting for Qin Yu and the others to reply, she immediately introduced, "This is Li Mingho from TX Technology." "President Li. TX Technology?"
To be honest, when Qin Yu and the other girls heard this, they were really shocked.
TX Technology is a household name in China. Many graduates from their school are now working at TX Technology.
In fact, Qin Yu had also thought about working there after graduation. You see, her major in school was the application and development of software. As for this Li Mingho, they had never heard of him before.
In fact, this is quite normal. Even for a large enterprise like TX Technology, it is already considered good if the ordinary people can remember the name of their boss.
Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the girls, Li Mingho thought that it was his name that had worked, and he was immediately extremely pleased with himself. Seeing this, Guan Xiaoting also quickly took advantage of the situation and said, "I previously said that I would find you a job. What do you think about working as Mr. Li's mistress?" After saying this, she looked at Shen Mengyao and the other girls with a smile on her face. It was only at this point that Shen Mengyao and the others understood what this woman had been up to.
Should they agree to her? Of course not.
The hearts of Shen Mengyao and Zhao Shuer had long since been given to Qin Feng. They would never agree to be the lovers of such an old man as Li Mingho. As for Qin Yu, when Guan Xiaoting looked at her with a smile on her face, she just scolded her directly, "Go to hell, you're really crazy." As soon as she spoke, Guan Xiaoting and Li Mingho, who were full of confidence, instantly changed their expressions. They never imagined that after Guan Xiaoting had finished explaining Li Mingho's identity, they would still be rejected. "Honey, this..." Guan Xiaoting was a little stunned and couldn't understand why it had turned out like this. In her mind, all women in the world should be like her, and be willing to sacrifice everything for money. Li Mingho, on the other hand, had already turned ashen. You have to understand that this was the first time a woman had rejected him after he had revealed his identity. He took a deep breath, then looked at Shen Mengyao and the other girls again, his tone cold as he said, "I'll give you one more chance. You'd better think carefully before you say anything. You should know that I'm an executive at TX Technology Company, and I want to target you college students." When Li Mingho said this, there was no trace of deception in his tone. To be honest, at this point, Xinyu and Zhao Shuer were really scared. Although they didn't know exactly what position Li Mingho held. However, they believed that if the executives of TX Technology really wanted to target a few college students, it would definitely not be difficult. Of course, that being said, Xinyu and Zhao Shuer were not likely to compromise. They stared at Li Mingho with their eyes fixed, and although they were very scared, they said firmly, "Whatever you want to do is your business, we will never agree to it." After saying this, the two women both revealed an expression of facing death without fear. "Hey, why are you doing this?" Seeing Li Mingho being slapped in the face again, Guan Xiaoting jumped out again. "Where else can you find such a good job? That's 50,000 yuan a month." Shen Mengyao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a little amused when she heard this. She knew very well that the largest shareholder of TX Technology was Qin Feng. She was ashamed to say that it was only 50,000 yuan a month. Moreover, Li Mingho had offended the sister and woman of her own boss. In the future, not only will he not be able to support a woman, he will probably have to burn incense if he doesn't go to jail. "Why didn't you introduce such a good job to your mother?" Just then, Qin Feng's voice suddenly came over. Hearing this voice, the women's hearts immediately relaxed. "Brother, you're finally back." Xinyu took a few steps and directly threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, and then she started crying quietly. There was nothing she could do, the scene that just happened really scared her. Feeling Qinyu's trembling in his arms, Qin Feng's handsome face instantly turned hideous. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he yelled at Li Mingho and his friend, "Daring to bully my sister and woman, you really have a lot of guts." Hearing Qin Feng's ferocious roar, Li Mingho and his friend couldn't help but take a few steps back. When they reacted, they immediately felt that they had just lost face. Cough cough. Li Mingho coughed twice, and then said to Qin Feng in a threatening manner, "You brat, I advise you to behave yourself. I am an executive of TX Technology Company. You should know that it is a matter of minutes before I ruin you as an ordinary person." After Li Mingho finished speaking, Guan Xiaoting hurriedly agreed, "Mr. Li is right, kid. I think you'd better obediently let them agree to Mr. Li's request. Maybe when Mr. Li is happy, he will even give you a reward of 10,000. In Guan Xiaoting's opinion, Li Mingho is an executive of TX Technology Company. He wants to use the power of the company to crush an ordinary person like Qin Feng, which is as simple as crushing an ant. The author has something to say. P.S. I had something to do when I went out today, so I only updated 2 chapters. I'm really sorry. I will resume tomorrow with at least 8,000 words. Please add it to the bookshelf. I don't feel like I've written very smoothly over the past 2 days. I wonder how you all feel about it. Chapter 27 Chapter 027. Are you telling me how to do things? What's going on over there? It's so noisy. I'm not sure, but it looks like someone's about to start a fight. A fight here? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of going to jail? Hey, you wouldn't know about this, but I just heard the old man vaguely say that he wants to forcibly adopt those beauties. Shit, is there really such a thing? This is so arrogant. No, I have to go check it out. Bro, wait for me. Because Qin Feng and the others were making too much noise, they quickly attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Wow, there are so many pretty girls. No wonder the old man has bad intentions, they are just too good looking, right? Look, that young man is also very handsome, isn't he? He looks like a celebrity. You guys, do you think the old bastard is trying to take someone's girlfriend? That's really possible. Look at the way he's dressed. He might be some big shot. Damn, then this young man and these beauties are in trouble, aren't they? When the melon-eating crowd saw the appearance of Shin Mengyao and the other women, they couldn't help but be dazzled. Seeing so many people gather around at once, Guan Xiaoting was suddenly a bit panicked and immediately prepared to pull Li Mingho away. However, at this time, Li Mingho, where did he care about so much? As a senior executive of TX Technology Company, he had just been slapped in the face by such a small person as Qin Feng, so how could he bear this? He shook off Guan Xiaoting and threatened Qin Feng, "Kid, have you thought it through? I'll ask you one last time, if you dare not agree, you will have to pay the price." In Li Mingho's opinion, he was going to get Qin Feng and the others today. However, after hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer, and said with a wry smile, "Just an executive of TX Technology Company, who gave you the courage to talk to me like this?" To be honest, Qin Feng really didn't take this guy in front of him seriously. Isn't he just an executive of TX Technology? If you want to make him step down, it's not a minute's work. Shit, no wonder this old man is so arrogant, it turns out he's an executive of TX Technology? This young man is also a tiger. He doesn't know how to be flexible? Fuck flexibility, if someone wants to support the woman next to him, who the hell can stand it? Are you stupid? If he agrees, not to mention these beautiful women flying into the branches and becoming phoenixes, even he will be able to enjoy the good life, right? Hey, it's a pity to lose such beautiful women. The big boss of TX Technology is not someone you can offend easily. Although what Qin Feng said sounded very arrogant, most of the people present thought that he was just being young and impetuous. Although the voices of the crowd were not loud, they still reached Li Mingho's ears. After hearing this, Li Mingho couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. He sneered and said to Qin Feng, "Kid, you really have a big mouth, and you're just an executive of TX Technology? Believe it or not, as long as you dare to continue to stay in Xincheng, it will be absolutely easier for me to ruin you than to crush an ant." Oh, really? Qin Feng shrugged and said playfully, "Do you believe that if I want to ruin you, it will actually be even easier? Ha ha ha, are you crazy?" Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho was first taken aback, and then he burst out laughing, "Trying to ruin me? Go ahead and try." He had to admit that Qin Feng's words were utterly ridiculous. Who was he? He was an executive at TX Technology, and Ma Yu's brother-in-law. Now Qin Feng actually dared to say that he could easily get rid of him. Was this a joke? Just as he looked at Qin Feng with a look of disbelief, Qin Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Ma, right? This is Qin Feng." "Hello, Mr. Qin, how may I help you?" Ma Yu, who was working in the office, immediately asked respectfully after receiving Qin Feng's call. "President Ma, I heard that there is an executive in our company called Li Mingho, right?" Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked straight away. "Li Mingho?" Ma Yu was taken aback and didn't understand what Qin Feng was asking about. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly said, "Yes, he is my brother-in-law." "I wonder what you want to ask him for." Ha ha. After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but snicker coldly. "So he is your boss Ma's brother-in-law, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant." What do you mean by this, Mr. Qin?" Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Ma Yu was instantly taken aback and hurriedly asked Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had no intention of explaining, and simply said indifferently, "I'll give you 1 day's time. You must fire him and send him to jail within today, otherwise." In Qin Feng's opinion, just firing Li Mingho would be too easy on him. Besides, this guy had the nerve to openly keep a mistress. Who would believe he wasn't corrupt? "President Qin, is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Ma Yu was momentarily flustered at this, and tried to plead for Li Mingho, saying, "Why don't you let him off the hook? Are you telling me how to do my job?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Remember what I just said, or else you're fired too." "Do you hear me?" "Yes, I hear you." Ma Yu was shocked. He hurriedly reassured him on the other end of the phone, "Don't worry, I'll do as you say." He was not stupid. Qin Feng was the actual controller of TX Technology, with a 51% stake. Even he, the founder, was just working for someone else. If Qin Feng really wanted him to go, there was nothing he could do about it. Besides, he knew what kind of person his brother-in-law was. If he had offended an ordinary person, he might be able to force the issue based on his status. But now he had offended Qin Feng, and it would be lucky if he was allowed to save his own skin. "Well, that's good, you know what's up." Qin Feng sneered and hung up the phone. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really have a good impression of Ma Yu. Many games that poison young people were created by this guy. If it weren't for the fact that he still wanted him to take the blame, he would have definitely fired him along with the rest of the staff.
Kid, you put on quite the act.
As Qin Feng hung up the phone, Li Mingho burst out laughing.
You call yourself the general manager? You probably called the guy from Alibaba, didn't you?
In Li Mingho's opinion, his brother-in-law was the chairman of TX Technology. How could Qin Feng, a young kid, possibly give him a lecture like that? He was just mocking Qin Feng when he said that.
Chapter 28 Chapter 028, How dare you threaten me with your sister? This guy really made me laugh. I seriously doubt that he graduated from the Central Academy of Drama.
Gee, his acting skills are just unbeatable, I almost believed him.
I'm also drunk. How can Mayu's phone be found by just anyone?
That's not the point. The point is that he was like scolding his own grandson, which is also awesome.
I'm afraid there aren't many people in China who can lecture Mayu.
There are really all kinds of people in this big world, but it's a pity about such a good-looking guy. Like Li Mingho, the audience all thought that Qin Feng's phone call was completely acting. To be honest, even Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu, who were standing nearby, had the same thoughts. As for the person involved, Qin Feng, when faced with the doubts of the crowd, he acted quite calmly. He believed that soon these people would be slapped in the face by their own words.
Sure enough, the next second, Li Mingho's phone rang.
Holy cow, this kid just now, did he really call his brother-in-law? When Li Mingho saw the caller, he instantly panicked and muttered, "No way, my brother-in-law must be calling me for something else." Thinking about this, he immediately picked up the phone and said, "Hello, brother-in-law, what do you need me for?"
"Bastard, what did you do to offend Mr. Qin?"
"You're a stupid pig." However, before Li Mingho could finish speaking, he heard a stream of expletives coming from the other end of the line.
"Brother-in-law,
What the hell, you're over 50 years old, and you're still causing me trouble every day." Mayu was infuriated at the sound of this guy's voice, and immediately started cursing again. "I'm telling you, you're fired from the company now."
Fired?
Upon hearing this, Li Mingho could no longer remain calm. "Brother-in-law, you can't do this, if my sister finds out."
"What, you still dare to threaten me with your sister?"
Mayu's tone turned cold, and he said viciously, "I'm telling you, I'm not only going to fire you, I'm also going to send you to jail. Don't think I don't know about the things you've done. No, brother-in-law, I'm your own flesh and blood." It had to be said, Li
Mingho was really a little panicked at this point.
He has finally managed to live such a carefree life, and if he really were to be sent to prison, it would ruin everything.
"Do you fucking know who you have offended this time?" Mayu snorted coldly and said in a very unpleasant manner.
"Who?"
Li Mingho was taken aback and couldn't help but blurt out, "Isn't he just a brat?"
Still a brat, you really have a big mouth." Mayu sneered, saying with a bitter smile, "He is the new biggest shareholder of our company, with a shareholding of up to 51%.
Even I am working for someone else."
"You bastard, don't blame your brother-in-law for being heartless. This time you just wait and see, you're going to jail." After hearing Mayu's words, Li Mingho felt like he had been hit by a thunderbolt. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He never imagined that the Qin Feng in front of him would be the new controller of TX Technology.
"No, you can't just leave me alone, brother-in-law."
Brother-in-law. When he came to his senses and tried to say something, Mayu on the other side hung up the phone directly.
"Honey, what's wrong?"
Seeing this, Guan Xiaoting on the side also panicked a bit and came to Li Mingho's side to try to help him up.
"Get out. Get the hell out of here."
Li Mingho roared, and then he yelled at Guan Xiaoting, "You bitch, if it weren't for you, how would I have offended President Qin today?"
"President Qin?" Guan Xiaoting was stunned, and she didn't understand what was going on with Li Mingho. Just now, everything was fine, wasn't it? Why did he suddenly turn into this after just one phone call? The onlookers were all dumbfounded after witnessing this scene.
At that moment, everyone was surprised to see Li Mingho crawling towards Qin Feng and the others like a dog.
Holy shit, what's going on?
Needless to say, he just got off the phone and turned into this mess. He must have stepped in it.
Holy shit, it can't be that bad, can it? Isn't he an executive at TX Technology? So what if he's an executive? There are people who can fix him. If that's the case, doesn't that little brother's identity sound even more awesome?
My goodness, I just spent so long worrying about him, and I still don't know who he really is.
No matter what you guess, he's definitely someone we can't afford to mess with. That's interesting. It looks like there's really going to be some drama this time.
Just as everyone was whispering, Li Mingho had already climbed over to Qin Feng and the others. Although the conversation of the onlookers was embarrassing, this was his last chance. As for face? What is that, something you can eat? Bang bang bang. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately kowtowed 3 times in front of Qin Feng and the others. Then, pretending to be full of remorse, he said, "President Qin, I was confused earlier.
Please forgive me this time."
In Li Mingho's mind, since he had already come this far, Qin Feng and the others should forgive him. As for revenge against Qin Feng in the future, he didn't even dare to think about it.
Not for anything else, but because his brother-in-law Mayu is someone else's lackey. However, as it turned out, imagination is abundant, but reality is skeletal. Qin Feng slowly lowered his head and said to Li Mingho in a very playful manner, "Yo, weren't you very arrogant just now? What's the situation now?
You are an executive of TX Technology, the brother-in-law of the Honorable Mayu, and I am just an ordinary person. Where do I have the qualifications to forgive you? Or should I just crush this ant as easily as you said?"
President Qin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho almost burst into tears. If Qin Feng is just an ordinary person, then what is he?
Brother, why don't we just forget about it? Just then, Qin Yu whispered to Qin Feng.
Yes, Brother Feng, I think we should just forget about it.
Zhao Shuer, who was standing nearby, hurriedly agreed. To be honest, until this moment, they still didn't understand why Li Mingho, an executive of TX Technology, had suddenly become like this. In order to prevent Qin Feng from getting into trouble, they hoped that Qin Feng would just let it go.
When Li Mingho heard what the 2 women said, he suddenly couldn't help but light up.
In his mind, with the persuasion of the 2 women, Qin Yu and Qin Yu, he should be able to turn this crisis into an opportunity.
Chapter 29 Chapter 029, This is really too cheeky, isn't it? Is that so?
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Mingho intently. After a long while, he said with a half smile, "Since my sisters have said so, then you should first slap yourself 10 times.
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho almost jumped for joy. Okay, I'll do it. It's just 10 slaps. Compared to going to jail, it's nothing. Master, 10 slaps is too lenient on him, I think it should be at least 100.
However, just as Li Mingho was excitedly preparing to slap himself, Shen Mengyao spoke up. Afterwards, suddenly thinking of something, she pointed to Guan Xiaoting, who was not far away, and said playfully, "And her too, she has to follow along and slap herself too."
What do you mean by the most poisonous woman's heart? This is it.
Li Mingho, who had just been excited, immediately shivered.
I don't want to, why should I slap myself?
As soon as Guan Xiaoting heard this, she screamed, pointing at Shen Mengyao and yelling angrily. You have to know that in the past, she was the one who bullied Shen Mengyao. Now Shen Mengyao is bullying her in return, so how could she be happy about it?
Ha ha. Qin Feng sneered coldly and said indifferently, "If you don't want to, just forget it."
After saying that, he pulled Shen Mengyao and the other girls and prepared to leave.
What the hell is going on? Is this the beginning of the end? I thought I was going to make them slap themselves in the face. What the hell? I even took off my pants, and this is what I get to see. This is pointless, I'm leaving.
When they saw Qin Feng leaving, the onlookers all started to yell. They had expected a slapfest, but instead got the beginning of the end. Although they thought so, Li Mingho, as the person involved, was a little panicked. He was no fool, so how could Qin Feng let him off so easily? After just hesitating for a moment, he immediately yelled at Guan Xiaoting, "Bitch, why aren't you slapping yourself? Didn't you hear that President Qin is angry?" Guan Xiaoting was stunned and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed.
What do you mean? Li Mingho blared at her and said viciously, "If I can slap myself, why can't you?" Okay. Gu Xiaoting couldn't help but shiver when she was glared at by Li Mingho.
Tears rolled down her face, and she waved her hand and slapped her own face.
Pop.
With a soft sound, a slap mark quickly appeared on her face. Li Mingho saw this and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Without further delay, he followed suit and slapped himself directly.
Pa pa pa.
The sound of slapping continued to come, and the cheeks of Li Mingho and the other person had already swollen up like a pig's head. Seeing this, the surrounding melon-eating crowd couldn't help but cover their eyes. There was no way around it, these 2 guys really looked a bit too miserable at this time.
Brother, is this going to
Xinyu saw this and her heart ached a little, and she immediately wanted to say something. But before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, Xiaoyu, it's not a bad thing to have a kind heart, but you have to understand that this is the price they should pay. If I were just an ordinary person today, do you know the consequences? In Qin Feng's opinion, having a kind heart is not a bad thing, but it depends on who you are kind to. If you sympathize with even these kind of scumbags, then what's the difference between you and a saintly bitch? Yes, Xiaoyu, I also think that Feng brother is right. Jia Shuer took Qinyu by the hand and said very gently, just think about it, what did they do to us earlier? If it weren't for Feng here today, wouldn't we all have been bullied by them? Jia Shuer is a few years older than Qinyu after all, and her attitude towards things is naturally much more mature. Shen Mengyao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but praise her. In Shen Mengyao's opinion, being kind to one's enemies is being cruel to oneself. Not to mention 100 slaps, even 1,000 wouldn't be too much for her. Brother, yes. I'm sorry. Qinyu is just a bit simple, not stupid. After Qin Feng and Zhao Shuer said this, she immediately realized her mistake. And just then, Li Mingho and Guan Xiaoting finally finished slapping her. Qin. President Qin, I finished slapping you, you should be able to forgive me now, right? Li Mingho shook his head and said to Qin Feng, a little unintelligibly. His swollen eyes were full of expectation. Well, I forgive you. Qin Feng nodded and said very seriously. Really? That's great. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho almost couldn't help but jump for joy. Compared to going to jail, he suddenly felt that these 100 slaps seemed to be just a so-so. However, before he could be happy for a moment, Xinyu spoke up at this time, brother, are you really going to let him off like this? Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? Just now, wasn't this girl the Virgin Mary? In the blink of an eye, she's been fucking blackmailed. At this moment, Li Mingho's heart felt like 10,000 wild horses were galloping past. Holy shit, she's talented. Even Qin Feng and the others standing nearby were all surprised and opened their mouths wide. They didn't know whether Qin Yu's change was good or bad. Cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said awkwardly, since I have already promised him, of course I won't go back on my word. Hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho, who had just had a bitter expression on his face, instantly revealed a smile like a chrysanthemum. Kids are just kids, and I've easily taken care of them, haven't I? In Li Mingho's opinion, apart from losing some face, there didn't seem to be any losses from this incident. Thinking about the good life ahead, he couldn't help but feel a burst of pride. Just then, Qin Feng, however, took Shen Mengyao and the other women and walked towards the entrance of the overseas Chinese town not far away. Li Mingho, who had come back to his senses, immediately panicked when he saw this. He shouted at Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, didn't you just say that you forgave me? Yes, I forgave you. Qin Feng turned his head and said with a playful expression. Then, since you've forgiven me, can you please call my brother-in-law? For some reason, Li Mingho suddenly felt that things were not as simple as he had thought. No. Qin Feng refused directly without thinking, I only said that I could forgive you, but I didn't say that I would call for you. President Qin, you can't do this, I've already given you 100 slaps. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Mingho almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This is too much of a rascal, isn't it? Chapter 30 Chapter 030, isn't this place beautiful? However, Qin Feng didn't care about him, and he left without looking back with Shen Mengyao and the other women. He is not some kind of saintly bitch. Do you want him to let Li Mingho go? That's impossible. Damn, this move is too sassy. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators couldn't help but feel a bit disheveled in the wind. Brother, that's too much, isn't it? Ha ha ha. After they had walked for a short while, Xinyu couldn't help but give Qin Feng a thumbs up. Jia Shuer and Shen Mengyao, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this, and almost let out a laugh. Due to the loud noise they had just made, Qin Feng's identity as a VIP had also been exposed. They had just started to line up when they were immediately invited in by the scenic area staff themselves. It had to be said that OCT had indeed built a very good place. In addition to the beautiful environment, there are also various entertainment options, such as the world's only wooden roller coaster. And the glass bridge that stands at the very top, a walk in the clouds. All in all, the ticket is definitely not a waste of money. After a while of exploring, Qin Feng and the others were quite satisfied. However, OCT is really a bit too big. Even though Qin Feng and the others had been playing until 6 p.m., they had only explored less than half of it. Brother Feng,
are we going back tonight?
Zhao Shuer looked at the darkening sky and asked Qin Feng. No, we've only explored half of it. After hearing this, Qin Yu immediately pouted. I heard that the canyon seems to be more fun.
Ha, then let's listen to you and stay here tonight, and continue exploring tomorrow.
Qin Feng rubbed Qin Yu's little head and smiled at the girls.
Really? That would be great. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was so happy that she almost jumped up. I saw it earlier, there seems to be a hotel like a castle over the mountain. After saying that, she excitedly took Zhao Shuer's arm, shaking it while cooing. Shuer, what do you think? Shall we go stay there tonight?
Okay. Zhao Shuer naturally didn't want to refuse, as she wanted to stay with Qin Feng more. Seeing that the girls agreed, Qin Feng led the girls towards Tianlu Mountain. After about 10 minutes, they had arrived at Tianlu Mountain. Wow, this place is really beautiful, isn't it? Several people looked at the group of mountain villas in front of them, which were scattered at different heights and looked like a castle. They couldn't help but gasp in awe. It had to be said that the design of this side of Tianlu Mountain was really ingenious. The rolling mountains and tranquil lake, combined with these European-style buildings, made it look like a fairy tale. There are 7 districts here, with a total of more than 120 villas of various sizes, not including the 27 collection-level single-family mansions. Several people, may I ask if there is anything I can help you with? The arrival of Qin Feng and the others quickly attracted the attention of the staff at Tianlu Mountain. Hello, I would like to ask, do you have any rooms available here? Qin Feng gathered himself and asked the staff member with a smile.
Yes, sir. Please follow me.
Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly led Qin Feng and the others to a large hall. After seating them, he had some fruit plates and drinks served.
Sir, what kind of room would you like?
The staff member first made a gesture inviting them to sit, and then began to introduce the property. We have a total of 120 villas here, which can be rented as a whole or by individual rooms.
Oh, that many?
Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered and said to the staff member, we naturally want to rent an entire villa, but we're not sure about the price.
As for the price, we have to divide it into different areas.
The staff member thought for a moment and said, if it's area 1 or 7, the rent for an entire villa is about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per night.
But if it's area 2, the price should be about 10 times higher. Ha! So it's going to cost 300,000 to 400,000 yuan per night? Upon hearing the staff member's words, Shen Mengyao and the other women couldn't help but let out a gasp. Yes, that's about the right price.
The staff member laughed, and then explained that the villas in Zone 2 were all mountain and sea mansions, and the price naturally could not be compared to that of Zones 1 and 7.
Oh, is that so? Qin Feng thought about it for a moment, and suddenly asked, are all the villas here for rent?
Of course not, if a guest wants to buy, we can sell it.
Then may I ask, what are the prices of the villas here?
To be honest, since Qin Feng arrived at this Tianlu Mountain, he has had the urge to buy a villa.
The environment here is really good, and it's actually quite nice to come here occasionally to relax. Besides, he doesn't lack money now, buying a villa is no big deal.
It's possible. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately became excited and hurriedly said to Qin Feng, if you want to buy, I'll go get our manager.
Well, go ahead. Qin Feng nodded and said.
After getting a positive response from Qin Feng, the staff member immediately left the scene.
Brother, you're not really going to buy a villa here, are you?
Seeing the staff member leave, Qin Yu asked Qin Feng with a surprised face.
Of course. Qin Feng smiled and said, a little speechless, do you think I'm joking? But, can you afford it? The villas here will definitely be very expensive.
Qin Yu pursed her lips and looked doubtful.
Yes, Brother Feng, why don't we just rent one?
Zhao Shuer also felt that Qin Yu was right after hearing this.
In their minds, the rent for a villa here would be tens of thousands of dollars. If they really bought it, wouldn't it cost hundreds of millions of dollars? Ha ha. Qin Feng laughed and asked the two women, then I'd like to ask you, do you like it here? Of course we like it, but... No buts.
Before Zhao Shuer and the other woman could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted directly, since you like it, then let's buy it. The two women wanted to say something more, but when they saw Qin Feng's certain gaze, in the end they could only swallow what they wanted to say back. In less than 10 minutes, the staff member walked in with a middle-aged man.
President Wang, this is the guest I was just talking to you about.
The staff member pointed to Qin Feng and introduced him to the middle-aged man.
Chapter 31 Chapter 031. Could it be that this guy is really trying to amuse himself?
As soon as the middle-aged man saw Qin Feng and the others, he couldn't help but be dazzled. There was no way around it, Qin Feng and their looks were really a bit too high.
Hello sir, I am the manager here, Wang Sihai.
After coming back to his senses, he extended his hand and smiled at Qin Feng and asked, I heard from Xiaolu that you want to buy a villa here, right?
That's right.
Qin Feng smiled, extended his hand and shook it with him.
I want to buy the best villa here, can you recommend one?
What? Wang Sihai thought he heard wrong and asked Qin Feng in disbelief, Sir, are you serious? To be honest, at this time, Wang Sihai was very skeptical about the authenticity of Qin Feng's words. As the manager of Tianlu Mountain, he basically recognized all the rich and powerful people in Xinjiang. After all, he has sold villas to many wealthy people. But the Qin Feng in front of him is someone he has never met or even heard of. Of course, although he thinks this, he dares not show it directly.
If he really makes a mistake, won't he offend the person?
Of course.
Qin Feng nodded and directly took out his bank card.
He is not interested in joking with Wang Sihai. If he is going to buy, then naturally he has to buy the best.
Okay, please follow me.
Wang Sihai was only slightly stunned for a moment, and then quickly gathered himself. In no time, he led Qin Feng and the others to another hall. In this hall, there were many staff members and owners of nearby villas. When they saw Wang Sihai approaching, they all came up to greet him politely. At the same time, the look in their eyes when they looked at Qin Feng and the others was full of amazement. In the center of the hall was a very large model of a villa. Wang Sihai pointed to the top left corner of the model and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, Sir, please look, this is our second district's Shanghai mansion. It had to be said, even if it was just a model of a villa, it still gave a very high-end, luxurious impression. As soon as Qin Feng saw the location Wang Sihai was pointing to, he immediately had the urge to buy it. There was no way around it, just looking at the model had already deeply impressed him.
The overall style of each villa is mainly European.
Nestled between the mountains and the water, it gives one a sense of being the ruler of the world.
If it weren't in a scenic area, it would be in no way inferior to Huaihai Villa. Well, it's very good. Qin Feng nodded and asked Wang Sihai very satisfiedly, I wonder how many villas in this second area of yours have not been sold?
Just this one. Wang Sihai pointed to the largest one on the model and smiled at Qin Feng.
Oh, is that so?
Qin Feng was taken aback and asked curiously, this villa should look the best, how come it's the only one left? Qin Feng's original plan was that if none of these villas were sold, then he would buy them all.
Ha ha. Wang Sihai laughed, and then explained, it's not that this villa is the most expensive, it's just that ordinary people can't afford it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the only one left. I see. Qin Feng couldn't help but suddenly understand.
Well, since no one else is buying it, then sell it to me. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something else and asked Wang Sihai, by the way, if I pay the full price now, when can I move in?
What? Are you sure you want to buy it? Wang Sihai couldn't control his emotions for a moment, and his voice suddenly rose several decibels. What the hell is wrong with him? Why is he shouting like that? I don't know. Shall we go take a look? Let's go and see what's going on. It's amazing that it can still shock President Wang.
Wang Sihai's exclamation instantly attracted the attention of the others, who stood up and gathered around. Facing the crowd, Qin Feng remained calm. He shrugged his shoulders and said dismissively, of course, I'll take it. In Qin Feng's opinion, no matter how expensive the villa is, it can't be that expensive, a few billion would be the limit. If it weren't for the fact that all the villas around here have already been sold, he would have bought them all. At that moment, the onlookers also got a general idea of the situation from the staff. After hearing the whole story, they all looked at Qin Feng with disdain. Who are these people? They are the owners here, and they are all well-known figures in the city. They had also fantasized about buying that villa at the beginning, but in the end they came to their senses. There was nothing they could do. The value of that villa was simply not affordable to just anyone. Now Qin Feng had actually gone so far as to say that he wanted to buy that villa, so how could they possibly believe him? In Wang Sihai's opinion, Qin Feng dared to say such a thing because he definitely did not know the exact price of the villa. If he finds out later, I'm afraid he will be too ashamed to bear it. Thinking about this, Wang Sihai immediately smiled and said, Sir, if you can pay 1.7 billion in one go, you can move in tonight.
How much? How much? 1.7 billion? No way.
Upon hearing the price quoted by Wang Sihai, Qin Feng was stunned. Not only him, but also the women standing next to him, Shen Mengyao and the others, were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. When Wang Sihai and the onlookers saw what was happening in front of them, they were actually not too surprised. After all, 1.7 billion is not a small sum of money.
That's right, 1.7 billion. He smiled and said to Qin Feng, if you don't like it, shall we look at other villas?
In Wang Sihai's opinion, he had already given Qin Feng face by saying that. However, at that moment, Qin Feng, who had come back to his senses, slapped his thigh and said, damn, it's only 1.7 billion.
I actually thought it would be at least 3 or 4 billion. This is too cheap, isn't it?
After saying this, he looked at Wang Sihai and said very seriously, no more talk, I want this villa.
Holy shit, is this for real? Wang Sihai couldn't hold back and let out a curse word after hearing this.
He originally thought that Qin Feng was shocked by the price of 1.7 billion.
But now it seems that this is not the case at all? Damn it, 1.7 billion is still cheap? Is this guy pretending to be cool?
I think it's very likely that he is pretending to be cool and not afraid of being struck by lightning.
A bumpkin is a bumpkin, and 1.7 billion is too cheap.
I guess he's probably never even seen 170,000 yuan before.
Hey, it's a waste to let such pretty girls go with me.
Hearing the comments of the crowd, Wang Sihai instantly became skeptical of his own speculation.
Could it be that this guy is really trying to amuse himself? Chapter 32 Chapter 032, Who the hell is this guy?
Thinking about this, Wang Sihai also felt a little restless. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile on his face and said to Qin Feng, since you think 1.7 billion is a bargain, what do you say? By asking this question, Wang Sihai was just trying to test Qin Feng. He wanted to see if Qin Feng really thought it was a bargain or if he was deliberately trying to trick him. If he was really trying to trick him, then he definitely wouldn't hold back. However, Qin Feng understood his thoughts perfectly, and with a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, he said lightly, swipe the card. After saying this, he directly handed a bank card to him. For Qin Feng, the price of 1.7 billion was really nothing.
Wang Sihai was first stunned, and then prepared to take the bank card.
But when he looked at Qin Feng's bank card clearly, he was instantly shocked.
My goodness, that looks like a black card from Huaya Bank, right? Huh, it really is, this is really too awesome. My dear mother and uncle, there shouldn't be many people in our country who have this card, right?
If I remember correctly, I think I saw Dad Ma use it at our hotel last time.
Damn, who the hell is this guy? He can actually have such an awesome black card, he can't be the young master of some big family, can he? Wang Sihai's shocked expression instantly attracted everyone's attention.
When they looked in Wang Sihai's direction and saw the bank card clearly, they all had a look of shock.
You have to understand that not just anyone can have a black card.
Even among these people, there are many billionaires, but none of them can have one. My god, how fucking rich does one have to be to have this card?
In my opinion, it can't be less than 10 billion, otherwise why would he have thought 1.7 billion was cheap? I think it's more than that. Didn't you notice that when he said 1.7 billion, it was the same as when he said 17 yuan? Damn, it seems like it is.
I feel that he is buying a house like buying groceries at the market.
My dear mother and uncle, if you say so, doesn't that mean he has more than 10 billion?
Gee, earlier we thought that he was just pretending to be rich, but now we have been slapped in the face. The people who have come back to their senses, when they look at Qin Feng again, their eyes are a little different in an instant.
There is admiration. There is envy.
And more of it is shock. They also had no doubt about the authenticity of Qin Feng's black card. Because its dazzlingness, which was not inferior to that of a diamond, was enough to prove its authenticity.
Hurry up and swipe it, I'm waiting to see the house.
Seeing that Wang Sihai was still standing there, Qin Feng became a little impatient. He shrugged and said, it's just a black card.
Why do you all act like you've never seen anything before?
Hearing Qin Feng's slightly mocking words, Wang Sihai suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. How rich does one have to be able to say such pretentious things? Not just him, but everyone else there was thinking the same thing. Okay, I'll swipe your card to start the process.
Wang Sihai didn't dare waste any time either, and quickly got all the employees there moving. Since Qin Feng was paying in full, Wang Sihai also handled it as an emergency.
In less than half an hour, the purchase contract and other procedures had been handled. Next, it was time to swipe the card and sign. Wang Sihai took the black card in his trembling hands and handed it to his secretary, Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, go help Mr. Qin with the paperwork.
Yes, Mr. Wang. Xiaoyu nodded and reached out to take the card from Wang Sihai.
She wasn't nervous at first, but when she accidentally touched Wang Sihai's trembling hands, she inexplicably began to feel nervous as well.
Phew.
After taking a deep breath, she firmly grasped the card. Then, slowly she swiped it through the POS machine.
Wait.
However, just then, there was a sudden cry of alarm. Xiaoyu was startled and almost dropped the bank card on the ground.
After she recovered, she asked Wang Sihai with a face full of resentment, Mr. Wang, is there anything else?
Wang Sihai also felt a little embarrassed, forced to smile and said, I'll do it. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiaoyu to react and took the bank card directly from her hand. There was no way around it, he was really a little worried.
What if Xiaoyu damages the bank card later? What's more, this is a huge transaction of 1.7 billion yuan.
If there is a momentary operational error, then he, the manager, can just pack his bags. Wang Sihai picked up the bank card and first gently swiped it over the POS machine, then prepared to enter the transaction amount. However, the transaction amount this time was really too huge.
Wang Sihai was stunned and counted 10 times on the POS machine before clicking confirm.
To be honest, if he hadn't seen that Qin Feng was already getting a little impatient, he would have probably counted it again and again. Just then, the system's voice came through Qin Feng's head. Ding, you have spent a total of 17 billion yuan this time, and successfully earned a rebate of 1,700 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check.
Soon after, a text message from the bank came through.
Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 was successfully credited with 1700,000,000 yuan at 1923 on July 3rd, and the balance after the transaction is 3078,0604, 5933 yuan. Just when Qin Feng thought it was over, the sound of the system rang again. Ding, as the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 200 billion, the system will give you an additional reward, 51% of the shares in Byte Technology Company. The equity certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding, as the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 300 billion, the system will give you an additional reward, 51% of the shares in Yida Real Estate Company. The equity certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time.
Byte Technology? Yida Real Estate?
Holy shit, this is awesome. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost bit his tongue. To be honest, money now held no interest for Qin Feng at all. But these shares in major companies were a bit different. After all, they were a symbol of status. You see, the companies that the system had rewarded Qin Feng with shares in were all leading enterprises in various industries in China. The valuation of any one of these companies would be no less than 1 trillion yuan. Now Qin Feng had 3 such enterprises under his name. If his identity were to be exposed, he would definitely become the most sought-after big shot in China today. Chapter 33, How much money is there in this card? Mr. Qin, your bank card. After swiping the card, Wang Sihai respectfully prepared to hand the card back to Qin Feng. Brother, this bank card of yours is so awesome, why don't you give it to me? Just then, Qin Yu took hold of Qin Feng's arm and said coquettishly to him. She had just seen clearly that these people had an expression of envy when they saw her brother's bank card. Even if she doesn't understand what a black card is, she knows that this card is definitely very powerful.
Heir? Qin Feng was stunned.
To be honest, he didn't want to give this card to Qin Yu. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he didn't want this girl to come into contact with so much money while she was still studying. You have to understand that there are currently more than 300 billion yuan in this card. However, he then let go of his worries and nodded, saying, okay, you can have it. In Qin Feng's opinion, he now has so much money, isn't it just to enable his family to live a good life? Since Qin Yu wants it, there is no harm in giving it to her. It's just hundreds of billions, and the worst that can happen is that he makes more money. Wow, really? Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Qin Yu was so excited that she directly kissed Qin Feng on the cheek, saying, brother, you are really too good. After saying that, she did not wait for Wang Sihai to come back to his senses, and took the bank card from his hand. Holy shit, he just gave away a black card? This is awesome. I'm so jealous. I just want to ask, where can I find a brother like him? Damn, this is a black card. Can't the big guy show a little reluctance?
Damn, I really want to know how much money is in this card. Needless to say,
he even said 1.7 billion was cheap, so there must be at least 10 billion in this card. Holy shit, my dear uncle, he just gave away tens of billions of dollars.
It seems we underestimated this big shot.
Holy shit, it seems you're right. If we look at it this way, he should at least have hundreds of billions of dollars, otherwise how could he just give away tens of billions of dollars to others?
Can I say that I'm jealous? I really want to ask the big shot if he's still looking for a younger sister. In fact, I can go to Thailand.
Seeing this, the surrounding melon-eating crowd all showed an expression of envy. To be honest, they all really wanted to ask Chin Feng if he still needed a younger sister.
If they could, they would go to Thailand for a makeover too.
Chin Feng pretended to wipe his face with disgust and said seriously to Xiao Yu, I've given you the bank card, but I need to make a few rules with you first.
Still making rules? Yu, who was admiring the black card, pouted when she heard this.
Of course. Chin Feng shrugged his shoulders and faced his younger sister's somewhat cute expression, speechless, and said,
Do you know how much money is in this card of mine? How much money can there be? Yu was first stunned, and then said disapprovingly.
In her mind, Chin Feng had just transferred 1.7 billion from this card. Now that he is giving it to her so easily, she should be very happy if there are a few 100,000 in it. As for the other onlookers standing around, they all secretly leaned their heads over. To be honest, they were really curious about the balance in Chin Feng's card. After all, this was a black card, and if there wasn't tens of billions of yuan in it, they all felt a bit embarrassed.
Ha ha.
Chin Feng laughed, then directly held up 3 fingers, not much, just 300 billion yuan.
What? 300 billion yuan.
Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, Yu almost jumped in shock.
My goodness, is this for real? Brother, you didn't rob a bank, did you? After hearing this, the surrounding onlookers also almost stumbled and fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire hall could be heard. Silence. Deadly silence.
Everyone stood in shock, their faces full of disbelief. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the sound of their heartbeat. How is this possible? Everyone here is a well-known figure in Shinshan, and each is worth billions? However, when they learned that Chin Feng's card actually had 300 billion, they couldn't help but start to doubt their lives.
Ha ha.
Chin Feng laughed, very nonchalantly, 300 billion is nothing. But you girl, listen carefully, although I gave you this card, you must not spend it recklessly, otherwise. After saying this, Chin Feng made a fist-clenching gesture.
Brother, maybe I should just give it back to you?
To be honest, if there were only a few 100,000 yuan in the card, Yu really wouldn't have taken it seriously. However, now that she learned that there were actually 300 billion yuan in the card, she suddenly felt a bit intimidated. This is 300 billion yuan. If it were stolen by a bad person, how would she explain it to Chin Feng? No need. Chin Feng waved his hand and said, Since I said I'd give it to you, how could I possibly go back on my word? After saying this, he immediately looked at the people present with a serious face. I'll say this in advance, if any of you have any evil intentions, you'd better think carefully whether you can afford to offend me, Chin Feng. The reason Chin Feng said this was that he was completely worried that someone would take a risk for the money. After all, money can move people, right? In his mind, he knew that he would have to find more bodyguards for his sister and the others when he got back. However, what he didn't know was that when these people learned that Chin Feng had 300 billion in just one card, they were filled with nothing but admiration and awe. You have to understand that they all now believed that Chin Feng must be the eldest son of a major family. For them to provoke such a big shot, it's no different than looking for death. Without caring about what the people there thought, after finishing all the formalities, Chin Feng had Wang Sihai personally take them to the Shanghai mansion. Rolling mountains, calm and peaceful lakes, and a lush green golf course. I have to say, compared to the model, reality is often even more stunning.
Uncle, why are you here?
Chin Feng and the others had just arrived when a beautiful woman in uniform immediately came over. The beautiful woman looked to be about 20 or 21 years old, with a bun hairstyle and a very cute appearance. However, the most attractive thing about her is her long legs, which make people want to gallop on horseback.
Oh, it's you, Sia.
Wang Sihai smiled and said to her, I came with Mr. Chin.
Let's go to the Henteing Heavenly Palace. Henteing Heavenly Palace? Sia was stunned at first, and then she couldn't help exclaiming, My goodness, uncle, did you sell the Henteing Heavenly Palace?
That's right.
Wang Sihai nodded and pointed at Qin Feng and said, "Just now, the Hentang Palace has been bought by Mr. Qin. P.S. I saw many cute people say that this chapter is uncomfortable to give cards to their sisters, so I'll say it in advance, this is a foreshadowing, it will be needed later to act cool, thank you." Foreshadowing, 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 I'll say important things 3 times. Chapter 34 Chapter 034, Can you take orders here? Sigh, that's a 1.7 billion mansion. When Ishiya heard Wang Sihai say this, she couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. She knew very well that the price of the Hentang Heavenly Palace was sky high. Even his father did not have the financial resources to buy it. Now Wang Sihai actually told her that the Hentang Heavenly Palace was bought by the young man in front of her, how could she not be surprised? To be honest, when she first saw Qin Feng, she was already amazed by his appearance. When she looked at Qin Feng again at this time, her eyes instantly became even more full of wonder. In her mind, if she could have a boyfriend like Qin Feng, her girlfriends would be so jealous. However, when she saw the appearance of Zhao Shuer and the other women, she instantly began to feel discouraged again. "Sia, I still have a little business to attend to." As he see his uncle, where would he not be able to see her little mind? He immediately smiled and said, "Why don't you take Mr. Qin and the others there?" In his opinion, if Ishiya could really get close to a godlike rich man like Qin Feng, perhaps their entire family could benefit from it. "That's fine." Upon hearing Wang Sihai's words, Ishiya, who had just been very discouraged, immediately became happy. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao and the other women couldn't help but frown. They were all women, so how could they not see what Ishiya was up to? They wanted to say something, but in the end they held back. As for Qin Feng, who was standing aside, he didn't have any opinions. Compared to an old man like Wang Sihai, he naturally preferred to let Ishiya take them there. "That's good." Wang Sihai smiled and said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, if you need anything else, you can just let Xia know, I'll go first." "Okay." Qin Feng nodded. The Hentang Heavenly Palace is located halfway up the mountainside, so it is naturally quite easy to find. In less than 10 minutes, Ishiya had brought Qin Feng and the others to the front of a courtyard gate. "Mr. Qin, look, this is the most high-end villa in our Tianlu Mountain, the Hentang Heavenly Palace." Ishiya pointed to the incredibly large villa in front of them and said to Qin Feng and the others. This is too big, isn't it?" Qin Yu glanced inside the courtyard gate and couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Shuer and Shen Mengyao, who were standing nearby, also revealed an expression of shock. Just then, Ishiya walked directly up and opened the courtyard gate. Pavilions, rockeries, greenery, swimming pools, etc., the layout can be described as quite beautiful. The open-air swimming pool alone is almost as big as half a football field. As soon as the few people walked in, they instantly felt as if their body and mind had been cleansed by spiritual energy, and they felt so comfortable. To be honest, compared to Huaihai Villa, Qin Feng seemed to like the environment here even more. Following the path paved with Yuwashi stones, they soon arrived at the front door of the villa. When Ishiya smiled and opened the door, everyone was stunned. "Awesome! Really awesome!" The area of the lobby in front of them was probably 200 to 300 square meters, and the furnishings were extremely luxurious. Henkel Harris tables and chairs, Fendi Casa handmade sofas, plus some world-famous murals of all kinds, all showing Qin Feng and the others the full class of the villa. It can be said that just this hall alone is worth the 1.7 billion spent by Qin Feng. My goodness, this is a European castle. Qin Yu, who had come back to her senses, couldn't help but exclaim. "Gee, it's really beautiful." Shen Mengyao and the other woman couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. "Well, it's not bad." Qin Feng nodded, looking quite satisfied. "Why don't I show you around?" Seeing this, Ishiya, who was standing aside, smiled and asked the group. As an employee of Tianlu Mountain, she naturally couldn't help but feel a little proud. After hearing this, all the women turned their attention to Qin Feng. "It's okay." Qin Feng nodded, and then made a gesture of invitation. After almost half an hour, Qin Feng and the others finally explored the entire villa. As soon as they returned to the lobby, everyone collapsed on the sofa. The entire villa gave everyone the feeling of one word, and that word was big. Of course, in addition to being big, the interior decoration and facilities were also unparalleled in luxury. Indoor swimming pool, chess and card room, gym, karaoke bar, underground winery, etc., almost all entertainment venues were present. "Brother, I'm hungry." Qin Yu, who was limp on the sofa, rubbed her tummy and pouted at Qin Feng. "Hungry?" Qin Feng was taken aback at first, and then he remembered that they hadn't had dinner yet. Turning his head, he asked Hishia, "Beauty, can you take orders here?" "Of course." Hishia nodded and said to Qin Feng, "We have Chinese and Western food here. What would you like to eat?" "Let's have Western food." Before Qin Feng could reply, Qin Yu jumped in, saying, "Brother, I've never had Western food before." Since Qin Yu wanted to eat Western food, Qin Feng naturally couldn't dampen her enthusiasm. He nodded and said to Hishia, "Then order some Western food for us." "Okay, I'll have someone send over the menu." Saying this, Hishia took out her phone and started to operate it. In no time, she received a long menu. "Mr. Qin, what do you think we should order?" Hishia handed the phone to Qin Feng and asked him. "Xiao Yu, why don't you order for yourselves?" Qin Feng casually glanced at the menu and then handed the phone to Qin Yu. "Okay." Qin Yu nodded and happily took the phone. However, when she looked at the prices of the dishes on the menu, she instantly froze. There was no way she could be truly shocked by these prices. Joshua and Shin Mengyao, who were standing nearby, also leaned over to take a look when they saw this. This is too expensive, isn't it?" Not much better than Qin Yu, the two of them suddenly gasped. A Kobe beefsteak costs 150,000 yuan. A pound of top-grade Italian caviar costs 300,000 yuan. A French Maison Place foie gras costs 75,000 yuan. The three women looked at the prices on the menu and couldn't find a dish below 10,000 yuan. "Brother, why don't we just forget about it?" Qin Yu, who had come back to her senses, gave the women a wry smile, and then prepared to hand her phone back to Hishia. Although she knew that her brother didn't lack money at the moment, she felt a little sad to let her spend it. Chapter 35 Chapter 035, Are you really planning to stay at my house? How can that work? Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Qin Feng shrugged, a little speechless, saying, "You girl, you really don't know how to spend money." After that, without waiting for Qin Yu to react, he directly took the phone and handed it over. He didn't care about the prices of the dishes, because he would get 100 times the amount back anyway. Without saying a word, he reached out and started ordering from the menu. "Okay, let's order these first, and if they're not enough, we'll order more later." Qin Feng handed the phone to Hishia and said casually, "Order more if they're not enough? Brother, do you think this is feeding pigs?" When Hishia saw the dishes that Qin Feng had ordered, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. She counted carefully, and in just a short while, Qin Feng had ordered almost 40 dishes. There were only 5 of them in total, so it was strange that they could finish all that food. Of course, what shocked Hishia even more was that the prices of all the dishes Qin Feng ordered were no less than 100,000 yuan. In other words, this meal would cost at least 4 or 5 million yuan. Even a rich girl like Hishia had never eaten such an expensive meal before. Thinking about this, Hishia suddenly made up her mind. Less than half an hour after the menu was sent out, a waiter pushed the dishes in. Hishia, wanting to show off in front of Qin Feng, sent the waiter away directly. She first took out 5 stem glasses from the wine cabinet in the villa, and then poured a glass of Romanicanti for everyone. You have to know that the price of just this small glass of red wine is probably no less than 200,000 yuan. Shen Mengyao and the other girls naturally had no idea of the price of this wine, and without thinking, they took a small sip. How was it? It should taste pretty good, right? Hishia asked the girls with a smile. Well, it's not bad. Joshua nodded and asked Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, this red wine must be really expensive, right?" Although she didn't know the brand of the wine, she had seen the menu earlier. None of the wines on that list are less than 100,000 yuan a bottle. It's okay, I just ordered a bottle of Romanicanti from 1991, which should cost more than 1,000,000 yuan. When Qin Feng said this, his tone was very casual, giving the impression that it was just over 100. What? 1 million a bottle? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Joshua and the other women almost vomited the wine they had put in their mouths. They never imagined that this red wine could be so expensive. In other words, the price of that small sip they just took might be tens of thousands of dollars. Okay, so it's only 1 million, right? Let's just eat. Qin Feng was very hungry right now and didn't have time to talk to them. He casually picked up a piece of caviar chocolate and started eating. He had noticed when ordering this dish that it seemed to cost about 200,000 yuan per piece. It had to be said that Qin Feng's bite was equivalent to eating half a house. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao and the other women couldn't help but swallow. Without wasting any more time, they immediately started eating as well. After 3 rounds of wine,
basically everyone except Qin Feng and Xia had already drunk too much. You have to understand that the five of them had drunk 3 bottles of red wine during this meal. Red wine is not the same as white wine. Once the alcohol takes effect, it is simply unbearable. After about 20 minutes, Qin Feng finally managed to help Shen Mengyao and the others into their respective rooms. When he arrived in the lobby, he said to Xia, who was already a little dazed, "Beauty, where do you live? Shall I take you home?" Home? Xia was first taken aback and then said in a slurred voice, "Why go home? I'm not going back." "What do you mean? Are you really planning to stay in my house? Although you are pretty, that's no reason to trick your way into food, shelter, and a place to stay, is it?" Qin Feng was a little speechless, and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. In the end, Qin Feng had no choice but to force Xia to leave. "Is Feng brother in? Hurry up and get up." Early the next morning, Zhao Shuer knocked on the door. Qin Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and, without thinking, got out of bed and opened the door. "Ah!" Zhao Shuer screamed when she saw what was going on in the room. She never expected that Qin Feng was not even fully dressed in the room. He was shirtless, and his 8-pack abs were in plain view. Her scream immediately woke Qin Feng up. He quickly covered Zhao Shuer's mouth with one hand and made a shushing gesture at her. If he called that little Qin Yu over later, wouldn't the scene be embarrassing? Zhao Shuer, whose mouth was covered, resisted the urge to take a few more looks. She wanted to leave, but she felt a little reluctant. Chapter 36, That's Really My Brother, Believe It or Not. And just then, Shen Mengyao also woke up from her room. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw the scene directly in front of her. Although she couldn't help but feel a little jealous, she didn't say anything. After all, she and Qin Feng had no relationship at all. "Okay, let go of me, Xiaoye is waiting for us to go have breakfast." Zhao Shuer's heart was a little shy when she was being watched by Shen Mengyao, and after gently pushing Qin Feng away, she said to him. After everyone finished breakfast, Xia personally led Qin Feng and the others to visit all the places they had not visited yesterday. Qin Feng had originally planned to stay here for another night tonight. However, thinking that Qin Yu and the others still had to go to school tomorrow, he dismissed the idea. Qin Feng then led the women out of the overseas Chinese town. He had to say that his gains this time were quite substantial. Not to mention the money, which had directly earned him 170 billion. Not to mention that he also owns 51% of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate. "Brother Feng, I want to ride with you in the same car, is that okay?" As soon as they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Shuer said to Qin Feng, who was about to get into the passenger seat. Sure." Qin Feng was taken aback at first, and then said to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, you go ride with Xiaoya in the same car." Okay, master." Shen Mengyao was a little uncomfortable, but she obediently got out of the driver's seat. This was Qin Feng's order, and as his driver, she naturally could not object. The 2 luxury cars soon sped away from Longshan. It was not known whether Qin Yu was deliberately trying to create an opportunity for Zhao Shuer, but the car was driving at breakneck speed. In no time at all, their Lamborghini Aventador had disappeared from Qin Feng's view. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly turned her head and asked Qin Feng very seriously, "Brother Feng, do you like me?" "Of course I do." Although Qin Feng didn't understand what Zhao Shuer was asking, he still gave an affirmative answer right away. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative reply, Zhao Shuer's heart was also quite happy. After a long time, she stuttered and continued, "Then, do you want me?" Qin Feng stumbled and almost drove off the road. "If you want, actually." Ahem. Qin Feng coughed twice and said very seriously, "Shuer, I like you, and I don't want to do anything to you. You have to believe me." "Well, I believe you." Zhao Shuer nodded, and suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she directly. "Sai, do you have to be so bold?" Qin Feng couldn't hold back, and he let out a gasp of cold air. His hands holding the steering wheel began to tremble uncontrollably. It had to be said that Zhao Shuer's skills were still a bit rusty, and several times Qin Feng was in excruciating pain. However, in order not to dampen her confidence, Qin Feng ultimately successfully completed the task. "Brother Feng, from now on I will be yours, will you always be good to me?" Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Zhao Shuer asked Qin Feng with a slight blush on her face. "Of course." Qin Feng nodded and said. To be honest, among all his women, his favorite should be Zhao Shuer. "Brother Feng, you are really good." Upon hearing Qin Feng's reply, Zhao Shuer immediately kissed Qin Feng on the face. "Quiet.
Deadly silence. Xin Feng's expression of comfort had suddenly turned into a bitter expression. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shuer couldn't hold back and burst out laughing when she saw this. Then, she said apologetically to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I just forgot. How about I wipe it off for you?" Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and after a long while, he replied, "No need." After all, it was something from his own body, and he had no face to accuse Zhao Shuer. In front of the gate of Xinjiang University. Holy shit, that looks like a Lamborghini. It's awesome. The official selling price of this car should be tens of millions of dollars, right? There are really a lot of rich people at our school, I'm so jealous. Hey, this car should belong to Qin Yu's boyfriend, right? I think we saw it the day before yesterday. Holy shit, it really is. I don't know what Qin Yu's boyfriend does for a living, but he's so rich. I'm so jealous of Qin Yu, she's actually able to find such a rich boyfriend. You're right, he's not just rich, he's also damn good looking. Hey, it seems that the two most beautiful girls in our school have completely fallen for him. My goddess. As soon as Qin Yu drove the car to the school gate, he immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Although there was no shortage of rich second-generation people among them, a car like the Lamborghini Aventador was out of their reach. Qin Yu and Shin Mengyao didn't stay in the car for long. After parking the car, they got out. My goodness, is that Qin Yu? Nima, the beautiful woman next to her, is also very pretty. Gee, that figure is just so big. Do you think Qin Yu's brother will give her the car? My god, that's awesome. No wonder Qin Yu and the others don't look down on the Zhou Ruoheo brothers. Compared to other people, they are just a pile of dog poo. Just as everyone was whispering, 3 girls walked over to Qin Yu. They came up to her and teased her with a smile. "Xiaoyu, I really didn't expect it. You're actually driving a Lamborghini now, you've hidden it well." Yes, I didn't think that Xiaoyu would fall in love at university, but I didn't expect that she'd secretly caught a gold-plated turtle. Gee. If it weren't for your boyfriend coming to see you, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark. Tell us, how did you manage to get him to fall for you? We can learn from you. Hearing her roommate's teasing remarks, Qin Yu almost lost her temper. She never imagined that they would think that Qin Feng was her boyfriend. Suppressing her anger, she told the girls, "That's really my brother, believe it or not." Chapter 37 Chapter 037, Boss, are you serious? Are you kidding? My dear mother's brother, doesn't your family have a lot of money? So we've been living in the same dorm room as a local tyrant. Gee, if you say so, then this Lamborghini poison should also be yours, right? The girls were stunned when they heard Qin Yu say this. They had originally thought that Qin Yu had hooked up with a rich guy. But now it seems that it's not the case? Qin Yu didn't care about their shocked expressions, smiled, and then said, "I'm not sure if my family is rich or not, but my brother is quite rich. By the way, my brother gave me this car the day before yesterday." Qin Yu's eyes were full of admiration when she said this. Damn, your brother is too good to you. I'm really envious. If I could have a brother like that, I would probably smile in my sleep. Right, Xiaoye, if you say so, doesn't that mean your brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet? My god, so there's still a chance for me. Quick, give me your brother's WeChat. And me too, I want to add him. As soon as they heard what Qin Yu said, their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, they took out their phones and wanted Qin Yu to give them Qin Feng's WeChat. In their minds, if they could get a rich guy like Qin Feng, wouldn't they be able to drive such a luxury car in the future? Cough cough. Qin Yu coughed twice when she saw this. Then she smiled and said, "Sorry, my brother already has a girlfriend now." Has a girlfriend? The girls couldn't help but ask curiously, who? He. Qin Yu gave a little laugh, her mouth curling up slightly, and said, "Who else could it be but my sister Shuer? You guys don't stand a chance." Zhao Shuer? Damn it, how did I forget about her? No wonder the day before, Zhao Shuer was calling your brother so affectionately in front of the school. It turns out she was his girlfriend. Oh, my handsome man, this is really sad. When the girls learned that Zhao Shuer was Qin Feng's girlfriend, they instantly felt like their lives had lost all hope. How could such a good man be captured by Zhao Shuer? Just then, one of the girls suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and she said to Qin Yu, "Shuer, although your brother is now Zhao Shuer's boyfriend, they are not married yet, right?" The other two also hurriedly agreed. Exactly, I think we still have a chance. To be honest, if it's possible, I wouldn't mind sharing your brother with Shuer at all.
As the saying goes, behind every successful man there is a group of women.
We are all willing to be the women behind your brother. Shwe, please have pity on us.
Although the girls were joking, everyone could see the serious look in their eyes. After hearing this, Shinyu suddenly felt a bit difficult. On the one hand was her good sister, and on the other was her roommate, which was a dilemma. However, at this moment, Shin Mengyao, who had not spoken up until now, could no longer bear to watch.
Ha ha. She snorted, and mockingly said to the women, "You think you're good enough to be the woman behind my family's master? You should look in the mirror and see if you're worthy."
Of course, the reason she said this was not only because she was jealous, but also to help Chinyu out of the situation.
She had clearly seen the dilemma Chinyu was in just now. Who the hell are you? What's it to you?
Yes, we were just talking to Xiaoye, and you're really meddling like a dog in a rat's business. What bullshit about your master? If anyone didn't know, they'd think you were cosplaying.
And you say we don't match? Are you any match? After being taunted by Shin Mengyao, how could the women swallow their pride?
Without saying a word, they immediately started greeting Shin Mengyao in the Zhuan manner.
Xinyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed.
She immediately wanted to speak up to stop them. "Everyone listen to me." However, before she could finish speaking, a very mocking voice came over. "I don't know if she's worthy, but she's at least more worthy than you guys. Who the hell is this?" Upon hearing this, the girls instantly looked like cats with their fur standing on end. Their faces were very gloomy, and they turned their heads and looked in the direction the voice came from. However, when they saw the appearance of the person speaking, they instantly wilted a bit. Xin Feng also didn't expect that just after driving to the school gate, he would run into this kind of nonsense. Shin Mengyao is his Qin Feng's woman, so how could he let others abuse her casually?
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Ha, to say these women, they are really unlucky, right? They know that he is a big shots man, but they still dare to be so rude. They deserve it. Now it's fine, they have been publicly slapped in the face by the young man, which is so embarrassing. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, the three women with gloomy faces hated to find a place to hide. They knew without thinking that they would definitely become famous at school today. They glanced at each other and quickly left in disgrace.
"Brother, what are you doing? They are all my roommates."
Seeing the girls leave, Chinyu suddenly revealed an expression of great grievance.
"How am I supposed to live in the dormitory in the future?"
After saying that, she walked up and took Xiao Shuer's arm, pouting and saying coquettishly, "Shuer, you don't control your husband."
Zhao Shuer blushed at the mention of this. "What are you talking about?"
Xin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain, "If you think the family is far away, the worst that can happen is that we buy you and Shuer a villa near the school."
As soon as he said this, the onlookers immediately exploded.
Holy shit, are these words from a human? This is awesome, this is really awesome, when can I be like him?
Buying villas at the drop of a hat, is he fucking serious?
Godly hero, I just want to ask, do you still need pendants for your thighs?
I'm so impressed, I instantly feel like I'm nothing.
Although many of these people are second-generation rich, and also rent houses outside. But compared to Qin Feng, they instantly feel like they're just poor. Chapter 38 Chapter 038, I've already given away the black card.
Brother, you can't be serious, can you?
Xinyu looked at Qin Feng and asked incredulously.
Of course I'm serious.
Qin Feng smiled and said to Qinyu with a face full of adoration, I only have you as a sister, I can't let you suffer. For Qin Feng, as long as Qinyu and the others are comfortable, money is not a problem at all. Qinyu was moved when she heard Qin Feng say this. Turning her head, she whispered to Zhao Shuer, Shuer, what do you think?
Me?
Zhao Shuer was first taken aback, and then she blushed and said, why don't we go home and live there? She had just become closer to Qin Feng, and naturally she was willing to go and live at his place.
That's fine. Xinyu also understood Zhao Shuer's thoughts, nodded, and said, we have a car anyway, so it's convenient to go back.
After a while, Qin Feng and Shen Mengyao left Xincheng University.
Master, where are we going now?
In the car, Shen Mengyao turned to Qin Feng and asked.
Go.
Qin Feng thought for a while and said to Shen Mengyao, wait a minute, I need to make a phone call first. You should know that he gave his black card to Qinyu. Without a bank card, it would be inconvenient to buy things. Since there was nothing going on at the moment, Qin Feng wanted to ask Shui Kai if he could help him get black cards for all the banks in Xincheng. You have to understand that Shui Kai is the head of Huaya Bank in Xincheng. I believe with his connections and Qin Feng's wealth, there shouldn't be any problem getting a few black cards.
Hey, Shuige, what are you doing?
As soon as the call connected, Jin Feng asked with a smile. Last time, he and Shui Kai had already become sworn brothers over a bottle of wine, so the formality in their addressings had naturally become closer.
What else can I do but meet with clients and all that nonsense? Shui Kai laughed and asked Jin Feng, what's up, brother? Yes, I just want to ask you, Shuige, is there any way I can get a few more black cards?
Jin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point.
Didn't I just get you one last time? I gave it to someone. What? You gave it to someone?
Shui Kai was shocked, and the phone in his hand almost fell to the ground.
Buddy, that's a black card, okay? You're being too generous. I had no choice. My sister wanted it, so I gave it to her.
Jin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly.
Okay then. Shui Kai took a deep breath and asked Jin Feng, where are you right now? Why don't we meet at our Huaya bank and talk? Okay. Jin Feng nodded and then hung up the phone.
In less than half an hour, they had arrived at the entrance of Huaya Bank. As soon as the two of them had parked the car, they saw Shui Kai coming out to greet them. After some pleasantries, he invited Jin Feng and the others into the VIP room.
Hey, buddy, who is this? Shui Kai pointed at Shen Mengyao and asked Jin Feng with a smile. She's my driver. What? Driver?
Shui Kai couldn't help but be taken aback after hearing this, and exclaimed, Man, you're something, even your driver is so pretty.
Shuige, don't tease me, Jin Feng laughed. Then, with a serious expression, he said, Shuige, about what I just said, do you think you can help?
Seeing Jin Feng's seriousness, Shui Kai also stopped teasing. After thinking about it, he said, Brother, if you just want to apply for a black card from our Huaya bank, I can make the decision and apply for another one for you. But for other banks, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. After all, not just anyone can have a black card. Even if Jin Feng has more than 100 million in his bank account, it is almost impossible to apply for a black card from another bank. You have to understand that there are many people with hundreds of millions of assets in China. However, the number of people who can have a black card is very small. Jin Feng laughed and couldn't help but ask, I wonder what the requirements are for applying for a black card from another bank? He knew exactly what Shui Kai meant, and it was obvious that he was saying that he was not qualified. But for the time being, he didn't bother to explain, and just wanted to see what the requirements were. Seeing that Jin Feng was insistent, Shui Kai began to explain.
First, the applicant's assets must be at least 10 billion yuan.
The main reason you were able to get a black card last time was because of the compensation from our Huaya head office.
Second, the applicant's identity must be well known, or they must have a certain family background. Third, the company under the applicant's name must be one of the top 500 Chinese companies.
After a pause, he continued, as for some other minor items, you should be able to meet the standards, but... Shui Kai did not say it explicitly, but he believed that Jin Feng should be able to understand what he meant. However, what Shui Kai did not expect was... After listening to what he said, Jin Feng did not show any signs of surprise, but instead said to him lightly, Why don't we get the Huaya Bank black card first?
Well, that's fine. Shui Kai nodded and made a phone call.
He thought that Jin Feng had given up. After a while, a staff member came in. At Shui Kai's signal, he directly led him in the VIP room and applied for the Huaya Bank black card for Jin Feng.
How is this possible?
The staff member had just put Jin Feng's ID card on the magnetic card machine, and the scene displayed on the computer suddenly made him gasp. After a long while, he hurriedly shouted at Shui Kai, Shui.
President Shui, you have to come and see this.
Shui Kai, who was chatting with Jin Feng, couldn't help but frown when he heard his shout.
After a moment of contemplation, he walked over with a gloomy face. As soon as he arrived at the staff member, he lectured him in a low voice, What's the big deal? Can't you see that Mr. Qin is still here?
The staff member wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. In the end, he can only point to the computer screen and say helplessly, You'd better take a look for yourself. After that, he simply gave up his position.
How is this possible?
After Shui Kai finished reading the content on the screen, he was stunned just as quickly. He had always believed that he was a good judge of character, and the facts had proven him right. But today, it seemed that he had misjudged someone. He had to admit that the content on the computer screen made him feel like he had been slapped in the face.
Chapter 39 Chapter 039, The Terrifying Superpower. What, can't you do it?
Seeing that both Shuaikai and Qin Feng were frozen in place, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown.
No.
Upon being asked by Qin Feng, Shuaikai also immediately came back to his senses. He took 3 steps and came to Qin Feng's side, and asked Qin Feng in shock, "Brother Qin, do you have more than 300 billion in your bank account?"
Well, yes. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Shuaikai continued, "Are you the largest shareholder of TX Technology?" "That's right. And you're also the man behind Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate?" "Ha, it seems that there's nothing wrong with that."
Qin Feng laughed, very nonchalantly.
"I'm telling you, buddy, you've really kept me in the dark." Upon receiving Qin Feng's affirmative reply, Shuaikai couldn't help but bitterly smile.
"If I had known you were so awesome, I wouldn't have dared to waste your time."
"I'm sorry, brother. You won't blame me for being a snob, will you?" "What are you talking about?"
Qin Feng said with a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, looking away.
"Do I look like the kind of person who would be petty?"
To be honest, Qin Feng really didn't take what had just happened to heart.
It is understandable that someone would question his strength.
Seeing that Qin Feng was not really angry, a stone in Shuaikai's heart finally fell to the ground. In Shuaikai's opinion, although he is now on brotherly terms with Qin Feng, it is best not to offend him if possible.
After all, a super boss like Qin Feng, if he wants to ruin him, it would not be a matter of minutes.
Not daring to waste any time, after saying hello to Qin Feng, he quickly returned to in front of the computer screen.
Qin Feng is a super boss, so how can he hand over the task of getting a black card to someone else?
After sending the staff member out, Shuaikai personally began to get a black card for Qin Feng. In less than 5 minutes, he handed Qin Feng a black card that sparkled like a diamond.
"Brother Qin, do you want to get a black card from another bank?"
"Of course."
Qin Feng nodded and replied. "Okay." Shuaikai said, and then directly pulled out his phone.
"I'll call the person in charge of other banks and have them come in person to handle this for you."
"Oldly, this is Shuaikai from Huaya Bank."
As soon as the call connected, Shuaikai said with a smile, "I have a super boss here who wants to apply for a black card from your bank. Do you think you should come in person?"
"What? You actually said I'm making a big deal out of nothing? Let me ask you, does someone with over 300 billion in their bank account count as a super boss? A person who owns TX Technology, Byte Technology, and 51% of Yida Real Estate, is that considered a super boss? Not 3 people, but 1 person. Yes, all of the people I just mentioned belong to the same boss. I just want to know, are you coming or not?
If you're not willing to come, then forget it."
Haha, you're a smart kid, hurry up." After hanging up the phone very satisfied, Shuaikai dialed another number.
In exactly the same way, in less than 10 minutes, he had already made 6 or 7 calls. At the same time, the WeChat group for the Xinjiang area of Huaxia Bank had already exploded.
"Calling Lao Lu, I want to ask, did you get a call from Shuaikai?" "I got it, I almost fainted from shock."
"Ha ha ha, I got it too. I heard that there is a super tycoon who wants to apply for black cards from all the banks."
"That's really awesome, and it seems that he is also the largest shareholder of TX Technology?" "You know nothing. The liquid assets in his bank card alone amount to more than 300 billion yuan.
That's right, I also heard that the super boss not only has 51% of the shares of TX Technology, but also 51% of the shares of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate. My dear mother's uncle, those are all of China's top 500 companies, and this super boss must be very rich."
"Do you think Shuaikai is trying to fool us? Can such a powerful person really exist?" "I don't think so. Shuaikai is not that kind of person. Whatever, we can just go and see for ourselves, right? Damn, I really want to see what this legendary figure looks like."
"You're right, everyone, I'll go first then."
"Shit, let's all go together."
To be honest, the heads of the major banks were actually a little skeptical of Shuaikai's words. After all, they had only seen such awesome people in novels.
But they couldn't help but want to go and take a look.
If this is true, then they will be able to personally handle black cards for such super tycoons, and they will be able to brag about this for the rest of their lives.
In less than 20 minutes, the heads of all the major banks had arrived. Since they were all dressed in suits, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present as soon as they walked into the office lobby of Huaya Bank. What the heck is going on? Isn't that Mr. Xia from the Agricultural Bank? Why is he at Huaya Bank?
Indeed, the one next to him should be General Manager Lu of ICBC. The tall one seems to be General Manager Li of CMB.
Gee, these are all the kinds of people that only appear in the Xinjiang Daily, so why are they all here today? Judging from the direction they're hurrying off to, it looks like they're going to the VIP room, right? My goodness, could it be that some big shot is waiting for them inside? You're probably just overthinking it. What kind of big shot would be able to invite them? You're right.
Although the crowd's chatter was not loud, it still reached the ears of these people in charge. When they heard the speculation of the onlookers, they all smiled knowingly. After walking down a long corridor, they soon arrived at the door of the VIP room. For some reason, they had always been full of spirit, but when they thought about meeting the big boss soon, they suddenly became a bit nervous.
Knock, knock, knock. Taking a deep breath, they knocked on the door. Come in.
The next second, Shuaikai's voice came from inside the room. Without daring to linger, they pushed open the door and all walked in. First, they took a look around the VIP room, and then they all stopped looking at Qin Feng.
My dear mother and uncle, could this young man be the super boss? He's fucking too young.
I have to say, this was the common thought in all of their minds at this time.
Chapter 40, his name is Qin Feng, and he is my high school classmate. Oh, you're all here.
Shuaikai stood up from the sofa and smiled at the crowd who had arrived.
Ha, if you, President Shui, say so, how dare we not come?
Yes, yes.
The crowd also immediately smiled and replied. Come, let me introduce you.
Shuaikai invited them forward and pointed to Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and introduced him as the super boss I told you about, Mr. Qin Feng.
Hello, Mr. Qin.
After hearing this, the crowd hurriedly bowed to Qin Feng. In their minds, a super boss like Qin Feng could not be given a bad impression. At this time, Shuaikai continued to introduce Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, they are all the heads of major banks in Xinjiang. This is Mr. Liu from ICBC, and this is. Shuaikai is a smart man, and he introduced everyone present to Qin Feng all over again.
Well, hello everyone.
Qin Feng nodded and smiled at the crowd, saying, I'm going to have to trouble you all with the black card business.
No trouble at all, it's our honor to be able to do something for you, Mr. Qin.
Yes, I really didn't expect that Mr. Qin would be so young. You're really quite accomplished at a young age.
Don't worry, we'll take care of the black card business.
The crowd first showered Qin Feng with praise, and then couldn't help but look at Shen Mengyao.
Mr. Qin, this should be your wife, right?
Your wife is really beautiful, and you are a perfect match.
Ahem.
After hearing this, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but cough twice, and then explained, I'm sorry everyone, I'm just Mr. Qin's driver.
What? Driver?
Everyone was shocked when they heard Shen Mengyao say this. They never imagined that such a beautiful woman was actually just Qin Feng's driver.
The boss is the boss, and he is really more superior than everyone else. Even the driver is such a gem. Okay everyone, you should hurry up and apply for a card for Mr. Qin.
Shuaikai smiled and interrupted the conversation, addressing them directly. Hearing Shuaikai's words, they did not dare to waste any time and immediately found a seat to prepare to apply for a black card for Qin Feng. Although they had been mentally prepared for this, when they placed Qin Feng's ID card on the magnetic card machine, they could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. Wow, Mr. Qin is really a super boss.
Gee, look at this information, my goodness, it's really awesome.
I don't know if Mr. Qin has a girlfriend. My daughter is just 18 this year, and she's quite a match for Mr. Qin.
I say, Lao Li, can you be a little self-aware? With your family's situation, can you match up to someone? Why not? My family is considered a wealthy family, right? In my opinion, my daughter Meng Meng is a better match for Mr. Qin. You're just making things up. My Yuju is.
Okay. Seeing that everyone was going on and on, Shuaikai couldn't help but interrupt again, arguing that what was the point of arguing, and that they should hurry up. When everyone heard Shuaikai's words, they suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Who were these people? They were the heads of each of the major banks in Xinjiang.
In Xinjiang, which of them was not a well-known figure?
If outsiders knew that these bigwigs all wanted to marry their daughters to Qin Feng, they would definitely be shocked and pass out.
Half an hour later.
The group of people had all the black cards from the banks processed. Mr. Qin, this is our ICBC Supreme Black Card, which can be overdrawn up to 10 billion yuan.
Are you satisfied? And this is our bank, this is our CMB Unicorn Black Card, which can also be overdrawn up to 10 billion yuan.
I also have this is our ABC Golden Dragon Black Card, which can also be overdrawn up to 10 billion yuan. And me, our bank's black card also. In no time at all, Qin Feng had more than 10 black cards of various styles in his hands. And all of these black cards have a common characteristic, which is the ability to overdraw 10 billion.
What is the concept of this?
Even the richest man in the world like Bill Gates, I'm afraid he has never had such treatment. After putting away all the black cards, Qin Feng exchanged greetings with everyone and left Huaya Bank with Shin Mengyao.
Master, where are we going next?
As soon as they got in the car, Shin Mengyao asked Qin Feng.
Let's go eat first.
Qin Feng thought for a moment and said to Shin Mengyao, after we eat, let's go buy a car.
Buy a car? Shin Mengyao was taken aback and blurted out, didn't you just buy dozens of luxury cars? Those are all too high profile.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. More than an hour later, after finishing their meal, Qin Feng and his companion walked into the Audi 4S store. They had wanted to keep a low profile and just browse the store, but unfortunately, their appearance was just too high profile.
As soon as they walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of others. Hey, isn't that Qin Feng? Just then, a young woman in uniform instantly recognized Qin Feng.
And a flash of surprise in her eyes also flashed by. You should know that Qin Feng was her classmate in high school and even courted her when they were in school. But at that time, she didn't agree because she despised Qin Feng's poor family.
Wen, who is that? Do you know him?
Seeing Wen looking at Qin Feng with some surprise, a man in a suit next to her couldn't help but ask out loud. His name is Qin Feng, he is my classmate in high school. Wen, who had come back to her senses, replied to the man in a suit. He looks like a pretty boy, I'm afraid he's a young master from the nightclub. Upon hearing Wen's words, the man in the suit couldn't help but sneer, and he was right, the girl next to him was quite attractive. After saying this, the man in the suit's lecherous eyes kept wandering over Shin Mengyao.
Wen, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but sneer, what, Zhang Xiao, you're not interested in her, are you? Wen, what are you talking about?
Upon hearing this, the man in the suit turned to Wen and said with a deep expression on his face, Wen, don't you understand my feelings?
Wen, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? If possible, I'll buy that Audi A8. Really? Upon hearing this, Wen's eyes lit up.
You have to understand that the Audi A8 the man in the suit was talking about was the top model, and the market price was about 2.64 million yuan. If he can really buy it, Wen's commission for this month will probably be at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan.
Chapter 41, Chapter 041, I'm just a bum.
Of course. The suit-wearing man smiled smugly, and said dismissively, it's just an Audi A8, only worth a little over 2 million. As long as it can make Wen happy, it's all just pocket change. You should know that the suit-wearing man owns a real estate company in Xinjiang with hundreds of people. He just happened to receive $1 billion order from Yida Real Estate these past 2 days, and he really didn't take the mere 2 million odd Audi A8 seriously.
Wow, Boss Zhang, you're really very kind to me.
Upon hearing these words from the man in the suit, Wen was moved to the point of tears.
However, it was unclear whether the emotion was genuine or not.
At that moment, Qin Feng, who was wandering around, suddenly saw Wen not far away. He greeted Shin Mengyao first, then walked over to Wen alone.
Wen, it's you.
Yes, it's me. Wen smiled and pretended to be a little moved, saying, it's been a long time since we last saw each other.
Yes. Qin Feng nodded, do you work here now?
Yes, I came to Shenzhen right after graduating from high school. After all, I don't have much educational background, and after looking around, I still feel that this job is more suitable for me.
You're right. I remember that you were the class president in high school. Being a salesperson shouldn't be difficult for you at all, right?
Ha, it's just a way to get by. Wen laughed, unable to resist being a little smug. The main thing is that you don't have to work in the sun, and you can make 10 or 20,000 a month in salary and commission. In Wen's opinion, Qin Feng shouldn't be doing well, after all, his education and family background are there for everyone to see. Now she can act superior in front of Qin Feng, and she still feels pretty good about it.
10,000 to 20,000?
That's pretty good.
It's okay.
Wen shrugged, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth and said, by the way, where do you work now?
Me? I'm just a jobless bum.
Qin Feng wasn't lying, it's just that his jobless bum is a bit special.
His annual income is at least hundreds of billions, do you think it's special? Unemployed?
Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wen didn't even have to open his mouth. The man in a suit standing next to him couldn't help but sneer and laugh. Hee hee, young man, not that I'm saying anything, it's not good for a man to have no ambition.
Who is this?
Sheen Fong wasn't angry, but instead turned to Yu Wenwen and asked. He is my friend, specializes in real estate. However, before Wenwen could finish his sentence, the man in the suit spoke up, saying, My name is Zhang Wenqing, the owner of Dongqing Real Estate.
I believe you have heard of our company, right? Young man, it's not good that you don't have a job. Why don't you come work for me as a laborer? You can earn 6 or 7,000 yuan a month. Zhang Wenqing spoke with obvious disdain in his eyes. Ha ha.
However, Sheen Fong laughed, waved his hand, and said, I didn't come here today to look for a job.
Sheen Fong, I know your family's situation.
Seeing this, Yu Wenwen couldn't help but pretend to be concerned and say, I think Boss Shang is right, it's actually pretty good for you to work as a construction worker, at least you won't go hungry, right? After hearing this, Zhang Wenqing hurriedly agreed, just because you're Wenwen's classmate, I can give you 50 yuan more than everyone else's daily wage, what do you think?
I don't think so.
Sheen Fong shrugged, and suddenly felt that these two guys in front of him were acting like idiots.
Who is he?
He is the owner of 300 billion in assets and 3 listed companies.
And he wants to go to the construction site and carry bricks? I can't believe they came up with that.
Sheen Fong, I think. Yu Wenwen wanted to say something more, but Sheen Fong interrupted, okay, let's cut the crap. I came here today to buy a car.
If you still consider me your classmate, recommend a good car to me.
This.
Yu Wenwen was taken aback and couldn't help but blurt out, You're here to buy a car? Nonsense, if I didn't come to your 4S store to buy a car, would I come to eat? Cough cough.
After hearing this, Yu Wenwen couldn't help but cough twice, and after a long while, she asked, So how much have you budgeted?
2 to 300,000. That much?
To be honest, Yu Wenwen really didn't expect Sheen Fong to have 2 to 300,000 in savings.
It's okay. Sheen Fong laughed and didn't bother to explain. In that case,
Yu Wenwen thought for a moment, then pointed to the Audi A8 not far away and smiled at Sheen Fong, saying, What do you think of that car?
Wenwen, that's an Audi A8. Before Sheen Fong could answer, Zhang Wenqing couldn't hold back any longer. In his mind, how could Sheen Fong, such a loser, afford such an expensive car? I know. However, Yu Wenwen just laughed and said dismissively, Can't you take out a loan? Hearing Yu Wenwen's words, Zhang Wenqing immediately reacted. Dare this bitch want to take advantage of her old classmate? Thinking about this, he quickly pretended to be enlightened. Oh, you're right, with a down payment of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan and a car loan, you can buy an Audi A8. Sheen Fong is no fool, these two guys obviously don't have any good intentions. To be honest, Sheen Fong was very disappointed in Wenwen. After all, she had once been a girl he had chased after, and now she had turned out to be like this. Just then, Yu Wenwen spoke again. Sheen Fong, what do you think? If possible, I can give you an internal price. As for the loan, you don't have to worry about it, the interest rate will definitely satisfy you. No thanks.
Sheen Fong waved his hand and pointed to an Audi A4 not far away and said, I think that car is good. To be honest, if Yu Wenwen were still the same Yu Wenwen from back then, Sheen Fong would definitely buy the Audi A8 for the sake of his classmate. After all, who wouldn't want a cut of the commission? Looking in the direction Sheen Feng's finger was pointing, Yu Wenwen and Zhao Wenqing were momentarily speechless. Yu Wenwen pursed her lips and said to Sheen Fong, don't you have 2 or 300,000 yuan on hand? Why do you need to buy that outdated Audi A4? A car is just a means of transportation, and I don't think it matters if it's outdated or not. That's not what you said. You have to understand that a car is the face of your man. If you buy an outdated Audi A4 and drive it, won't it be a disgrace? After Yu Wenwen said this, she couldn't help but feel a wave of contempt in her heart. In her opinion, people like Sheen Fong are ultimately from poor families. Even after being out in society for several years, they still have no foresight at all. Chapter 42 Chapter 042, Is it funny to tease me like this? Is it demeaning? I think it's fine. Sheen Fong shrugged and said with some disdain, Besides, I don't lack a good car. Oh? Upon hearing these words from Sheen Fong, Yu Wenwen couldn't help but say with a hint of amusement, What do you mean, you also own other cars? To be honest, Yu Wenwen didn't believe it at all. It's been only 3 or 4 years since they graduated from high school, and it's already pretty good to have a savings of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Now Sheen Fong is telling her that he has other cars, and they are even good ones, so how could Yu Wenwen believe him? That's right. Qin Feng nodded and shrugged, saying, I do have other cars.
I came here to buy an Audi this time, but it's just to keep a low profile. Ha ha.
Yuanwen couldn't help but snort with disdain, saying, Qin Feng, I never thought that after a few years of not seeing each other, your ability to brag has increased a lot.
And what's more, just to keep a low profile. If you say so, doesn't that mean that the car you bought is even more awesome than an Audi?
Yuanwen felt that Qin Feng must have said this just to save face.
Sort of. What do you mean sort of? Then I'd like to ask you, what kind of car did you buy? All kinds of cars. For example, the Lamborghini Poison, the Ferrari Lafer, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, there are so many that I can't remember them all. Ha ha ha.
Zhang Wenqing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard Qin Feng's words.
I say, young man, there's a limit to bragging. Do you know how much those cars you just mentioned are worth?
Yes.
Yuanwen also hurriedly chimed in after hearing this. Qin Feng, we're old classmates, do you think it's funny to fool me like this?
In their eyes, Qin Feng was not only poor, but also stupid.
What, you don't believe me?
It's obvious that I'm telling the truth, but they don't believe me, so Qin Feng felt a bit helpless.
Of course I don't believe you.
Yuanwen pursed her lips and said with some disdain, if you said you bought a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, I might be able to barely believe it.
But you're saying that you bought something like a Lamborghini Poison and a Ferrari LaFerrari, is that a joke? I'd like to ask you, do you know the price of those cars?
In Yuanwen's opinion, the things she said were already considered giving Qin Feng face. If it weren't for the sake of her classmates, she really wanted to directly scold Qin Feng as a moron. Qin Feng sighed and shrugged helplessly. Turning his head, he shouted at Shen Mengyao, who was not far away, Mengyao, come here for a second. Hearing Qin Feng call her, Shen Mengyao did not dare to delay and came running over.
Yes, master?
She asked respectfully as soon as she arrived in front of Qin Feng.
Master?
Hearing Shen Mengyao address Qin Feng in this way, Yuanwen were suddenly stunned. Qin Feng didn't care about them and said to Shen Mengyao, give me the car keys, I have something to do.
Oh, yes, master.
Shen Mengyao obediently nodded and then handed the car keys to Qin Feng.
What do you think? Now you should believe me, right?
Qin Feng said, and waved the keys in front of them.
Ha, you're not a lighter, are you? Not to mention, the Lamborghini logo on your car is quite well done.
Zhang Wenqing is a car fanatic and knows all the logos of luxury cars like the back of his hand.
He recognized the logo on the key just by glancing at it.
In his mind, the key Qin Feng was holding must be a lighter. However, what he didn't expect was that the next second after he said that, Qin Feng handed him the key directly.
Holy shit, is this for real?
Looking at Qin Feng's very calm expression, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but think to himself, no way, he must be trying to bluff me, kid, just wait until you get your face slapped. Without wasting any time, he pressed it directly. Drip. Just then, there were several drips of sound coming from outside the door. Although the sound was not very loud, it still reached the ears of everyone in the hall. Let's go take a look. Qin Feng snatched the key, took Shen Mengyao by the hand, and stepped out. Yuanwen and Zhang Wenqing looked at each other and, with a stiff upper lip, followed them out. How is this possible? When Zhang Wenqing and the others saw Qin Feng with their own eyes and opened the door of a Lamborghini Poison, they were stunned.
Shocked. Utterly shocked. They never imagined that what Qin Feng said was actually true. What do you think? You should believe it now, right?
Qin Feng didn't want to argue with them, but they all leaned in, so he didn't mind slapping them a couple of times. Yuanwen, who had come back to her senses, was about to nod, but Zhang Wenqing interrupted her directly. So what if your key is real? Who knows if you even rented this car?
Ha ha. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Have you ever seen someone rent a Lamborghini?
Right, what did you say you were earlier?
Oh. I remember, you're the boss of Dongqing Real Estate, right? So what if I am?
Zhang Wenqing scoffed, and couldn't help but threaten, kid, I advise you not to be arrogant.
Do you believe that in Xinjiang, I can ruin you in minutes?
In his mind, since they had already broken out into open conflict, he might as well try to scare Qin Feng a little. Besides, he also felt that he had the strength to do so.
Oh, really?
It seems that you are very confident in your own strength.
Qin Feng snorted, slightly teasing, do you know what happened to the last person who said something like that to me?
After saying that, regardless of Zhang Wenqing's expression, he directly took out his phone from his pocket.
Immediately afterwards, a phone call was made. President Qin, is there anything you need to tell me?
As soon as the call was connected, a respectful male voice came from the other end.
Mm.
Qin Feng gave a nod, and then said, Director Su, I have read the information you sent me this morning.
It seems that there is a billion-dollar cooperation between Dongxing Real Estate and our Yida Real Estate, right?
Yes, Mr. Qin, may I ask if there is a problem with this? Of course there is a problem. Qin Feng pursed his lips, and his tone suddenly became stern.
Who allowed us to cooperate with them? It seems that President Wang personally made the decision.
The person on the other end was shocked by Qin Feng's tone.
Wang Yilin?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then ordered, go tell Wang Yilin to cancel the cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes, or he should quit as the chairman. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone directly.
Yo, kid, you're putting on quite an act.
The next second after Qin Feng hung up the phone, Zhang Wenqing's mocking voice came over, telling Wang to quit being the chairman of the board.
Who the hell do you think you are? Chapter 43 Chapter 043, has Yida Real Estate already replaced its personnel? Ha ha.
Qin Feng laughed, his mouth curling up slightly, and said, in 10 minutes at most, you'll know who I am.
Okay, then I'll give you 10 minutes.
Zhang Wenqing shrugged his shoulders, looking disapproving. In his opinion, Qin Feng was definitely putting on airs. Yida Real Estate, the headquarters in the imperial capital.
President Wang, Director Su wants to see you. What is it? Wang Yilin frowned and said impatiently to his secretary, haven't you seen that I'm talking to Director Xiao? Tell him to come back when I'm free.
But, he said it's urgent.
What kind of urgent matter is it that he has to find me now? Is it more important than my meeting with General Manager Xiao and the others? Wang Yilin said with a sneer, very unimpressed. General Manager Wang, why don't you meet with Director Su? Maybe he really does have an urgent matter.
At this time, a man in a suit sitting opposite Wang Yilin couldn't help but speak up.
Yes, General Manager Wang, I think General Manager Xiao is right. If we delay your company's important matter, then we would be the ones to blame. Okay then. After listening, Wang Yilin said to his secretary, go and ask Director Su to come in. Yes, Mr. Wang. The secretary nodded and then walked out. Mr. Wang, do you think we should excuse ourselves? As soon as the secretary had left the room, Xiao couldn't help but ask. No need. Wang Yilin waved his hand and said casually, there's nothing to avoid. We're all old friends. Okay then. Seeing that Wang Yilin was adamant, Xiao and the others continued to sit calmly.
In a moment, the secretary came in with a middle-aged man.
Mr. Wang, something terrible has happened. Su Shengjun shouted anxiously as he approached, looking at Wang Yilin on the sofa. Calm down. With that flustered look, you don't even look like a director. Wang Yilin frowned, scolded Su Shengjun, and said, sit down and tell me. I want to hear what kind of big deal it is that has made you, Director Su, panic like this. Okay. Su Shengjun nodded and quickly found a seat.
Mr. Wang, it's like this, our company's general manager Qin just called me.
General Manager Qin? Wang Yilin was stunned at first, and then suddenly thought of something, and said, are you talking about the new major shareholder, Qin Feng? Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, Xiao Zong and the others sitting nearby suddenly froze in their tracks. New major shareholder Qin Feng? Holy shit, has Yida Real Estate already changed hands? This is some big news. But after all, this is Yida's family business, and after regaining their composure, Xiao Zong and the others didn't say anything after listening. Yes, that's him.
Su Shengjun nodded, and then spoke up, saying that he told you to cancel your cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes, or else.
What? Does he dare to threaten me? Wang Yilin became angry at hearing this.
As for the previous part of Su Shengjun's sentence, he didn't even listen to it.
He said, otherwise, you don't need to be the chairman anymore.
Su Shengjun gritted his teeth and said this with a sarcastic tone.
Huh, really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Oomph, what a big mouth.
Wang Yilin snorted in disdain, saying with great disdain, how dare this brat threaten me, Wang Yilin, when he hasn't even grown a full head of hair yet?
Does he not know what will happen to Yida Real Estate if he leaves me?
In Wang Yilin's opinion, he is the founder of Yida Real Estate, and now Qin Feng actually dares to threaten him, which is sheer ignorance.
Not to mention, there are still other people in the office. If he just gives in, won't people look down on him? In fact, Su Xingjun really wanted to say that it wasn't really difficult for Qin Feng to get Wang Yilan to leave.
After all, Qin Feng had 51% of the shares of Yida Real Estate.
Even if Yida Real Estate lost him, Wang Yilan, maybe something like Li Yilan or Ma Yilan would immediately appear.
You have to know that this kind of thing has happened a lot in other companies.
However, Wang Yilan is not a fool.
He just said those things because he didn't want to lose face in front of Xiaozong and the others. Now that he has regained face, he doesn't mind admitting defeat. Of course, he also can't let Qin Feng look down on him so easily.
Cough cough. He coughed twice, then said with a sneer, in that case, didn't he stipulate that I cancel the cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes? Then I will just wait until the 11th minute to resolve it and see what he can do to me?
In front of the Audi 4 store.
3 minutes have passed. 5 minutes have passed. 7 minutes have passed. 10 minutes have passed. Ah, kid, it's already the 10th minute. Zhang Wenqing laughed heartily and couldn't help but start mocking Qin Feng.
Qin Feng frowned slightly and immediately wanted to call Su Xingjun and ask him what the situation was.
But just then, Zhang Wenqing's phone rang. Hearing the sound of the phone, Zhang Wenqing was suddenly taken aback. Damn, this time it can't be true again, can it?
Shocked, he took out his phone from his pocket with trembling hands. After Zhang Wenqing saw who was calling, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin Feng looking at him with mockery, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but sneer and say, "Kid, I'm really sorry, but this call is from my secretary." After saying that, regardless of Qin Feng's expression, he directly picked up the phone.
Holy cow, could it be that Su Xingjun didn't take what I said seriously?
As soon as Zhang Wenqing said this, Qin Feng's face instantly turned ashen. He originally thought that Wang Yilan had just called Zhang Wenqing, but he never imagined. He had to say that at this moment, Qin Feng was really angry.
Isn't this fucking hitting him in the face?
Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't hold back anymore, and pulled out his phone and called Su Xingjun.
Hello, Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?
As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjun's somewhat apologetic voice came over the line. Su Xingjun was no fool, and naturally understood that Qin Feng must be here to lecture him.
I must say, Director Su, it seems you really don't take me Qin Feng seriously. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Qin Feng's very angry voice. No, Mr. Qin, you've misunderstood, Su Xingjun tried to explain, but Qin Feng interrupted him directly. Misunderstanding? What did I misunderstand? It's like this.
Seeing that Qin Feng was really angry, Su Xingjun didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly told Qin Feng what had happened earlier.
Chapter 44 Chapter 044, I'm a fucking pig. Oh?
After listening to Qin Feng, he couldn't help but stare coldly. It seems that he, Wang Yilan, is very confident. After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Xingjun to speak, and just hung up the phone. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing finally ended his call as well.
Ha ha. He laughed, and mocked Qin Feng, boy, my phone has already.
However, before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang again.
Hello, who is this?
This time, he didn't check the caller ID, but picked up the phone directly.
This is Wang Yilan. President Wang? Zhang Wenqing was stunned at first, and then almost dropped the phone in shock. He never expected that Wang Yilan would actually call him. After taking a deep breath, he stuttered, I don't know. What is the matter, President Wang?
It's nothing, I just want to inform you that the cooperation between our Yida Real Estate and your Dongxing is officially cancelled from now on. After Wang Yilan finished speaking, he did not forget to add, of course, if you Dongxing want to sue us for breach of contract, that's fine too.
What, cancel the cooperation?
As soon as Zhang Wenqing heard this, he was suddenly like being struck by thunder. After a long time, he asked in a panic, Mr. Wang, why do you want to cancel the cooperation with us?
Do you have any misunderstanding about our Dongxing?
If there is a misunderstanding, just let me know, and I'll be sure to resolve it. Zhang Wenqing really was a little flustered. You see, their Dongxing company was a shell company, and the financial side had already been suffering heavy losses. This cooperation with Yida Real Estate was a major project worth more than 1 billion yuan.
If it could be completed, not only would it be able to make up for the previous losses, it would even make a lot of money. Otherwise, he would not have been able to ask Yu Wenwen to go out with him before, saying that he would buy her the Audi A8 if she would go out with him for dinner. What had seemed like a sure thing to him had now been cancelled by Yida Real Estate, so how could he not panic? Let him sue Yida Real Estate for breach of contract? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of existence is Yida Real Estate? It is the leading real estate company in China.
Not to mention Yida Real Estate's unmovable position in China, the key is that they have the best legal team in the country. Even if it was Yida that breached the contract first, his chances of winning the lawsuit are slim.
There's no misunderstanding.
Wang Yilan shrugged, saying disdainfully, mainly because you offended the wrong people. After saying this, he ignored Zhang Wenqing's subsequent pleading and hung up the phone directly.
How could this be?
Looking at the phone that had already been hung up, Zhang Wenqing instantly collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for the billion-dollar cooperation project with Yida, their Dongxing would definitely go bankrupt immediately. And he, Zhang Wenqing, would also become a miserable person with a mountain of debt. Just then, he suddenly thought of something. You have to know that Wang Yilan just said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Thinking of this, he immediately looked in the direction where Qin Feng was.
Damn it, I'm a fucking pig.
Seeing Qin Feng looking at him with a mocking face, Zhang Wenqing really wanted to slap himself hard in the face. He stood up from the ground, dejected, and walked over to Qin Feng. When he arrived in front of Qin Feng, he first bowed deeply, and then said very awkwardly, Mr. Qin, I know who you are. What happened earlier was all my fault, please forgive me. Of course, if possible, I also hope that you can continue to let Yida cooperate with us. After saying this, Zhang Wenqing bowed to Qin Feng again. In his mind, as the boss of Dongxing Real Estate, he was so sincere, so Qin Feng would not be unforgiving, right? Moreover, he actually did not think that he was in the wrong. On the contrary, he felt that Qin Feng was a bit boring. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, isn't this deliberately trying to get someone? As for Yuanwen, who was standing not far away, she had already been dumbfounded for a long time. She had originally thought that Qin Feng was definitely not as good as her. But now it seemed that she was very wrong.
Ha ha. Qin Feng laughed, and couldn't help but say playfully, you know who I am? Then I'd like to hear, what do you know?
Zhang Wenqing was stunned, and suddenly felt a bit stumped. You have to know that just now Wang Yilan only told him that Qin Feng is someone he can't afford to offend, so how could he possibly know who Qin Feng is? With a bitter smile, he quickly changed the subject and said, Mr. Qin, if you agree to continue cooperating with us Dongxing, I can give you this amount. After saying that, he directly held up 5 fingers at Qin Feng.
5 million?
Yes, that's right, 5 million.
Zhang Wenqing nodded with a pained expression. Ha.
Qin Feng snorted derisively, with a smile that was half-smile, do you think I look like someone who needs that 5 million? You want me to give in just because of 5 measly million? I'm surprised he could even think of that.
Meng Yao, let's go.
Without paying any attention to Zhang Wenqing's discomfited expression, Qin Feng immediately prepared to leave with Shen Mengyao. But just then, Yuanwen, who had never spoken, spoke up, Mr. Qin, didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? Please come this way, I'll get the paperwork started for you.
No need.
Qin Feng waved his hand, and pulled Shen Mengyao into the car. From the moment Yuanwen called him Mr. Qin, it was clear that their friendship was over. In that case, why should Qin Feng bother with her? Mr. Qin, I was in the wrong just now. I was being snobbish. You. Just as Yuanwen was about to say something else, Shen Mengyao slammed the accelerator. As she watched the Lamborghini Poison fade away, Yuanwen's intestines were about to turn green with remorse. In her mind, Qin Feng had chased after her before. If she hadn't mocked Qin Feng like that before, she might be able to get into that luxury car one day. She let out a heavy sigh, and then remembered that there seemed to be a local tyrant next to her. Forcing a somewhat sweet smile, she said to the dispirited Zhang Wenqing, Boss Zhang, let's just ignore that guy Qin Feng. Look, where are we going to eat tonight? I think the Panda Hotel is very good. After all, they seem to have waterbeds there. Yuanwen had long known what Zhang Wenqing was up to, and it was nothing more than coveting her body. In her opinion, if Zhang Wenqing can really buy that Audi A8, it's actually fine for him to have some fun. Chapter 45, we really came here to be servants and housekeepers. Eat your uncle, you bitch, get out of here. Zhang Wenqing roared, and directly pushed Yuanwen to the ground. In his mind, if it weren't for that bitch Yuanwen, how could he have offended such a big shot as Qin Feng today? Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but tremble at the thought of being heavily in debt and hiding in the future. Yuanwen also didn't expect that Zhang Wenqing would treat her like this. She was lying on the ground for a long time, unable to come back to her senses.
Master, are we not buying the car?
In the car, Shen Mengyao asked Qin Feng.
Buy it? Who said we weren't going to buy it? Huh? Shen Mengyao was stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously, so why did we just leave? That shop, it was so dirty.
Qin Feng said with a disgusted expression, we'd be better off going to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store.
Oh, okay. Shen Mengyao nodded, although she didn't quite understand.
Just then, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and continued speaking to Shen Mengyao. Right, when you have time later, book 2 tickets online for the day after tomorrow to the Imperial Capital for me.
Book tickets?
Yes, that's right. Qin Feng nodded and said with a playful tone, someone in the Imperial Capital is not giving me face, so I'm going to go meet them.
Qin Feng would not forget what Wang Yilan had done earlier. Didn't Wang Yilan say that there would be serious consequences if Yida left him?
Well, Qin Feng would give him that chance.
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but silently mourn for Wang Yilan in her heart.
In her mind, anyone who dares to go against Qin Feng basically doesn't end well. Li Mingho the day before yesterday was like this, and so was Zhang Wenqing today. Guided by the navigation, the two quickly found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Without saying a word, Qin Feng directly bought a Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG worth 3.298 million yuan. You have to know that this Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG is the top product in the Mercedes-Benz S-Class.
Ding, friendly reminder, as you currently own 12 Huaxia bank cards, would you like to reallocate your rebate balance?
The system prompt immediately entered Qin Feng's mind after he successfully used his card. Unlike before, this time the system did not directly rebate, but instead a friendly reminder appeared.
Reallocate.
Qin Feng did not waste any time and replied directly in his mind.
Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the reallocation. The system will now rebate your cards in rotation.
Ding, you have spent a total of 329,800 yuan this time, and successfully rebated 329,80,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your ABC account. Please check.
As soon as the system prompt had finished, an SMS from ABC came through.
Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Agricultural Bank of China account number ending in 8427 was successfully credited with 3,298,000,000 yuan at 1643 on July 4th, and the balance after the transaction is 3,298,000,000 yuan. I have to say, Qin Feng is quite satisfied with the system's function of rotating rebates to bank cards. After all, he has the habit of giving away black cards at the drop of a hat. After leaving the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the two drove directly back to Huaihai Villa. Early the next morning, Qin Feng's phone rang.
Hello, who is this?
Qin Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked impatiently.
Mr. Qin, this is Su Moyu. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday.
A sweet female voice quickly came from the other end of the line.
It's you? What do you want? Su Moyu on the other side was obviously taken aback, and then said a little speechless, didn't you ask me to come to work for you today?
Oh, yes, I almost forgot about that.
Qin Feng slapped his head and suddenly realized, are you here already?
Well, I'm already at the door, but the security guards won't let me in. In fact, this is quite normal. Qin Feng lives in a famous luxury housing area in the city, so not just anyone can get in.
Okay, just wait a minute, I'll call their property manager.
After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone directly. In a short while, Wang Hao, who was sleeping, was woken up by Qin Feng's phone call. He wanted to hang up directly, but when he saw the name of the caller, he instantly perked up.
Hello, Mr. Qin, how are you? May I help you? As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Hao hurriedly asked respectfully. It's like this.
Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I've recruited more than 10 maids and housekeepers online, and they should all be here today, so I'm going to have to trouble you to help me out.
No trouble at all.
Wang Hao wasn't stupid and naturally understood what Qin Feng meant, so he immediately smiled and said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll let the security guard know to let them in. Okay, I'll send you their photos.
Shortly after hanging up, Wang Hao received the photos from Qin Feng.
When he saw what was in the photos, he almost bit his tongue off in surprise.
Holy shit! Are these really the maids and butler Mr. Qin was talking about? They're fucking gorgeous. In front of Huaihai Villa. Security guard, just let us in, we really are here to be maids and butler. Yes, we have been standing here for a long time, can you please let us in?
Hey, I was stopped at the door so early in the morning, why is my life so miserable?
This is really annoying, the boss doesn't know when he will come out to meet us.
Outside the security room, a large group of beautiful women, dressed in uniform, surrounded by 2 security guards, chattering nonstop. This beautiful sight quickly attracted the attention of passers-by.
What's going on today? Why are there so many beautiful women at the gate so early in the morning? I don't know. I guess they're guests invited by some residents.
I heard them say to the security guard that they seem to be here to work as maids and butlers for some residents.
Holy shit, is that true? To let such beautiful women work as maids, that's so enviable, right?
Looking at the large group of beautiful women in front of them, everyone suddenly revealed an envious expression. Just then, one of the security guards stopped Su Mayu and the intercom in his hand suddenly rang.
Chapter 46, Isn't this gate too big? Hey, is that Lu?
As soon as the security guard pressed the answer button, Wang Hao's voice came over immediately.
Yes, this is he. What can I do for you, Mr. Wang? Well, are there more than 10 girls at the door right now? That's right.
The security guard nodded and said, they came early in the morning and said they were here to work as maids for the residents inside. I was worried that they had other intentions, so I didn't let them in.
Well done.
Wang Hao praised him first, and then continued, they really are here to work as maids, and they are serving Mr. Wang from Building 95. I will send you a photo on your phone later, just let them in according to the photo.
Okay, Mr. Wang.
After the two finished talking, they stopped the conversation directly.
What do you say, you can let us in now, right?
The crowd present had clearly heard the conversation between the two, and Su Mayu said to the security guard.
Okay, please wait a moment.
After the security guard finished speaking, he immediately took out his
phone. And just then, more than 10 photos of beautiful women quickly appeared on his phone.
After comparing them, he respectfully invited Su Mayu and the others in.
These were the maids of Mr. Wang from Building 95. How dare a mere security guard offend them?
When Su Mayu and the others were leaving, he kept apologizing.
I can't believe it, they let us in so easily? No forms to fill out? Yes, I've been to my sister's place many times and had to fill out forms. This is so discriminatory. It's really annoying. I suspect they just treat these women differently because they're pretty. What do you know? Didn't you hear what the guy just said? That's the maid hired by the owner of Villa 95. Who would dare make someone fill out that stupid form? Pfft, is 95 that awesome? Why should they get special treatment? You're right, 95 is that awesome. Do you know how much that villa costs?
I'm afraid it'll shock you if I tell you.
How much? Do you mean $1 billion? Haha, $1 billion? You better triple it. Huh, $3 billion, this is too expensive, isn't it? If that's the case, isn't the owner of the property a super VIP? Shit, in that case, it's understandable that people are treated differently. The onlookers present are not stupid.
That person is a super VIP who spent $3 billion to buy the building, and the property fees they pay every year are probably astronomical.
Now they just want the property management to let a few servants in, which seems to be fine. Sisters, it seems that our boss is quite well known in this Huaihai villa.
That's right, the attitude of the security guard just now has changed 180 degrees. It's amazing that he can get the staff of Huaihai Villa to give him face like that, which is not an easy thing to do. By the way, they just said that our boss is the owner of a king of the building.
You don't even know what a king of the building is? As the name suggests, it is the king of all the villas here. My goodness, is it that awesome? How much does this king of the building cost? Judging from the housing prices in the city, it should be at least no less than $3 billion. Sigh. As soon as the words fell, the women present suddenly let out a gasp. What is the concept of $3 billion?
I'm afraid that if they sold all of them, it wouldn't be enough to cover even a fraction of the other person's wealth. They never imagined that their boss was so rich. They had spoken to Qin Feng on the day before yesterday, and it was obvious that he was a young man.
How could they not be surprised that someone so young could have so much money?
At the same time, they were also extremely curious about Qin Feng, and wanted to see what their boss looked like.
Wow, the environment here is really great, isn't it? I really envy the owners here, and I don't know when I'll be able to own a mansion like this. Everyone, look at the lake over there, it's really clear, and there seem to be a lot of goldfish in it. The area on the left must be a golf course, it's so high class. Wow, 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 I really like this gazebo, it's so beautiful.
The girls kept stopping along the way, and the scenery and the luxury of the buildings along the way constantly refreshed their perceptions. Thanks to the guidance of the road signs, they didn't spend too much time and soon arrived at the gate of Villa 95. When they saw the huge gate, they were shocked.
My goodness, this gate is too big, isn't it?
Yes, it feels like it's almost as tall as my house.
It's so grand. Gee, is this a rich person's mansion? It's really high-end and classy.
Although they are all high achievers who graduated from prestigious schools, they are not people who have never seen the world.
But to be honest, they have only seen such super mansions in TV dramas. Without wasting any time, one of them went up and rang the doorbell. Hearing the doorbell, Qin Feng told Shen Mengyao to open the door.
Soon, the gate of the villa was opened. After Sima Yu and the others walked through the gate, they were suddenly shocked by the scene in front of them. Thinking that they would be working in such an environment in the future, they suddenly felt that this job seemed pretty good.
Chapter 47 Chapter 047 If it's not the boss's wife, then who is it?
After walking along the path paved with yuashi stones, the women quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa. Qin Feng had already opened the villa door when they entered the courtyard, so they just walked in.
Sigh, these two are just too good-looking. My goodness, could that handsome guy be our boss? He's way too young, isn't he? When they saw the two people on the sofa, they were instantly amazed. But they didn't dare to waste any time, quickly walked a few steps forward, and shouted at Qin Feng and the others, "Hello, boss, hello, boss's wife."
Qin Feng was stunned at first, but quickly recovered. He smiled and pointed at Shen Mengyao and said, "She's not your boss's wife."
Not the boss's wife?
The women were a little confused and couldn't figure out what he meant.
In their opinion, the woman who could sit next to the boss couldn't be anyone but the boss's wife.
Just then, Shen Mengyao spoke up, "I am just like you, the master's servant, mainly responsible for driving for the master."
Servant? Master? The women couldn't help but frown when they heard Shen Mengyao's words. Such an ambiguous title instantly made them feel that this job seemed a bit not so good.
However, Qin Feng didn't care so much and carefully looked at the women. They were all pretty, just like what he saw in the photos.
"Everyone, sit."
Qin Feng pointed to the sofa around him and said to the women. The women said thank you and sat down in their respective places. "My name is Qin Feng, I am the owner of this villa." Qin Feng also did not beat around the bush and immediately got to the point, "And then you can introduce yourselves." "Hello boss, my name is Sima Yu, I am 24 years old, I graduated from Milan Guaihe University, I am a PhD in economics and management, please bear with me in the future." "Hello, boss, my name is Huang Chuchu, I'm 23 years old, I graduated from the University of the Republic of the Sun Never Set, and I'm a PhD in hotel management. Please bear with me in the future." "Hello, boss, my name is Xiao Yuqing, I'm 23 years old, I graduated from."
"Hello, boss, my name is Zhao Haitang, I'm." In less than 5 minutes, the women introduced themselves.
Similar to the information Qin Feng had seen on the website, they were all high achievers from prestigious schools and had some relevant work experience.
"Well, you are all very good."
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and then smiled at them, saying, "From now on, I will be your boss. Of course, you can also call me master, I don't mind."
"Pish, who would want to call you master? Do you think that because you are good-looking and rich, you can do whatever you want?"
When the women heard Qin Feng say this, they couldn't help but burst out in their hearts.
At that moment, Qin Feng continued, "As for your compensation, it will be as we discussed on the phone, I don't think there are any objections, right?" "No." The women all shook their heads.
With such a high compensation, they would be surprised if they had any objections.
"Well, since there are no objections."
Qin Feng paused deliberately, and when he saw everyone looking at him, he continued, "Next, I will assign you your tasks."
"Sumo Yu."
"Yes."
"Well, starting today, you will be my personal butler."
Qin Feng looked at Sima Yu and said with a serious face, "Your main task is to take care of my daily life and manage all of them."
"Do you have any objections?"
"Yes."
"Oh?" Qin Feng was stunned at first, and then asked, "What is your objection?" "Boss, I want to know what you mean by daily life." Sumo Yu stood up and asked with a dignified manner.
If Qin Feng's answer doesn't satisfy her, she will definitely turn around and leave immediately. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shrug, with a slight upward curl at the corner of her mouth, saying, for example, "What is my schedule for today, who do I need to meet, what kind of transportation do I need to take, What kind of clothes do I need to wear, etc.? All of these need to be arranged by you.
In my opinion, these shouldn't be too difficult for a doctoral student like you, right?
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sumayu first let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned.
Do I have to do all this work alone? Of course not. Qin Feng waved his hands, a little speechless, and said, "Didn't I just say that?"
You are my personal butler, and you only need to be responsible for arranging these things and handing them over to them to do.
Is that so?
After hearing this, Sumayu immediately felt that it was okay, and immediately nodded, "That's fine, I have no objections." However, at that moment, Huang Chuchu, who was standing next to her, spoke up, "Boss, I have a question for you too."
Oh, go ahead. It's like this. Huang Chuchu nodded and asked, "If we want to work for you, do we have to live here?"
That's not necessary. You can choose to live here with me or go home. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he added, "Of course, when I need you, you must appear in front of me at the first opportunity."
Does that mean you want us to be at your service 24 hours a day? Sumayu couldn't help but frown when she heard this.
More or less. Qin Feng nodded and then said with a smile, "I'm not asking you to be at my service all day long, as long as you can be there when I need you." In Qin Feng's mind, the compensation he offered them was not low. It could be said that even in the entire Xinjiang, they would not be able to find such a well-paid job again.
In that case, how can I just do whatever they want? If you need our services in the middle of the night, do we have to show up immediately? Naturally.
This. When the women heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately had the idea of backing out. However, Qin Feng could see what they were thinking. This was obviously treating him like a sex monster. With a bitter smile, he hurriedly explained with a smile, "Don't think too much, the services I'm talking about are all the ones I mentioned earlier, and they don't include sleeping with me. And I can tell you clearly that compared to your appearance, I value your abilities more." After saying that, Qin Feng did not forget to give a preventive injection. "Of course, if your abilities are really poor, I will not hesitate to fire you directly."
Chapter 48, So what if there is no future? Boss, you're not lying to us, are you?
As soon as the women heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately couldn't help but ask. The idea of just wanting to leave instantly died down a lot. In their minds, with their abilities, they definitely couldn't be too bad. As long as Qin Feng didn't have any other bad intentions, this job was actually quite good. Of course.
Qin Feng shrugged, somewhat speechless, and said, "Do you think I look like someone who lacks women?"
This. The women were first stunned, and then all shook their heads vigorously.
At Qin Feng's age, appearance, and wealth, what woman wouldn't he want?
When they first came in, they had looked around the courtyard. Just look at the rows of luxury cars, it's like being at an auto show.
Who would believe that he would lack women? To be honest, Qin Feng's first impression on them was quite good.
These high-achieving beauties have been chased after by many second-generation rich men. However, those men basically have a serious air of a playboy about them. But here in Qin Feng's place, they didn't feel that at all, but instead felt a bit approachable. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to think about it." Qin Feng also didn't bother to waste any more words, and said to the women, "If you've thought about it, you can bring your luggage in the afternoon. Anyway, I have plenty of rooms here, except for the master bedrooms on the first and second floors, you can pick whatever you like." Seeing that the women didn't object, Qin Feng told Shen Mengyao to send them all out. After breakfast, Qin Feng continued back to the bedroom to catch up on some sleep.
"Will you love me if I have no money?" A simple sentence, if you have no money, will you? Just as Qin Feng was half asleep, his phone rang.
Qin Feng stretched and then answered the phone.
"Hello? Who is this?"
"It's your mother." The next second, Qin Feng's mother's voice came from the other end of the line.
"Mom, what do you want?" "What, I can't call you if I don't have anything to say?" Cough cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said weakly, "Of course not, if you want to find me, you can do so at any time." "Ha, that's more like it." Li Guifang first laughed, and then asked in a low voice, "Phone, let me ask you, what's the deal with the 10 million in my account?"
From the phone, Qin Feng could clearly feel his mother's nervousness when she said this.
"Ha ha, you know about it already?"
Qin Feng laughed, very dismissive. "If I hadn't just been to the county to pay the gas bill, I don't think it would have been so easy to find out." Li Guifang snorted in anger and said, "You better tell me where you got all this money."
"You didn't do something bad, did you?"
"I'm afraid to tell your father, for fear that he'll get all sorts of ideas in his head."
"How could that be? Don't you know your own son?"
Xin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a wry smile, "Don't worry, it's all clean money. If you and Dad want to eat or buy something, just go ahead and buy it. If it's not enough, I've got more here. Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Li Guifang didn't want to interfere in Xin Feng's personal affairs, but she was still a little worried. "Mom, don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you." Xin Feng had no choice but to continue explaining that he had won the lottery the year before and had bought stocks with the money, but he had run out of money a few days ago and had withdrawn some of it. Xin Feng didn't want to lie to his own mother, but you can't just say anything you like about the system. There was nothing he could do, so for now he could only make up a reason and fool his mother. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Although Xin Feng's reasoning was sound, Li Guifang still didn't feel completely convinced. "How about this? I'll help you save this money for now, and if anything happens, I can get it for you anytime." "My goodness, there's really no need." Xin Feng was also a little helpless. If he had known, he definitely would not have transferred so much money to his parents at once. Now, his mother has even thought of a way out for him if he gets arrested. "Okay, I have to go." Li Guifang didn't want to be too wordy either, and she finally told Xin Feng, "Take care of yourself out there, and don't do anything bad, okay?" "Okay." After the two had finished talking, they hung up directly. "Hey, I should go home sometime." Xin Feng shook his head, and couldn't help but think to himself. In his opinion, if he didn't go back in style, his parents might really have to live a hard life while guarding their gold mountain. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 1 p.m. After eating lunch, Xin Feng and Shen Mengyao directly turned on the TV. Ding dong! Just then, the doorbell outside the villa suddenly rang. Xin Feng found out through the surveillance camera that the people who had arrived were Su Mayu and the others. To be honest, this was actually within Xin Feng's expectations. After all, the salary he offered was not something that anyone could refuse without hesitation. Not to mention, these dozen or so girls did seem quite pretty. Xin Feng smacked his lips and directly pressed the button to open the door. In a moment, he saw Su Mayu and the others dragging their luggage and walking in through the door. "So, have you all thought it over?" As soon as they walked in, Xin Feng asked them with a smile. "Well, we've all thought it over." The girls nodded, answering very affirmatively. They were no fools. What was wrong with being a maid? What if there was no future? In China, who else could offer a higher salary than Xin Feng? It was impossible. Even those Fortune 500 companies couldn't just offer such a salary. You have to know that, after they went back to pack their luggage, they were still worried that Xin Feng might suddenly not want them anymore. "I have to say, you guys made the right decision." Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Su Mayu, smiling and saying, "Send me your account number and I'll transfer you some money first." "Transfer money? Transfer what money?" Su Mayu was stunned and said curiously, "Boss, do you want to pay us in advance?" "You're thinking too much." Xin Feng shrugged, speechless, and said, "If there's ever anything missing in the house in the future, you can just use this money to buy it." Chapter 49 Chapter 049 Holy cow, is this a question? "Oh, I see." Su Mayu blushed when she heard Xin Feng's words. She could only blame her for being naive. Xin Feng was rich, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. It was possible to think about getting paid without doing anything? She wasted no time and sent Xin Feng her bank card account number directly. After receiving the account number, Xin Feng immediately transferred 10 million yuan to her. What Xin Feng didn't expect was that the system did not give a rebate this time. "System, why is there no rebate this time?" Without saying a word, Xin Feng communicated with the system in his mind. "Ding, since your transfer is not a purchase, the system cannot give you a rebate, please understand." "Is that so?" Xin Feng couldn't help but frown. What if the person who receives the money spends it? This is a matter of great concern to Xin Feng. If there is no rebate even in this case, then it will be a bit difficult. He doesn't want to have to buy things for his family in the future. Ding, if the person who receives the money spends it, the system will automatically rebate the money into your bank account. After hearing this from the system, Xin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Mayu also quickly received a text message. "Dear Ms. Su Mayu, your bank account number ending in 6783 was successfully deposited with 1 million yuan at 1323 on July 5, and the balance after the transaction is 1014,6527 yuan." When she read the content of the text message, she was stunned. After a long while, she came back to her senses and asked Xin Feng in shock, "Boss, did you just transfer me 10 million?
What? 10 million? Are you serious? Directly transfer 10 million? Damn, this is too exaggerated.
When the women heard Su Mayu say this, they hurriedly looked at Su Mayu's phone.
Huh, is it really 10 million? My goodness. This is too rich, isn't it?
It's just terrifying. Looking at the number on Su Mayu's phone screen, the women stared at it and counted it several times. When they realized that it was indeed 10 million, they instantly froze in place.
What is a godly wealthy person? This is a godly wealthy person. Boss, you've transferred too much, haven't you?
Su Mayu, who had come back to her senses, said incredulously to Qin Feng.
A lot?
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, in the future, I will give you 10 million yuan every month for household expenses.
What? 10 million yuan every month?
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Su Mayu almost popped his eyes out. The women, who had finally recovered, immediately fell into a daze again.
Ha, look at the expressions on your faces, is it really that important?
Qin Feng laughed, and sitting on the sofa, he crossed his legs.
Is it really necessary? Damn, is this even human language?
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, the women immediately started to complain in their hearts. 10 million per month, which adds up to 120 million a year.
Is there anyone who is more of a spendthrift than this for household expenses? Alright, look at you all, is it really that difficult to spend 10 million?
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, first, prepare at least 10 bottles of top-grade red wine costing at least 300,000 yuan each per month, and then some top-grade tea and coffee.
As for the rest, MOU, you can just do whatever you like. I only have one request, and that is that everything in the house must be top-grade. I don't want anything just to get by.
After Qin Feng finished speaking, he looked directly at Su Mou and said, did you hear that clearly?
I heard you clearly.
Su Mou, who had come back to her senses, nodded with a bitter smile. She was not someone who had never seen the world, but this was the first time she had seen Qin Feng's spending philosophy. While she was surprised, she also yearned for such a life. Not just her, but all the women present felt the same way.
No need to worry about money, who wouldn't want such a life? Well, that's good.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and directly opened the drawer on the coffee table.
The next second, a large pile of keys to various luxury cars appeared before everyone's eyes.
Qin Feng didn't look at them carefully, grabbed a bunch of keys and stuffed them into Su Mayu's hands.
This. Su Mayu was stunned and didn't quite understand what Qin Feng meant.
You can drive these cars out to buy groceries or other things whenever you want in the future. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush, and immediately explained with a smile.
Go grocery shopping in a sports car? I'm going, is there anything more extravagant than this?
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, the women present almost all stumbled and fell to the ground.
Boss, you're transferring money and giving car keys, aren't you afraid we'll run away? Su Mayu, after her initial shock, couldn't help but ask.
This was also the common thought in the minds of the women present at this time.
Ha ha.
Qin Feng just laughed and said indifferently, if you run away because of such a small thing, then it can only prove that you are stupid. I believe that as long as you work hard for me, you will get much more than this. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he added, besides, even if I let you run away, would you dare to?
Dare? Of course not.
Su Mayu and the others are not stupid. To Qin Feng, these things may not be worth much. But if Su Mayu and the others dared to take these things and run away secretly, I'm afraid that just the charge of theft alone could make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Not to mention that they are now living in a villa and driving sports cars. Could there be a better life than this? In that case, why would they want to abandon this wonderful life for such a trivial gain?
Su Mayu had just asked this out of curiosity.
Hey, talking with you guys has made my mouth a little dry. Qin Feng said, unable to help but smack his lips.
Boss, I'll go pour you some tea.
Su Mayu, who heard this, immediately responded, turned around and was about to head towards the water dispenser. But just then, two girls rushed ahead of her. Seeing this, Su Mayu couldn't help but curse in her heart, running so fast, rushing to be reborn. Since she couldn't outrun them, Su Mayu had to give up this idea. Suddenly, she saw Qin Feng stretching, so she immediately trotted over.
Boss, let me massage. Your shoulders for you? Yes, that's fine.
Qin Feng nodded with a smile.
Just then, a few more girls walked over attentively. A beautiful doctor and top student? Ha, not much more than that.
Feeling the touch from Su Mayu and the others, Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 50, in front of the boss, they are all nothing. Okay, that's enough for today. After enjoying the services of the beauties, Qin Feng stood up directly from the sofa. He still had to go to the imperial capital tomorrow, which was a den of thieves. At present, apart from having money, Qin Feng really didn't seem to have any chips to play against Wang Yilin. In case that guy Wang Yilin played dirty with him, he might not even come back. For the time being, Qin Feng could not think of any other solution. After thinking for a while, he communicated with the system.
System, can you please help me open the system mall?
Qin Feng had read many system novels before, and basically every system would have a super awesome mall. In those malls, all kinds of pills, weapons, martial arts skills, and even mythical beasts would be sold.
Ding, I'm sorry, you currently do not have permission to open the system mall, please understand.
However, to Qin Feng's disappointment, his system did have a system mall, but he did not have the authority to open it.
Is that so? Qin Feng frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before continuing. If I want to obtain the permission to open it, what are the conditions?
Ding, I'm sorry, the system is currently unable to answer this question, please understand.
System, aren't you supposed to be omnipotent? How can you not even answer such a question? Ding, the system is not omnipotent, please understand. I understand your ass. Qin Feng couldn't hold back anymore and directly exploded with a vulgarity. So tell me, how can I improve my strength now?
To be honest, when Qin Feng asked this question, he didn't have much hope. However, what he didn't expect was that the system really gave him a solution. Ding, you can use the system rebate funds to select the fixed bonus option.
Do you wish to proceed? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he didn't understand what the system meant.
But he had no other choice now, so he decided to give it a try. Without much hesitation, he immediately chose yes in his mind.
Ding, congratulations on successfully selecting the additional bonus option. The rebate deducted for this fixed point is 100 billion. Thank you for your understanding.
The next second after the system prompt sounded, Qin Feng's mobile phone text message sound also immediately rang. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your washing account number ending in 5987 successfully paid out 1,000,000,000,000 yuan at 1443 on July 5th, and the balance after the transaction is 2078,060,459.33 yuan. After reading the content of the text message, Qin Feng almost fainted from anger. He never would have imagined that the system's fixed point fee would be so ridiculously high, costing 100 billion in one go. What made Qin Feng even more speechless was that after the system finished prompting that sentence, there was no movement.
Holy shit! Could it be that I've been ripped off by the system for 100 billion? Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately asked the system in his head, System, didn't you say that I had successfully selected the fixed point bonus option? Why is there no movement at all now?
Ding, you need to increase the system rebate amount to more than 400 billion before you can use the service.
Thank you for your understanding. Shit. Shit. Shit.
Qin Feng cursed 3 times in a row before he finally managed to suppress his emotions, which were about to explode. To be honest, for Qin Feng, increasing the system rebate amount to more than 400 billion was actually not too difficult. However, there were some annoying operations in the system that made Qin Feng very unhappy. If there were no other alternatives, he really wouldn't want to deal with this broken system. I'm still short of more than 200 billion system rebate, what should I buy? Qin Feng took a deep breath and started thinking. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted at Guan Feifei, who was cleaning, Feifei, come here for a second, I have something I want you to arrange.
Okay, boss. Guan Feifei put down the mop in her hands and walked over. It's like this.
Qin Feng also did not beat around the bush, and immediately got to the point, saying, you used to work for China Eastern Airlines, right? I have a task for you. Within today, help me purchase a private jet worth no less than 2 billion.
Any problems? You want to buy a plane? Guan Feifei couldn't hold back any longer, and exclaimed directly. The women, who were busy around them, also hurriedly looked over when they heard Guan Feifei's exclamation. Holy cow! Boss, this is too awesome, you're actually buying a plane? That's right.
Qin Feng didn't care about the shocked expressions of the women, and nodded at Guan Feifei.
There's no problem with the problem, it's just. Guan Feifei pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say with some difficulty, it's just that the handling fee may be quite high. Don't worry about the handling fee. Qin Feng waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, as long as you can help me with this today, I will personally reward you 1 million, what do you think? 1 million? As soon as Guan Feifei heard these words from Qin Feng, she was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. The women standing not far away, listening with their ears cocked, also immediately opened their mouths in shock. My God, did I hear that right? Could it be that my ears are playing tricks on me? How could this be possible? I just heard it clearly. Did the boss say that he wants to reward Guan Feifei with 1 million? Sigh, this is too exaggerated. That's 1 million. I'm so jealous. Guan Feifei is really in luck. Gee. Our boss is really generous. I really like him more and more. I love him. From now on, I will only support our boss, and all those weaklings can just go to hell. None of them could have imagined that Qin Feng would be so generous as to casually reward Guan Feifei with 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million? In a third-tier city, it could buy 2 apartments. Guan Feifei, who had come back to her senses, dared not waste any time and immediately assured Qin Feng repeatedly, Boss, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Very good. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 You'll see if you try. Boss. In less than 10 minutes, Guan Feifei found Qin Feng again. Well, how did the discussion go? Qin Feng nodded and asked with a smile. I just got in touch with Mr. Li from the Eagle Airlines, and he said he can sell you a Boeing 747. Guan Feifei didn't say much nonsense, and immediately told Qin Feng that he could handle all the application and approval procedures for airspace. Boeing 747? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't know much about airplanes. That's right. Guan Feifei nodded and introduced it to Qin Feng. The Boeing 747 is currently the most cost-effective civilian airliner on the market and can be used for cargo transportation or passenger transport. The selling price is about $350 million US. If converted into Chinese currency, it is about 2.3 billion. Is that so? After listening to this, Qin Feng directly said, let's buy it. This. What? Qin Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't they want 2.3 billion? That's not it. Guan Feifei let out a bitter laugh and said, it's him. He wants to charge a 5% handling fee. I haven't agreed to his request yet, you see? Just agree to him. Qin Feng had no time to waste here, and without saying a word, he made the decision. He knew very well that it was not easy to get the procedures done within 1 day. In fact, the 5% handling fee was well spent. Okay, I'll get it done. Guan Feifei saw that Qin Feng agreed, so she immediately made the call. It was less than 5 minutes before Guan Feifei came back again. Boss, Mr. Li said he is in Xinjiang right now and wants to meet you in person to talk. Is that so? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, did he say where he wanted to meet? He said it's up to you. Okay then. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, just tell him to meet here. It's sunny outside, and I'm too lazy to go out. You know, the weather in Xinjiang in July is so hot that it can cause heat stroke. Qin Feng still felt that it would be more comfortable to stay in the villa and blow on the air conditioner. As for whether or not Mr. Li was hot, it was none of his business. Okay, I'll let him know. Guan Feifei nodded and directly sent a text message on her phone. Almost 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz 750 worth 2 million yuan appeared directly in front of the entrance to Huaihai Villa. As soon as the car had just come to a stop, a security guard immediately walked over. Hello, may I help you? The security guard knocked on the car window and said to the inside of the car. Hello. Li Hung lowered the window, stuck his head out and said with a smile, I am a property owner here who has been specially invited to discuss business, so please open the door and let me in. Really? The security guard was slightly taken aback and then said, then please come to our security office to fill out a form. Isn't this too much trouble? Li Hung couldn't help but frown. No choice. The security guard shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, these are the rules. If you don't want to fill it out, I can't let you in. He was the security guard at Huaihai Villa, so even if the other person drove a Mercedes-Benz 750, what did it matter? He had to deal with a lot of important people every day. Li Yihang in front of him was really not someone he took seriously. However, Li Yihang could see the disdain in the security guard's eyes. He wanted to get angry, but he suppressed it. He took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded, okay. After that, he was about to follow the security guard to the security room. But just then, his phone rang. Li Yihang took out his phone and saw that the caller was Guan Feifei. He didn't waste any time and picked up the phone immediately. Hello, Mr. Li, have you arrived yet? As soon as the call was connected, Guan Feifei's impatient voice came from the other end. You know, Qin Feng did say that if she could get this done today, she would be rewarded with 1 million. Now that Li Yihang hasn't arrived for so long, Guan Feifei is naturally a little anxious. Ahem. Li Yihang coughed twice, a little embarrassed, and said, I just arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa and am about to fill out the form before going in. Fill out a form? Guan Feifei was taken aback and a little speechless. Is that necessary? If I don't fill it out, the security guard won't let me in. Li Yihang said awkwardly after hearing this. The security guard who was leading the way couldn't help but frown when he heard Li Yihang's words. In his mind, this guy actually dared to tell on him to his face, and he must make things difficult for him later. Tell him that you are a guest invited by Mr. Qin Feng. Guan Feifei's voice quickly came over the phone again. Will this work? Li Yihang shrugged his shoulders and said with some doubt. Ha ha. Guan Feifei laughed heartily, her mouth curling up slightly, and said, You just try it and see. Okay then. Li Yihang nodded reluctantly and then hung up the phone. To be honest, he really had some doubts about whether Qin Feng's name was really that useful. With a try-it-out attitude, he immediately turned his head and said to the security guard, I am a guest invited by Mr. Qin Feng. Are you sure you want me to fill out the form? What? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yihang's words, the security guard couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, You are the guest invited by General Manager Qin? You know, he was just thinking about how to make things difficult for this guy. But who would have thought that this guy is actually the guest invited by Qin Feng? He immediately stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Li Yihang was also shocked when he saw the security guard's shocked expression. Holy shit, is this for real? Could it be that Mr. Qin really has that much influence here at Huaihai Villa? While he was thinking about this, the security guard ran up to him with a servile expression on his face. Sir, it was all my fault just now. I'm sorry. If I had known you were a guest of Mr. Qin, I would never have dared to let you fill out this form. After saying this, he didn't wait for Li Yihang to respond, and instead bowed deeply to him. This. Li Yihang was stunned at first, but quickly came back to his senses. He smiled and said to the security guard, This is all part of your job, so there's no need to feel strange about it. Having said that, he suddenly changed the subject. However, don't look down on people like that through the cracks of the door again, understand? Understood, you're right. The security guard let out a sigh of relief when he heard Li Yihang say this, straightened up and immediately kept saying yes. Chapter 52 Chapter 052, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. Wait a second, I'll open the door for you. Without wasting any time, the security guard immediately trotted over and opened the door. As Li Yihang drove in, he didn't forget to smile and salute. Just then, a security guard who had just finished his shift walked over and saw the scene directly in front of him. I said, Sanner, what are you doing? Is that someone important in there? He walked up to the security guard and asked curiously. From the looks of the car, it doesn't seem like it. What the hell do you know? I said, Sanner, you've got some nerve, talking to your brother Yang like that. The new security guard laughed and scolded, then hurriedly asked, Tell me, who's that important person in there? Ha ha. The security guard named Sanner laughed, and couldn't help but shrug, saying, I'm afraid I'll shock you if I tell you. I'm going, is it for real, is he that awesome? Of course. Sanner's mouth slightly raised, saying lightly, Have you heard of Mr. Qin Feng? Of course, he's a big shot. The new security guard immediately revealed an expression of admiration upon hearing this. Are you saying that the person sitting inside is Mr. Qin? No way. Sanner's mouth curled up in disdain, saying, General Manager Qin is such a big shot, how could he drive such a broken-down car? You're right, that does seem to make sense. Upon hearing this, the new security guard nodded in agreement.
But just then, he suddenly thought of something, and said to Sanner in a very unpleasant manner, Nima, you still haven't told me who was actually sitting in there. This way. After Li Hong was invited in by the security guard, he followed the road signs all the way. In less than 10 minutes, he parked the car outside Villa 95. He got out of the car and rang the doorbell, and soon the gate was opened. Mr. Li, you've finally arrived. The next second the gate opened, Guan Feifei appeared directly in front of Li Hong. Looking at the Guan Feifei in front of him, Li Hong couldn't help but be distracted. After a long while, he hurriedly smiled and said, Feifei, you really are getting more and more beautiful. However, Guan Feifei had no mood to chat with him. She waved her hand and said, Mr. Li, my boss has been waiting for you for more than 2 hours. Let's go in quickly. Well, then, would you mind showing the way? After hearing this, Li Hong couldn't help but nod sheepishly. When Li Hong inadvertently glanced at the huge garage not far away, he couldn't help but gasp. Sigh. There are too many luxury cars here. Guan Feifei naturally also noticed Li Hong's surprised expression. After making a gesture of invitation, she walked directly into the villa hall. Li Hong, who had come back to his senses, saw this and forced down the shock in his heart, and immediately followed suit. My goodness, this is too luxurious. Li Hong couldn't help but be secretly shocked at the sight of the interior decorations and furnishings of the villa before him. He wasn't the type of person who had never seen the world, and he himself lived in a villa. However, compared to the villa he lived in, the one in front of him was simply night and day, and there was no comparison at all. Just as he couldn't help but look around, he soon noticed that apart from a young man, the rest of the people in the villa were all beautiful women. While he was envious, he was even more surprised. Envious, naturally. After all, who wouldn't be envious of being able to live under the same roof as so many beautiful women? As for being surprised, he was surprised at Qin Feng's age. He had originally thought that Qin Feng would be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. But who would have thought that the man was so young, looking no more than his early 20s at most? At such a young age, how could he not be surprised to have such awesome things in front of him? President Li, let me introduce you. Just then, Guan Feifei pointed at Qin Feng and introduced him to Li Hong, saying, This is my boss, Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, he wants to buy your company's private jet. Hello, Mr. Qin. Li Hong directly extended his hand after hearing this. Hello, Mr. Li. Qin Feng didn't act presumptuously either, stood up and shook his hand with him. Mr. Qin, I heard from Feifei that you want to buy our company's Boeing 747, right? Yes, that's right. Qin Feng nodded and replied. It's like this. Li Hong also didn't beat around the bush, and immediately got to the point. If you want to buy and use it today, we may have to charge a 5% handling fee. What do you think? No problem. Well, since you agree. Li Hong said, and took out a contract from his briefcase. Then please sign it. By the way, if possible, we also need you to pay a 20% deposit in advance. Pay a deposit? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but say with a slight frown, no deposit. This. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Li Hong couldn't help but frown. Mr. Qin, do you mean you don't want to pay a deposit? Of course not. Qin Feng's mouth slightly rose upwards, and he said with a slight disdain, What I mean is, pay the full amount directly. The full amount? Upon hearing these words, Li Hong almost stumbled and fell to the ground. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, Mr. Qin, aren't you afraid that if you pay the full amount, the plane won't be delivered to you? There's nothing to be afraid of, I don't lack this amount of money. Qin Feng's mouth curled up, and he said playfully, Of course, if you really dare not deliver it to me, then. He didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but he believed that Li Hong should be able to understand. Don't worry, I guarantee that I will deliver the plane for you within today. Li Hong is not a fool, and he can hear the threat in Qin Feng's words. To be honest, if someone else dared to threaten him like this, Li Hong would definitely laugh it off. But if this person were replaced by Qin Feng, he would be a little afraid. Li Hong has always been very good at judging people, and he is certain that Qin Feng is definitely someone he cannot afford to provoke. After the two signed the contract, Qin Feng directly transferred 2.45 billion to Li Hong. Ding, you have spent a total of 24,500 million yuan this time, and successfully rebated 2,450 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check. The ICBC bank text message came immediately after the system prompt. Dear Mr. Chin Fong, your ICBC account number ending in 9528 was successfully credited with 2450,000,000 yuan at 1703 on July 5, and the balance after the transaction is 2450,000,000 yuan. Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Learn Mandarin well and call me back. Ding, as the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 400 billion, the system has successfully enabled the fixed point bonus option service for you. Ding, the fixed point bonus options include 1. Technology companies, 2. Real estate companies, 3. Hotel companies, 4. Service companies, 5. Resource development companies, 6. Security companies, 7. Chemical companies, 8. Automobile retail companies, 9. Tourism service companies, 10. Retail food and beverage companies. Please make a choice. I said, system, how come all these are company options? After hearing these options from the system, Chin Fong could not help but frown. He asked the system, can't you give me some pills, magic weapons, or something? Ding, I'm sorry, but you don't have enough permissions at the moment, so the system cannot provide you with these services. What the hell? Again, I don't have enough permissions? I have to say, when Chin Fong heard this, he couldn't help but feel like hitting someone. He suppressed the anger in his heart and began to think carefully. Real estate companies, hotels, service companies, resource development companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Needless to say, these are currently of little use to Chin Fong. Now there are only technology companies and security companies left. To be honest, Chin Feng's first thought was technology. Because it is very likely that there will be additional rewards for companies with black technology such as laser guns, laser cannons, cyborgs, etc. However, after much thought, Chin Fong ultimately chose the security category. System, I choose security company. Ding, you have chosen security company, and the system has given you a fixed additional reward. Ding, because you have made a fixed choice this time, the system's additional reward will increase your equity to 100%. Ding, since the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 400 billion, the system will give you an additional reward, 100% of the shares of the world's largest security company, Blackwater Group. The equity certificate has been deposited in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Blackwater Group? The world's largest security company? To be honest, Chin Fong was a little confused, because he had never heard of this company before. However, since it was rated by the system as the world's largest security company, it proved that it did have that strength. He had to admit that he was very satisfied with this additional reward from the system. Of course, what made him most satisfied was the 100% stake. He never imagined that spending 100 billion on a targeted additional reward option would actually be so beneficial. Although he owned 51% of the absolute controlling stake in those Yida real estate companies, it was a world of difference compared to this 100%. It can be said that if Chin Fong were to go to the Blackwater Group now, it would be completely his word that matters, and there would be no way for a second voice to appear. After having someone send Li Ham away, Chin Fong asked Su Mayu to bring him his laptop. He was going to search online to see if he could find some information about the Blackwater Group. After all, he was now the 100% shareholder of this company. Although he planned to be a hands-off boss, he couldn't not know anything about his own company, right? However, Chin Fong was a little disappointed that the website's introduction to the company was really pitifully little. It seems that the Blackwater Group's secrecy work is still done pretty well. Just as Chin Fong was thinking about this, a phone call from abroad came in. A call from the United States? Chin Fong was slightly startled and couldn't help but think, could it be a call from the Blackwater Group? Without delay, he picked up the phone. Hello, boss. I'm Smith, General Manager of Blackwater Group. What can I do for you? The next second after Chin Fong picked up the phone, a foreign man's voice came from the other end. Chin Fong had only graduated from high school and basically slept through English class. He didn't understand a single word of the other person's long speech. After a long while, he said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, since you are calling a Chinese phone number, then please speak Chinese to me. Otherwise, just write it down and call back. What? Obviously, the person on the other end, like Chin Fong, could not understand the other person's language. However, he could clearly feel the dissatisfaction in Chin Feng's tone. Boss, you wait a moment, I'll be right over. After greeting Chin Fong, he hurriedly went to find someone for help. However, Chin Fong here did not understand a word he said. Tired of talking nonsense with that guy, he hung up the phone directly.
To be honest, if Qin Feng really wanted to communicate with him just now, he could have actually called Su Mayu and the others. They were all doctoral students with high academic achievements, and English was no big deal at all. However, Qin Feng did not want to do that, not to mention the fact that he was someone's boss. Just because this guy called from China, he can't speak Chinese, Qin Feng won't let him get away with it. Will you love me without money? A simple sentence, without money. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about whether he should ask Su Mayu and the others to prepare dinner, his phone rang again. Qin Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was the same number as before. Frowning slightly, he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Feng? Just as Qin Feng thought it was the same guy, a woman's voice came from the other end. Although she was speaking Mandarin, judging from her accent, she was obviously a foreigner too. Yes, I am. Since she understood him, Qin Feng naturally couldn't hang up the phone. Hello, boss, my name is Lucia Bryan, I am the legal advisor of the Blackwater Group, you can just call me Lucia. Lucia? Qin Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, what do you want with me? Boss, it's not that I want to find you. Lucia smiled wryly and hurriedly explained, it's the company's general manager, Mr. Smith, who wants to find you. He's right next to me, and I'm here to translate for him. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng shrugged and said unhappily, in that case, just translate for him. Okay. Lucia nodded. After waiting for about 20 seconds, he heard Lucia's voice again. Hello, boss, this is Smith, the general manager of Blackwater Group. May I ask what you need? After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little strange. After a long while, he spoke up and said, I want to know, does our Blackwater Group have any branches in China? In Qin Feng's opinion, if you want to fight an opponent like Wang Yilan, it is best to use Chinese people. If Blackwater Group sends some foreigners over, it will inevitably be a bit conspicuous. Chapter 54, Big Sister Lu Rubing. China? Lucia was taken aback and said apologetically to Qin Feng, Boss, I'm not sure about this, why don't I ask Mr. Smith for you? Yes, that's fine. Qin Feng nodded. Lucia didn't waste any words and turned her head to look at Smith and asked him, Mr. Smith, the boss told me to ask you, does our Blackwater Group have a branch in China? Yes. Oh, okay, I understand. With that, Lucia spoke directly to the other end of the phone, Boss, Mr. Smith said that our branch exists in China. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was suddenly a little happy. Tell him that he must find me a few personal bodyguards within today. After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and continued, oh yes, find me all women, I don't need any men. You have to understand, Qin Feng is looking for personal bodyguards who must provide 24-hour protection. And his family is full of women, so if he were to be greened by a group of male bodyguards. Gee, just thinking about that image made Qin Feng shiver. Okay, I'll tell Mr. Smith right away, boss, just hold on. Although Lucia was a little curious about Qin Feng's request, she obediently did as he asked. Soon, Qin Feng heard a murmur from the other end of the phone. Boss, I have already informed Mr. Smith of your instructions, and he said there is no problem. After a while, Lucia's voice came again. Well, that's good. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With Blackwater providing bodyguards, what is the problem with just Wang Yilan? Okay, does the boss have any other instructions? Let me see. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng said, yes, compile a summary of the company's current situation and send it to me. Okay. Just then, Qin Feng thought of something else and continued, tell Smith. Starting today, all employees of Blackwater must learn Mandarin. Of course, this includes him. If he can't learn it, he should just get the hell out of here. After saying this, Qin Feng didn't wait for an answer from the other end and hung up directly. In Qin Feng's opinion, the Blackwater Group was now his company. Who was Qin Feng? He was a proud Chinese. Between making himself learn English and making his employees learn Mandarin, he didn't hesitate to choose the latter. Almost 10 minutes later, Qin Feng received the information sent by Smith. Qin Feng first found a comfortable position on the sofa and then read it carefully. It was nothing to look at, but once he started reading, it really took a big shock to Qin Feng. He never imagined that the system, which was rated as the world's largest security company, would be so awesome. The Blackwater Group is the most famous mercenary and security company in the United States. It has a total of 5 subsidiaries, and the clients they protect are all dignitaries and wealthy people from various countries.
In 103 countries around the world, there are more than 300,000 employees alone. Among these employees, in addition to most of the ordinary security personnel, there are also professional bodyguards, and even special forces and mercenaries. Xin Feng watched for about 5 minutes before he finally managed to see some information about the Huaxia branch. Judging from the information, this branch of the Blackwater Group is not prominent in the Huaxia security industry, accounting for less than 8% of the industry. The employees hired by this company, apart from some retired military personnel, are all ordinary security personnel. In fact, this is quite normal. After all, this is China, so how could foreign forces possibly control the security of their own country? It took another 10 minutes before Qin Feng finished reading all the information. He stretched and said to Su Mayu, who was not far away, "Mayu, you can go prepare dinner." "Okay, boss." Su Mayu nodded and went to make the arrangements. Qin Feng was also a little tired at this time, so when he came to his room, he found a place to lie down. Just as Qin Feng was falling asleep, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a woman standing at the foot of his bed. Holy cow! With a start, Qin Feng sat up straight in bed. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the woman. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a red Chinese-style dress, with long, dark hair that hung down her shoulders like a waterfall. If you look closely at her appearance, it is completely three-dimensional like a knife cut, and her eyes are very cold when looking at people. Her two sword eyebrows add a touch of queenliness to her. If this were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a heroine. Just as Qin Feng was a little suspicious of whether the woman in front of him was a person or a ghost, suddenly the door was pushed open. The next second, a large group of women wearing the same clothes walked in. They first looked around the room, then came to the woman and shouted in unison, "Big sister." HM. The woman nodded and asked with a frown, "What's the verdict? Have you checked everything?" "We've checked everything and there's no problem." "Very well, then you may go out first." The woman finished speaking and waved her hand directly. Although Qin Feng still didn't know who these women were, from the conversation just now, it was very likely that they were personal bodyguards sent by the Blackwater Group. In a short while, the large group of women in red all left. "Are you sent by the Blackwater Group?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. "That's right." The woman nodded, her face showing no expression. To be honest, she gave Qin Feng the impression of being like a block of ice. For a moment, Qin Feng really didn't know how to communicate with her. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and then continued, "Can you tell me your name?" After saying that, he added, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to be able to order you around in the future." "Lu Rubing." Lu Rubing replied with a blank expression. "Rubing? That's really the right name for her." Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 55 Chapter 56, Xin Yu and Zhao Shuer had an accident. "That's right." Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Rubing, "How did you get into the villa?" "Of course we walked in." Lu Rubing gave a dismissive smile and said, "Your lack of vigilance is terrible. The security in the community is completely useless. If I were your enemy, I'm afraid you would." Lu Rubing did not finish her sentence, but she believed that Qin Feng should be able to understand. Ahem. Qin Feng awkwardly coughed twice and said weakly, "In fact, the security situation in our country is quite good, so it should be." However, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Rubing interrupted directly, "Boss, I must tell you very seriously that your safety is of paramount importance to the Blackwater Group, and we cannot afford to be careless." What surprised Qin Feng was that Lu Rubing, who had just been cold-faced, actually spoke a lot of sense when it came to his safety. Ahem. Qin Feng coughed twice again, and then hastily changed the subject, saying, "By the way, why are you all wearing clothes of this style? This should be ancient Hanfu, right?" Lu Rubing first paused slightly, and then blurted out, "I like to wear it." Holy cow! What a powerful reason. Seeing that he really couldn't get anything out of her, Qin Feng simply waved his hand and said, "That's fine, you can go out first, I'll call you if there's anything else." Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Qin Feng's door was knocked on again. "Boss, it's time to eat." Soon after, Su Mayu's voice came from outside the door. "Okay." Qin Feng shouted out, and then walked out with Lu Rubing. This. Just as Qin Feng and the others had walked out of the door, Su Mayu froze in place. Qin Feng smiled at her and said, "Mayu, come, I'll introduce you." Afterwards, Qin Feng pointed at Lu Rubing and said, "This is my personal bodyguard, Lu Rubing." Personal bodyguard?
Sumayu was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Boss, she's a girl, can she protect anyone?" Ha! Upon hearing Sumayu's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but snort.
Without waiting for the others to react, she lifted her foot and stomped it down on the floor.
Boom!
There was a loud explosion, and the floor instantly fell apart. Looking at the 10-centimeter deep pit on the ground, the entire hall fell into dead silence.
Quiet. Utterly quiet. So quiet that everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeat. "Big sister, what's wrong?"
At that moment, suddenly, more than 10 women dressed in red clothes ran out from all around the villa. As soon as they rushed forward, they immediately assumed combat positions.
"It's fine." Lu Rubing waved his hand and said casually, "Someone doubts our strength, so I just gave a little proof." "A little proof? Holy shit."
After hearing this, Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but let out a burst of cursing in their hearts.
"Boss, did an earthquake just happen?"
Just as Qin Feng and the others were thinking this, Guan Feifei and the others also immediately ran out of the kitchen. When they saw more than 10 women in red clothes suddenly in the living room, they were stunned. To be honest, if they didn't know this was Qin Feng's house, they would definitely suspect that they had gone to the wrong set.
"It's okay, you guys go back to what you were doing."
Qin Feng, who had come back to his senses, waved his hand and said to the women. After the women left, Qin Feng lowered his head and began to carefully examine the pit. The floor was definitely gone, having been trampled to pieces long ago. As for the pit, it was almost the size of a faceplate, as if it had been blown out by a cannonball.
After a long time, he raised his head and shouted excitedly at Lu Rubing, "Ice, this is amazing, isn't it?"
You have to know that the most amazing person Qin Feng has ever seen grow up is the one who can split bricks with his hands. However, the Lu Rubing in front of him had stunned the floor made of small-leafed red sandalwood into a big pit, and the strength involved naturally needs no further explanation. Sumayu, who was still full of doubts just now, had long since become a little fangirl of Lu Rubing. Hearing Qin Feng's words, she also hurriedly echoed, "Yes, Sister Bing Bing, you are really amazing."
Bing Bing?
Lu Rubing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth when she heard the way Qin Feng and the other called her. To be honest, it was the first time she had been called that. Even her master had only ever called her Ru Bing. For some reason, she always found the nickname a bit strange. As for Lu Rubing's fellow apprentices, they also hurriedly began to brag about their senior sister as soon as they heard Qin Feng and Qin Feng say that. "Of course, our senior sister is an expert in dark energy, what's the big deal about a mere floor?" That's right, I saw her stop a car with just one palm strike last time."
"Pfft, that's nothing."
"I saw her kill a tiger with one punch last time." "Ha, what you guys are talking about is all child's play. Last time in Africa, she even killed an elephant weighing 7 or 8 tons. You guys have never seen the world."
Last time I.
When Qin Feng and the others heard what the girl said, they immediately looked very skeptical.
Master of dark energy? Stop a car with one palm? Kill a tiger with one punch? Nima, this is ridiculous.
If you were to say that Lu Rubing is awesome, they would definitely believe it. After all, the deep pit on the ground is proof. But to say that she can force a car to stop and kill a tiger? They would never believe it.
What, you don't believe me?
I'll show you. Seeing Qin Feng and the others' disbelieving expressions, Lu Rubing's fellow disciples suddenly became restless. Just as they were about to say something, Lu Rubing interrupted them coldly. Okay, just shut up." As soon as Lu Rubing finished speaking, her fellow apprentices immediately became obedient. Seeing that they were no longer speaking, Lu Rubing looked at Qin Feng and said to him, "Boss, are we ready to eat yet?"
Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, and nodded wordlessly, "Yes."
"Nima,
you just stepped on my 1.5 million yuan floor, and now you're asking me if we can eat?"
To be honest, although Qin Feng's heart was slightly upset, he was actually quite happy. With a master like Lu Rubing by his side 24 hours a day, Wang Yilin would just be a sitting duck.
After dinner, it was soon 7 p.m.
Seeing that Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer had not returned yet, Qin Feng was about to call them. But just then, Li Yihan's phone call came first.
"President Qin, we have already transported your plane to Xinjiang International Airport. Do you want to come and take a look? It's been transported already?"
Qin Feng was slightly stunned, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "I won't come over, I'll just send Feifei over later."
He is now a godly magnate, where does he still need to do everything himself?
After hanging up the phone, he called Guan Feifei over. After telling her what had just happened, he asked Lu Rubing to find 2 junior sisters to follow them.
If there is no money, will you love me? A simple sentence, without money you will.
As Guan Feifei and the others had just left, Qin Feng's phone rang again. Seeing that the caller was Qin Yu, he immediately picked up the phone.
Brother, come quickly and save me and Sister Shuer. We are in Haidong.
As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yu's crying voice came from the other end. Before she could finish speaking, the call was hung up. Chapter 56 Chapter 057, the whole table was paid for by Mr. Huang.
Syo yeah. Syo yeah.
Qin Feng shouted twice, and when he realized that the call had been hung up, he instantly fell into a rage.
Lu Rubing, come with me.
Qin Feng's eyes were red as he said to Lu Rubing. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Rubing to react, he took a step and walked towards the parking lot. Although Lu Rubing did not understand the situation, she hurriedly followed. In a short while, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom drove directly away from Huaihai Villa.
Haidong Hotel.
Night fell, and the streets were already brightly lit. A series of honking sounds could be heard, and soon more than 10 cars stopped at the entrance of the Haidong Hotel. Among these cars, the most eye-catching one was a Lamborghini Poison. In no time at all, a large group of students, numbering almost 20, got out of the car. Led by the waiter, they soon entered the hotel lobby. "Oh, Huang Xiao, what brings you here today?" Just then, a man wearing a head waiter's uniform came over with a flattering face.
"Oh, today we're having a class reunion." Huang Linhua laughed, and said to the head waiter of the hotel, "La Yang, can you arrange a table?" "No problem. How about the Feast of the Sea private room?" "Feast of the Sea?" Huang Linhua was taken aback and couldn't help but say angrily, "Old Yang, do you really think that I'm only worthy of the Feast of the Sea because of my status? You should know that there are different levels of private rooms at the Haidong Hotel. The most luxurious private rooms are Supreme World, Feast of the Sea, 9 Stars and the Moon, and One Step to Heaven. The less luxurious ones are Full House, Full River of Colors, Yupinju, etc. How can that be?
As soon as Huang Linhua heard this, the head waiter hurriedly explained, "I was just thinking that since there are so many of you here, I'd like to arrange a bigger private room for you."
"No, just arrange the Supreme World for me." Huang Linhua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yang, you can't let me lose face in front of my classmates, can you?"
After saying this, he deliberately or unintentionally glanced behind him, not far away, at Qin Yu, who was chatting with Zhao Shuer. He knew very well how rich Qin Yu's brother was, a big shot who could directly give his sister a Lamborghini. If he could woo Qin Yu, he would be able to enjoy endless wealth and glory. As for Zhao Shuer, who was by Qin Yu's side, he naturally didn't even dare to think about her. She was Qin Feng's woman. The head waiter, upon hearing this, could not help but say with some difficulty, "Huang Xiao, I'm really sorry, but today our manager is preparing to entertain distinguished guests at the Supreme World, so..."
"Oh?" Huang Linhua could not help but frown and ask, "What distinguished guests require your manager's personal attention?"
In Huang Linhua's opinion, the manager of the Haidong Hotel was definitely a figure in this area.
What kind of existence would require him to personally receive them? "Master Bao."
The head waiter whispered in Huang Linhua's ear.
"Ha! It's Master Bao." Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua couldn't help but let out a gasp. "Who is Master Bao?"
"He is the leader of a well-known underground gang in Xinjiang, and he has hundreds of subordinates. Dare to compete with him for a private room, unless you don't want to live." Upon thinking of this, Huang Linhua didn't dare to be a show-off anymore, and immediately nodded, "Okay, then arrange a table for us at the Sea and Sky Feast."
"Hey, no problem."
The head waiter smiled and made a gesture of invitation, "Everyone, please come this way."
After saying that, he led the group into the VIP elevator on the first floor.
"Brother Huang, it's okay, this private room is really luxurious."
"Gee. Our brother Huang is really rich, eating here should be very expensive, right?"
"That's right, I heard that a meal in a normal private room at the Haidong Hotel costs a few thousand, and here it should be at least 10,000?
How can it only be tens of thousands? It's at least 100,000. My goodness, this is too expensive."
As soon as the group stepped into the VIP room of the Sea and Sky Feast, they were immediately shocked by the resplendent decorations before them. A large group of people came up to Huang Linhua and showered him with praise.
"Ha ha." Huang Linhua laughed indifferently, saying, "It's just a small amount of money. Everyone just enjoy the food and drinks today.
I, Mr. Huang, will pay for the whole table."
Wow, Mr. Huang is so domineering. So cool. So cool. Hey, if only I could become Mr. Huang's girlfriend. But, you? Don't even think about it, okay? Yeah, don't you know why Mr. Huang is treating everyone to dinner today? Why? Isn't it just a class reunion? Are you stupid? He's doing it to Wu Qinyu, okay?
Hearing Huang Lina's words, the crowd immediately began to whisper. At that moment, the head waiter also had the menu brought over. He handed the menu to Huang Linhua, smiled flattery, and said, "Mr. Huang, what would you like to eat?" Huang Linhua took the menu, casually glanced through it, and then handed it to Qinyu with a smile, saying, "Qinyu, what would you like to eat?" "Just order whatever you like." "No, thanks." Qinyu waved her hand, saying, "You should let your classmates order." After saying that, he ignored Huang Linhua and turned to chat with Zhao Shuer. Huang Linhua, who was holding the menu, suddenly felt embarrassed. He never expected that Qinyu would be so disrespectful. He couldn't help but secretly think in his heart, "Bitch, you can be arrogant now, but when I get you, I'll show you no mercy." Of course, he only dared to think this in his heart. After all, Qin Feng was not someone he could offend. Cough cough. Huang Linhua coughed awkwardly twice, and then smiled at the crowd, saying, "Classmates, look at the menu and order whatever you want." After saying this, he casually handed the menu to a classmate next to him. Since it would take some time for the food to be served, there happened to be a karaoke machine in the private room. Everyone took turns ordering songs and soon got into the mood. Without a doubt, the first person to order a song was Huang Linhua. He wanted to show off in front of Qinyu, so he directly ordered his favorite song, borrowing 500 years from heaven. Along the ups and downs of the mountains and rivers, following the gentle curves, I will love the central plains, the north and the Jiangnan. Facing the bloodstained ice swords, the stormy and passionate company, I will cherish the golden years bestowed upon me by the heavens. I have to say, when Huang Linhua sang this song, everyone felt it quite deeply. As soon as he finished singing, there was a thunderous applause and praise. Wow, Huang Ji's singing is really good. It's just so good, it's so manly. You guys don't say. Just now Huang Ge gave me the feeling that he was like a general. I just want to say 2 words, it's good. P.S. Just a note, this book is not about cultivating immortals, not about cultivating immortals, not about cultivating immortals. I repeat the important thing 3 times. Chapter 57 Chapter 058, give me a break this time. Shui, why don't you sing one too? Just then, Huang Linhua directly handed the microphone to Qinyu. Upon hearing Huang Linhua's words, the crowd quickly chimed in. Yes, Shui, just go up and sing one. I heard someone say that you sing really well. That's right, Shui used to win prizes in national high school singing competitions. Wow, that's amazing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. This. Qinyu hesitated for a moment and then nodded, okay. After that, she turned to Zhao Shuer and said, Shuer, shall we sing together? Me? Zhao Shuer was taken aback, and when she saw Qinyu's somewhat coquettish expression, she finally agreed. When everyone heard that the 2 goddesses were going to sing together on the same stage, they became even more excited. Shuer, what do you want to sing? Qinyu asked Zhao Shuer while sliding the screen. Just watch, it's best if it's a duet. Okay. Qinyu nodded and started looking. Shuer, what do you think of this song, You'll Marry Me Today? In no time, Qinyu found a song she thought was pretty good. Yes, that's fine. Okay, let's choose this one then. Seeing Zhao Shuer nod, Qinyu simply clicked on it. In a moment, a beautiful melody came from the private room. The flowers blooming in the spring warmth take away the sadness of winter. The romantic atmosphere brought by the gentle breeze suddenly makes every love song full of meaning. I suddenly saw you at this moment. When Qinyu sang this, she directly pointed at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer also immediately understood and hurriedly joined in the singing. The fragrance of spring flowers takes away the cold of winter, the breeze brings unexpected love, the birds singing draws us closer, and I suddenly fall in love with you at this moment. Soon, the 2 were singing in chorus, listen to me, hold hands and walk with me, create a happy life, yesterday you were too late, tomorrow it will be a pity, will you marry me today? Master Leopard, this way please? The hotel manager asked a middle-aged man with a flattering face in the corridor outside the VIP room. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, with a big bald head and a scar across half his face that made him look hideously frightening. Behind him were more than 10 young men wearing flashy clothes and dyed yellow hair. Just as he was about to follow the hotel manager to the Supreme World private room, he suddenly heard some very pleasant singing. Wait. Zhang Bao waved his hand to indicate that everyone should stop. After enjoying the singing for a while with his eyes closed, he said to the hotel manager, "Let's not go to the private room yet."
Not go to the private room? The hotel manager was taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where do you want to go then?" "Heh, you'll find out soon enough."
After Zhang Bao finished speaking, he first licked his somewhat chapped lips, then revealed a sinister smile.
"This way. My goodness, this is just too good, isn't it?"
"Yes, I feel that Xiaoye and Shuer and the others are simply singing better than the original singers."
Yes, I feel the same way. They're amazing.
It's not just that they're pretty, they also have such talent.
Awesome, a big thumbs up for the two goddesses.
As soon as Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer finished singing, the venue suddenly exploded.
No one expected that the two of them would sing so well. They really did sing well. Why don't you two beauties go sing in our private room?
Just as Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were about to go off stage, a male voice suddenly came from nowhere.
Upon hearing the somewhat flirtatious tone, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer couldn't help but frown.
Huang Linhua, as Qin Yu's suitor, could hardly sit still. Without waiting for him to turn his head, he shouted angrily, "Who the hell said that?
Looking for death, is that it?"
As soon as the words fell, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the door.
Master Leopard?
Just a glance, and Huang Linhua almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked at the other person with a terrified expression, and his body trembled involuntarily. He never imagined that the person who just spoke would be Zhang Bao. At this moment, Huang Linhua really wished he could slap himself hard. As soon as everyone saw his terrified expression, they immediately understood what was going on. This scarred man in front of them was definitely someone Huang Linhua did not dare to provoke. Sure enough, the next second, Huang Linhua saw him directly kneel down.
Master Zhang. Master Zhang, it was all my fault.
Please forgive me this time on my father's behalf.
Your father? Zhang Bao was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is your father?" My father is Huang Xingqiu, the boss of Jinhua Real Estate. He was even lucky enough to drink with you at the dinner table last time.
Oh, so your father is old Huang. Zhang Bao let out a ha and said casually, "Since you're Lao Huang's son, forget about what just happened."
Thank you, Master Bao.
As soon as Zhang Bao said he wouldn't pursue it, Huang Linhua let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
It's fine.
Zhang Bao waved his hand and grinned lecherously at Huang Linhua. "Kid, I'll let it go this time, but you should show your appreciation, shouldn't you?"
Sure, no problem. Huang Linhua immediately nodded repeatedly after hearing this.
"I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you right away as a token of my appreciation."
Fuck you.
However, before Huang Linhua could finish speaking, Zhang Bao kicked him in the chest and angrily yelled at him, "Do I look like someone who needs your money?"
Then what do you mean? Huang Linhua asked in shock while rubbing his chest, which still hurt from the kick.
His appearance at the moment, whereas the spirited and confident he was when he first arrived.
Ha ha.
Zhang Bao laughed, and nudged his mouth in the direction of Zhao Shuer and the other woman, and said to Huang Linhua, "You know these two, right?"
Yes. Huang Linhua did not dare hesitate, and quickly answered.
Well, very good. Zhang Bao nodded with satisfaction.
I'll give you a task.
If you can get them to my private room, I'll let you live.
Otherwise, I'll get your father too.
What?
What, you don't want to? No, I do. Huang Linhua didn't dare to refuse, and quickly nodded.
He understood Zhang Bao's meaning. He obviously had his eye on Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Although Qin Yu is the goddess of his dreams, in this situation, he can only reluctantly give up.
Chapter 58 Chapter 059, You're pretty smart.
Not bad, you're pretty smart. Zhang Bao was very satisfied, patted Huang Linhua on the shoulder, and said to him, "It's up to you next." After saying that, he left a few subordinates guarding the door and turned around and left the private room.
Once Zhang Bao left, the scene fell into silence. Cough cough.
After a long while, Huang Linhua coughed twice.
Turning his head, he smiled awkwardly at the two women, Qin Yu and Qin Shui, and said, Shuer, do you think we should go over there?" As soon as he said this, everyone immediately looked over at him.
There was contempt.
There was disdain.
There was mockery. They never imagined that there would be such shameless people in this world.
Huang Linhua also felt a little embarrassed being looked at with such ridicule by so many people.
However, now that things had come to this, he could only go down the dark path. As for Qin Feng, Qin Yu's brother, he had long since been thrown out of his mind.
In Huang Linhua's opinion, even if Qin Feng was rich, so what?
You have to know that Master Bao is not just rich, but also has hundreds of underlings who can swing a sword and kill someone. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the stares of the others, Huang Linhua continued to the two Qin Yu women. Xiao Yu, do you know what kind of person Brother Bao is? He is the famous underground boss in Xinjiang, and he has at least 100 henchmen under his command. Besides, all he wants is for you to go over there and sing with him a little, so what's the big deal?
Sing with him?
Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but snort. Why don't you ask your mom to come sing with him?
They're not stupid, how could they believe Huang Linhua's nonsense? You. Huang Linhua was furious when he heard this. Suppressing his anger, he threatened Qin Yu and the others. I'm telling you, you're going today whether you want to or not.
Swear, let's ignore him. I don't believe there's no justice in the world. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she grabbed Zhao Shuer's hand and was about to walk out of the private room.
How dare you?
Huang Linhua saw what was going on and, not caring about consequences, shouted angrily and rushed up to them.
Pang! In the scuffle, he slapped Qin Yu directly in the face. The next second, a clear slap mark appeared on Qin Yu's face.
Shuer, are you okay? Zhao Shuer saw what was going on and panicked, asking Qin Yu anxiously. Oh, Shuer, she hit me.
I'm going to tell my brother.
Qin Yu cried as she pulled out her phone and dialed. The call was quickly connected, and Qin Yu cried into the phone, Brother, come save me and Sister Shuer, we're in Haidong. But before she could finish her sentence, Huang Linhua snatched her phone away.
Pop.
There was a loud pop, and the phone was immediately smashed to pieces. I'm telling you, even if I have to kidnap you all today, I will. After saying that, Huang Linhua was about to pull Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. However, at that moment, the other students on the scene could no longer hold back, and they angrily shouted at Huang Linhua.
I said Huang Linhua, you've gone too far, haven't you?
Yes, I thought you were some kind person, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless.
Fuck, I can't even watch anymore, are you even human?
You're right, bullying even girls, you're nothing but an animal. Huang Linhua, who was just about to take action, roared at the sound of his classmates' words. You know shit, if you guys have the balls, go tell it to the guy named Bao. I'm telling you, you'd better stay out of this today, or you won't know how you died. After saying this, Huang Linhua even showed a look of disdain.
The classmates who were still angry just now suddenly looked a bit deflated after hearing Huang Linhua's threat. Let them go and tell Zhang Bao?
Even if they were given 3 guts, they wouldn't dare. The lobby on the first floor of the Haidong Hotel.
Hello, could you please help me find your hotel manager?
As soon as Qin Feng and Lu Rubing walked into the lobby, they hurriedly said to the receptionist.
Manager?
The receptionist was slightly taken aback and said somewhat testily, I'm sorry, our manager is accompanying a VIP, please come back tomorrow if there's anything.
Are you sure you want me to come back tomorrow?
Qin Feng was too lazy to waste time with her nonsense and simply slapped a black diamond VIP card in front of her.
This is a black diamond VIP card?
When the receptionist saw Qin Feng's card clearly, she was shocked and hurriedly said to Qin Feng, Sir, please wait a moment, I'll call our manager. After saying that, she picked up the landline and started dialing.
Hello, what is it?
As soon as the call connected, the voice of the hotel manager came from the other end. Manager, there is a guest here who says he wants to see you.
Guest?
What guest? The hotel manager gave a dismissive snort and told him to come back tomorrow.
No, he has our Black Diamond VIP card. Black Diamond VIP card?
The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback and hastily said, Okay, I'll be right down. After that, he hung up the phone directly. In a moment, a middle-aged man in a suit was seen walking out of the elevator.
Mr. Qin, did you call for me?
He came to the front desk and asked Qin Feng, who was full of anxiety.
That's right. Qin Feng nodded.
Without beating around the bush, he immediately got to the point and said, My sister had an accident at your hotel.
I need your help. Your sister had an accident at our hotel?
Upon hearing these words, the hotel manager was taken aback and hurriedly explained to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, this incident definitely has nothing to do with our hotel.
You can trust us.
Okay, I didn't say it had anything to do with your hotel. After hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. I'm looking for you because I want you to help me find out if two very pretty girls came to your hotel tonight. If so, please find out where they are right away. Two pretty girls? As soon as the hotel manager heard this, he immediately thought of something. After a long time, he said with some evasive eyes, Mr. Chin, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? No pretty girls have come to our hotel today. No. Hearing the hotel manager's words, the receptionist beside him couldn't help but whisper, the two girls who came earlier were. Shut up. However, before she could finish her sentence, the hotel manager snapped at her. Chapter 59 Chapter 060, Ru Bing, I have a task for you. Oh? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled wryly at the hotel manager. It seems that you are hiding something from me? No way. As soon as the hotel manager heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. Mr. Qin, don't listen to her nonsense. How could I hide anything from you? After saying this, he turned his head and looked at the reception with a fake smile on his face, and said to her, Sue, tell Mr. Qin, did two beautiful girls come to our hotel today or not? Having said this, he did not forget to add, you must think carefully before you speak, do you understand? I understand. The reception nodded, and then turned his head and said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, I made a mistake, today there were no. However, before she could finish, Qin Feng interrupted directly, do I look like an idiot to you? Mr. Qin, this. I'll give you one last chance. Qin Feng said with a cold stare. It's really not there. The hotel manager gritted his teeth and said with a serious face. Good, good, good. Qin Feng said 3 times in a row, and then turned his head and looked at Lu Rubing. Rubing, I have a task for you. Boss, you tell me. Start from the 5th floor and kick down the doors, if you break them, it's on me. Qin Feng knew that the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors of the Haidong Hotel were all private rooms. If you want to find Qin Yu and the others, it's best to start with these floors. Yes, boss. Lu Rubing nodded and stepped away, ready to leave. What do you want? Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng and the others, the hotel manager could no longer sit still and quickly stopped Lu Rubing. However, Lu Rubing was already as cold as ice, and without Qin Feng's order, how could she possibly stop? A cold aura burst from her eyes, and she shouted at the hotel manager, get out of my way. You. The hotel manager stumbled and almost fell to the ground, and he held up a finger as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Lu Rubing directly gave his finger a 180-degree rotation. Ah! A heart-wrenching sound rang out, and the hotel manager directly lay on the ground and began to roll around. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. There is no need to describe in detail how much pain he is feeling now. Holy shit, who is screaming? Hey, does it look like someone is lying on the ground? Oh my god, isn't that the hotel manager? What's wrong with him? Oh my god, look at his right hand. SSS, his finger is deformed. The hotel manager's screams quickly attracted the attention of the crowd in the lobby. When they saw the hotel manager's finger, which had long since become twisted into a pretzel shape, they couldn't help but let out a gasp. Serves you right. Lu Rubing gave a disdainful glance before preparing to walk towards the elevator. Wait. Just then, Qin Feng called out to her, Rubing, take him with you. Yes, boss. Lu Rubing nodded. Like carrying a chicken, she directly picked up the hotel manager, who had fainted from the pain, with one hand. When the surrounding spectators saw the scene, they were almost shocked into biting their tongues. My goodness, this is too much strength, isn't it? Can someone tell me if I'm hallucinating? Isn't she a girl? How could she have such strength? It's terrifying. Could she have broken the hotel manager's fingers as well? It's very likely. Women are really terrifying. It has to be said that Lu Rubing's actions really scared a lot of people. You have to understand that the hotel manager in front of you looks like he weighs at least 140 to 150 pounds. Yet now he was being lifted up so easily by Lu Rubing, how could they not be surprised? Ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, Lu Rubing walked towards the elevator with the hotel manager in her arms. Qin Feng saw this and immediately followed suit. One step to heaven, at the door of the private room. Boss, should I kick? Kick. Boom. The door to the 9 stars private room. Boss, should I kick? Kick. Boom. The door to the Sea and Sky Feast private room. Who are you people? Hey, this son of a bitch is quite handsome,
why don't you entertain my brother? Holy cow, no, look at what she's carrying. Oh my, isn't that the hotel manager? Holy shit, it really is. Zhang Bao's henchmen wanted to molest Lu Rubing.
But when they saw the hotel manager in her hands, they couldn't help but gasp.
Boss, forget it, don't ask. Lu Rubing was molested by these thugs, so how could she hold back?
She didn't bother to ask Qin Feng for instructions and just kicked them directly.
Boom boom boom. Using less than 1 point of strength, she kicked all the punks into unconsciousness.
From the way they were lying, it looked like they had at least 4 or 5 broken ribs. Qin Feng, who was standing nearby, immediately gave her a thumbs up. There was no doubt about it, just 2 words, awesome.
Go ahead and kick, Xiao Ye and the others should be here. Kick someone or kick a door? Cough cough.
Qin Feng coughed twice, and with a playful expression on his face, he said, Bing Bing, you're learning bad habits now. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Lu Rubing's face immediately revealed an embarrassed expression. In order to distract herself from the embarrassment, she directly kicked the door to the private room.
Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the private room was immediately kicked to pieces. Silence. Utter silence.
Everyone in the private room, without blinking an eye, stared at the door to the private room, as if they had been petrified.
Brother! Brother Feng!
After a long while, these 2 surprised voices were heard.
Mm.
Qin Feng gave a single nod, and walked directly over to Qin Yu and the others. Seeing this, Lu Rubing threw the hotel manager she was holding onto the ground. Then, she followed suit.
Brother, you finally come, oh. Brother Feng, it's so good that you could come.
When Qin Feng got closer, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer both pounced into his arms.
Okay, I'm here to save you, aren't I? Stop crying.
After Qin Feng had comforted them for a while, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer blushed and were gently pushed out of his arms. As for Huang Linhua, who was standing aside, he had already been so scared that he had collapsed on the ground. He still vividly remembered the scene just now when Lu Rubing kicked the door of the private room into pieces.
Thinking about the next scene, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Chapter 60 Chapter 061, What happened to your face?
Shuer, what happened to your face? Just then, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something wrong with Qin Shuer's face. The clearly visible palm print showed that she had been beaten. Brother Feng, he's the one who hit her. Zhao Shuer pointed at Huang Linhua, who was limp on the ground, and told Qin Feng everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Zhao Shuer's account, a chilling coldness suddenly burst from Qin Feng's eyes. Seeing this, Huang Linhua, who was limp on the ground, couldn't help but shiver.
Did you hit my sister?
Qin Feng crouched down and asked Huang Linhua.
Yes, it was me. Huang Linhua's body shook, and he couldn't help but tremble as he replied. Very good.
Qin Feng's tone turned cold, and he stood up directly.
You even dared to hit my sister, Qin Feng. It seems that you think you are very powerful?
After saying this, he didn't wait for Huang Linhua to reply, and Qin Feng commanded Lu Rubing, destroy his 5 limbs for me.
5 limbs? Lu Rubing was slightly stunned, and she asked with a frown, isn't it 4 limbs? Where did the 5 limbs come from? Cough cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, somewhat speechless, and said, isn't there one more under his crotch?
This. As soon as Lu Rubing heard these words from Qin Feng, she couldn't help but blush. She never expected that Qin Feng's so-called 5 limbs would actually be there. Forcing down her shyness, she took a step towards Huang Linhua. Seeing this, the surrounding classmates hurriedly covered their eyes, unwilling to see the bloody scene that was about to unfold. As for Huang Linhua, who was limp on the ground, he trembled and urinated all over the place. Lu Rubing, who had just walked up, couldn't help but frown. Turning her head, she asked Qin Feng with a disgusted look on her face, Boss, can I not waste his there? After saying that, she directly covered her delicate nose. There was no way, the smell of urine from this guy on the ground was really a bit too pungent. No way. While shaking his head, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. Okay then. Lu Rubing pouted, looking reluctant. But this was Qin Feng's order, and she simply could not refuse. She lifted her foot and prepared to step down directly. Wait. At that moment, Huang Linhua, who was limp on the ground, let out a shout. In his mind, if this foot was really stepped on, wouldn't he immediately become a cripple? However, Lu Rubing would not listen to him. After a slight pause, she stepped directly down.
Crack. Ah.
As soon as the sound of the bone cracking was heard, Huang Linhua let out a heart-rending scream.
The surrounding classmates could not help but tremble after hearing it.
Even Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu could not help but lean towards Qin Feng. At that moment, Lu Rubing raised her foot again. Seeing Huang Linhua screaming loudly, Huang Linhua hurriedly yelled at Qin Feng, "Kid, do you know who my father is?"
Oh. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile playfully when he heard this. "Are you preparing to trick your father?"
After saying this, he waved his hand at Lu Rubing, indicating for her to wait a moment. "Let me tell you, my father is Huang Xingqiu, the boss of Jinhua Real Estate." Huang Linhua took a gasp of cold air, endured the pain and said proudly, "If you let me go today, I can persuade him not to count it against you, otherwise."
Ha ha. Qin Feng shook his head and couldn't help but sneer. "You're all about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? Okay, I'll remember your father."
After saying that, he directly made a gesture to Lu Rubing to get started.
Click.
Another crisp sound, Huang Linhua fainted directly. However, Lu Rubing didn't care about that, kicking Huang Linhua's limbs one after the other, until they were useless. After kicking him, she even rubbed her feet on his body in disgust.
"Okay, you guys give him first aid,"
Qin Feng said to the people present with a slight curl of the mouth. After saying that, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the pool of blood under Huang Linhua's crotch, and he couldn't help but shiver.
This damn thing should have been directly stepped on and exploded, right? TSK, what a pity.
Inside the private room of the Junlin Tianxia restaurant. "Monkey, go take a look and see why that kid hasn't brought the person over yet." Zhang Bao took a mouthful of beer and frowned at a guy with dyed yellow hair next to him and said,
"Okay, boss." The yellow-haired guy nodded, put down his glass and was about to leave. Boom.
However, before the yellow-haired guy could get up, the door to the private room exploded with a loud bang, instantly turning it into a pile of debris.
Zhang Bao and the others stumbled, almost falling to the ground. What happened? Did someone use explosives to try to assassinate Boss Bao?
Thinking this, the group looked in the direction of the doorway. However, when they saw the people at the doorway, they couldn't help but be surprised. Qin Feng didn't care about their surprised expressions, and led Lu Rubing and Qin Yuan.
"Which one of you is Zhang Bao?"
Qin Feng found a comfortable position on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked the group in front of him.
"Who the hell are you?" "Kid, you're looking for death, believe it or not, I'll waste you."
As soon as Qin Feng said this, the people who had come back to their senses immediately said menacingly,
"Ha ha."
Qin Feng sneered coldly and said playfully, "It seems that you scumbags are all quite arrogant."
"Fuck you." Huang Mao cursed angrily and asked Zhang Bao next to him, "Boss, shall I just waste him?" "No need."
Zhang Bao waved his hand, smiled wryly at Qin Feng and said, "Young man, I don't know what you want with me."
However, Qin Feng did not answer him, but pointed at the two women Qin Yu and asked Zhang Bao, "Do you still know them?"
"Ah, of course I do." Zhang Bao laughed, and said casually, "Why, young man, are you trying to stand up for them?"
"What do you think?" Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a faint smile. "I think."
Zhang Bao said this, and suddenly changed the subject, saying coldly, "You all have to stay here today."
Ha ha.
Qin Feng snorted, saying disdainfully, "I can't tell, you don't have many hairs on your head, but you have a big mouth."
"Kid, you're pretty arrogant."
Zhang Bao stood up and told his subordinates, "Kill the men, and keep all the women. I want to play with these women in front of him today.
After I've had my fun, I'll let you all have a good time too."
"Yes, boss." Upon hearing Zhang Bao's words, his subordinates instantly felt like they had been pumped up with adrenaline. Their eyes on Lu Rubing and the other women were like they wanted to devour them alive.
Grabbing a bottle of wine, they charged directly in the direction of Qin Feng.
P.S. I'm so clumsy, it took me 3 hours to write this chapter.
I'm so sleepy. My little cuties, I've done my best. Oh. Chapter 61, Chapter 62, You're my real brother, right? You want to die.
Qin Feng sneered and ordered Lu Rubing, "Do it."
Boom.
As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, Huang Mao, who was in the front row, was directly kicked flying.
Boom.
He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted instantly. The other little brothers who were just about to rush forward almost popped their eyes out at the sight.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This motherfucker must have taken a massive dose of steroids. Pum pum pum.
However, before they could come to their senses, Lu Rubing kicked them all flying. Just like the previous yellow-haired guy, they all lay on the ground, unconscious.
How is this possible?
Zhang Bao looked at the scene in front of him and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He never imagined that Lu Rubing, such a pretty girl, would have such great strength. You have to understand that these men under him have fought many fights with him, and they have never failed to put their opponents on the ground. Now, in less than 10 seconds, they have all been beaten to the point of death. To be honest, at this moment, Zhang Bao was really a little scared.
Master Bao, right.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said playfully to the shocked Zhang Bao, "Come on, what did you say?
Want to say a few more words?"
Zhang Bao's body trembled, and he couldn't help but shiver. Forcing a smile on his face, he said to Qin Feng, "Little brother, no, I call you big brother, you are my real brother, right?
Today's incident was just a misunderstanding.
How about I punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine to apologize to you?" After saying this, he poured 3 glasses of wine for himself and then gulped them down in one go.
"Brother, how about this? Let's just be friends today."
Ha ha.
Qin Feng snorted in disdain, saying, "Be friends with me?
What the fuck are you?
Hey, kid, don't think I'm really scared of you."
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Zhang Bao suddenly regained his courage and threatened Qin Feng, saying, "I'll tell you, when I, Zhang Bao, was hanging out with the mob, you were still drinking urine and playing in the mud. I'm putting this out there today, either we let this go, or I'll call my 100 brothers over, you decide." While Zhang Bao was saying these words, his eyes kept staring at Lu Rubing, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly strike. The main purpose of him saying these words was to hope that he could intimidate Qin Feng and make him hesitate. After all, his 100 or so brothers were no joke. However, Qin Feng has no time to waste with him here.
The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he ordered Lu Rubing, "First, knock out all his teeth."
"Okay, boss."
Lu Rubing nodded and walked directly towards Zhang Bao. "Kid, don't you dare do anything."
Seeing Lu Rubing walking towards him, Zhang Bao couldn't help but shout at Qin Feng in a stern voice. While speaking, his body unconsciously took a few steps back. However, Qin Feng ignored him and beckoned the 2 women, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer, to sit down.
"You."
Zhang Bao saw that Qin Feng simply ignored him and was about to say something. But before he could speak, Lu Rubing kicked him in the mouth.
Boom.
A mouthful of blood was spat out, mixed with all kinds of broken teeth. Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu couldn't help but hide in Qin Feng's arms when they saw this. There was nothing they could do. The scene before them was just too bloody. "Kid, you just wait. I'll get you back when I get the chance." Zhang Bao, who had just had all his teeth knocked out, suddenly let out a fierce glare and spoke unintelligibly to Qin Feng.
"Ha, you're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me?"
Qin Feng snorted coldly and continued to give orders to Lu Rubing.
"Since that's the case, then I'll break all his limbs too." "Break his limbs?"
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Bao, who had been in a rage, suddenly came to his senses. He dared not pretend to be cool with Qin Feng anymore, and immediately knelt down, saying, "Big brother, uncle, it was all my fault just now. Please forgive me. Whatever you want, just tell me, I can pay you."
"Money?"
Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as if he had thought of something, and waved his hand at Lu Rubing.
"Tell me, how much can you pay me?"
I
can give you 100,000.
Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be somewhat interested, Zhang Bao suddenly felt hopeful.
100,000? Qin Feng's mouth curled up in disdain, saying, "Do you think I look like someone who lacks that much money? So how much do you want?"
Ha ha. Qin Feng laughed casually, saying, "Of course it's all your money."
"Impossible."
Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Zhang Bao directly refused.
He has a net worth of more than 2 billion yuan. If he gives it all to Qin Feng, won't he have to go live on the wind?
Get to work.
Qin Feng gave a derisive smile and instructed Lu Rubing.
No, I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao didn't dare hesitate and immediately shouted,
"You're smart."
Qin Feng waved his hand and directly pulled out a stack of black cards from his body. When Zhang Bao saw the cards Qin Feng took out, he almost fainted from shock. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Are these all black cards from banks?
Oh my god! Who the hell is this guy? Only then did Zhang Bao realize that he had really stepped in it. Qin Feng didn't care about his shocked expression and directly pulled a card out of the pile. He threw it in front of Zhang Bao and said in a domineering manner, "If I find out that you've missed 1 point, you know the consequences." "Yes, I'll do it for you right now, I promise not to miss a single point." Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Zhang Bao didn't dare to think anything else, so he nodded repeatedly to assure him. Not wanting to waste any time, he picked up the black card Qin Feng had thrown over with trembling hands. Then, according to the card number on the black card, he took out his phone and started to transfer the money. "Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your ICBC account number ending in 9528 was successfully deposited with 24,430,375,420 yuan at 1933 on July 5. The balance after the transaction is 2474, 430, 375, 420 yuan. In a short while, Qin Feng received a transfer reminder from the bank. He put down his phone and asked Zhang Bao, "Did you transfer it all?" "Don't worry, I definitely transferred it all," Zhang Bao assured him repeatedly after hearing this. "Well, that's good." Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and then continued with a playful tone, "In that case. P.S. My book rating has dropped, so frustrating. Yesterday it was 9.7, but today it's only 9.6. For those of you who haven't commented on the stars, can you please help me by giving it a 5-star rating? Thanks a lot. Kneel and thank you." Chapter 62 Chapter 063, Do you have the strength for this? In that case. Qin Feng paused deliberately after saying this. Looking at Zhang Bao's somewhat expectant eyes, he continued, "Then transfer all your other assets to me as well." "You?" Zhang Bao, who had been full of hope, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Pointing at Qin Feng, he said angrily, "You broke your promise." Qin Feng shrugged and said with amusement, "Did I say I'd let you go if you paid? This. Damn it. It seems like I really didn't." Poof. Zhang Bao couldn't hold back anymore and directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "So, have you thought it over?" Zhang Bao hesitated a little, he was very suspicious, and wondered if Qin Feng would trick him again. After a moment of silence, he said firmly to Qin Feng, "If you can promise to let me go this time, I'll agree." "Ha ha." Qin Feng snorted in disdain and said, "Are you trying to bargain with me?" "Let me tell you, no one is qualified to bargain with me, Qin Feng." After saying that, Qin Feng didn't wait for Zhang Bao to react, and directly gave a gesture to Lu Rubing to do it. Lu Rubing understood, and first snatched the black card from Zhang Bao's hand, and then kicked Zhang Bao in the knee. Crack! Ah! With a crisp sound, Zhang Bao let out a pig-slaughtering scream. He covered his knee, which had already been deformed and twisted, and kept rolling on the ground and wailing. After a while, he fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Lu Rubing raised his foot and prepared to step down again. Wait! But just then, he was stopped by Qin Feng. Wouldn't it be too easy on him if he just let him faint? After saying that, he commanded Lu Rubing, "You go find something to splash in his face to wake him up. After he wakes up, you can step on him again. I want him to regret coming to this world." Hearing these words from Qin Feng, Lu Rubing couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Qin Feng, there was inexplicably an added sense of fear in his eyes. He nodded, picked up an unfinished bottle of ice-cold beer from the table, and poured it over Zhang Bao's head. The next second, Zhang Bao immediately woke up. But before he could react, Lu Rubing stepped on him again. After repeating this several times, Zhang Bao had already been tortured into a pile of dead dogs. Seeing this, Qin Feng got up directly, and with the two women Qinyu, he was ready to leave. When he was about to walk out the door, he said to Lu Rubing, who was trying to follow him, in a light tone, "Blind him." After saying that, he walked straight out. An hour later. In front of the door of a large-scale karaoke bar in Yunshan, Xinjiang. The car horn sounded, and a van sped up. Not long after, hundreds of young punks with dyed yellow hair and earrings got off the car. At the front of these punks were their bosses, Big Mouth Lu, Airplane Joe, and Master Chow San. The three of them glanced at each other and led the crowd towards the KTV door. As soon as they entered, the lobby manager immediately trotted over. Without any more nonsense, he was told to arrange the largest private room. "You two, you should all know what just happened, right?" Big Mouth Lu and Airplane Joe had just sat down when Master Chow San said to them. "HM." The two nodded, their eyes a little fierce as they asked, "Third Master, have you found out who did it?" "I've already had someone look into it, and it was a guy named Qin Feng." "Qin Feng?" Dagu Lu was momentarily taken aback, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "There don't seem to be any bigwigs in our city with the surname Qin, do there?"
Could it be that he's an outsider?
Oof. Fan Jojo snorted, his face full of murderous intent, and said, no matter who he is, we have to get rid of him. Otherwise, where would the face of our people be? Lao Zhou was right, if you dare to move the 4 tigers of our city, you can't not give him a taste of his own medicine. As soon as he heard this, Dazue Lu hurriedly agreed. Although they usually fight each other for territory, they still know what's important in the big picture. No way. However, what the two of them didn't expect was that Master Qiao San waved his hand at this time.
Master Qiao San, what do you mean?
Yes, don't you want to avenge the leopard? Upon hearing these words, both Dazue Lu and Kajizu became a little anxious.
Avenge him?
Master Qiao was momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but sneer and ask, do you have the strength?
Fuck, Qiao, what the fuck do you mean?
Upon hearing this, Kajizu directly stood up from his seat, pointed at Master Qiao's nose, and asked sternly.
Lao Zhou, don't be so impatient, let Master Qiao finish his sentence.
Degu Lu was much calmer than Lai Zhizhou, and he pushed him down with one hand. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Master Qiao San let out a bitter laugh and said helplessly, that person called Qin Feng, we simply can't afford to provoke him.
How is that possible?
Degu Lu said doubtfully upon hearing Master Qiao San's words, apart from a few people in Xinjiang, are there any other people we can't afford to provoke?
That's right, Xiao, don't try to bluff.
Do you really think we're just 3-year-olds? Zhou was already unhappy with Xiao's earlier words, and naturally he immediately agreed.
Ha ha.
Xiao snorted coldly, and then said, do you know who Qin Feng is?
Who is he?
Could it be that he is the son of the governor of Xinjiang? Zhou snorted in derision.
Governor?
Master Qiao San's mouth curled up in disdain as he said, I'm not afraid to tell you, even if he is a regional governor, in front of him, he has to be respectful.
Holy cow, is that true?
Upon hearing Qiao San's words, Degu Lu couldn't hold back anymore and immediately stood up from his seat. Plain Zhou, who had just been arrogant, also immediately revealed a shocked expression.
Do you think I have the need to lie to you?
Master Qiao San shrugged and said indifferently, according to my recent investigation, this Qin Feng just yesterday, at one time, applied for more than 10 black cards from various major banks.
What?
Applied for more than 10 black cards at one time?
How is this possible?
Upon hearing these words from Master Qiao San, the two men were instantly stunned. As figures who could make the deep city tremble with just a single step, they naturally understood the implications.
If he can get so many black cards at the same time, just how terrifying is this Qin Feng?
Chapter 63 Chapter 64, this is really infuriating.
Do you still want revenge now?
Seeing the two men's shocked expressions, Master Qiao San couldn't help but smile and tease. Upon hearing this, the two men were silent. Asking them to go find Qin Feng for revenge is no different from sending them to their deaths.
Since neither of you want revenge, let's just forget about it.
Master Qiao San waved his hand and said lightly, let's inform everyone that whoever dares to be an enemy of Mr. Qin in the future will be an enemy of the 3 tigers of Xinjiang. In Master Qiao San's opinion, Qin Feng was a rare tree.
Even if you can't hug it, you can't offend it. Zhang Bao is the example.
After listening to this, both Daku Lu and Jichan Zhou had no objections.
Early the next morning.
After breakfast, Qin Feng and the women, including Lu Rubing, hurried to Xinjiang International Airport. Since Qin Feng had his own private jet, as soon as he walked into the lobby, a staff member immediately came over.
Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Wan Jiwei, I just spoke with you on the phone.
Hello.
Qin Feng nodded. Please follow me.
Saying this, Wan Jiwei led Qin Feng and the others to the VIP channel. In no time, they arrived at the tarmac.
Mr. Qin, your plane has been checked by our staff and is ready for takeoff.
Wan Jiwei pointed to the Boeing 747 not far away and said to Qin Feng.
Well, thank you.
Qin Feng nodded and led Lu Rubing and the others directly onto the plane. There were a total of 3 staff members on the entire plane. In addition to the 2 pilots, the remaining flight attendant, Qin Feng just happened to know.
Fei Fei, why are you here?
Qin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously. To be honest, there are too many women in Qin Feng's family. When they were having breakfast earlier, he really didn't notice Guan Fei Fei.
It was Sister Mou who arranged for me to come.
Guan Fei Fei giggled and said to Qin Feng, saying that she was worried that you would be lonely on the trip, so she sent me here.
Lonely on the trip?
As soon as Qin Feng heard Guan Fei Fei's words, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As for Shin Mengyao, who was standing nearby, she immediately showed a very vigilant expression.
How could she not be clear about the meaning of Guan Feifei's words?
This was obviously a blatant temptation.
Okay then.
Xin Feng nodded and casually found a seat to sit down.
To be honest, he really didn't have any other thoughts.
Seeing this, Shen Mengyao wanted to sit next to Xin Feng. However, before she could get close, Lu Rubing made a quick move and sat down first. There was no choice, Shen Mengyao didn't dare to compete with Lu Rubing, and could only find another seat to sit down. Soon after everyone had taken their seats, the plane took off.
Mengyao, I asked you to notify Ida, did you do it?
Just then, Xin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Shen Mengyao, who was not far away.
I did.
Well, that's good. Xin Feng nodded, found a comfortable position, and then prepared to close his eyes for a while. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and Shen Mengyao also closed their eyes. The distance from Xincheng to the imperial capital is not too far, and it is only a 3-hour flight. Just as Xin Feng was dozing off, Guan Feifei came over and patted him on the shoulder.
Boss, would you like something to drink?
Guan Feifei leaned her mouth close to Qin Feng's ear and whispered in his ear.
Air.
Xin Feng felt the heat coming from his ear and couldn't help but feel itchy. After a long while, he said a little embarrassedly, Give me a Coke.
Okay, please wait a moment. With that, Guan Feifei took out a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the cart.
Just as she was about to unscrew the cap, she accidentally poured the Coke directly on Qin Feng.
Damn it! What the hell?
Just as Qin Feng couldn't help but frown, he heard Guan Feifei's apologetic voice.
Boss, I'm really sorry, I'm so stupid.
Seeing her pitiful appearance, Qin Feng suddenly softened.
Forget it, it's no big deal, I'll go to the bathroom and wash up.
Qin Feng said, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Seeing this, Guan Feifei behind him suddenly revealed a smile of success. Taking 3 steps and making 2, she quietly followed him. As soon as Qin Feng pushed open the bathroom door, Guan Feifei also planned to go in. But before she could follow, Qin Feng directly closed the door. There was nothing she could do, and Guan Feifei was immediately shut out.
What the heck, what are you doing standing here?
As soon as Qin Feng left the room, she saw Lu Rubing waiting outside the door. Looking at Lu Rubing standing at the door, she almost bit her tongue in surprise.
My duty is to protect you 24 hours a day.
Lu Rubing's face was cold as she replied to Qin Feng in a light tone.
You followed me to the bathroom, are you afraid that there is something wrong with you?
After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lu Rubing to react and walked directly towards his seat. Lu Rubing, who had come back to her senses, almost didn't spit out a
mouthful of old blood. This is really annoying.
Biting her silver teeth tightly, she followed behind in a flustered manner.
Chapter 64 Chapter 065, Are we really not going to greet them at the door? 3 hours later.
Daxing Airport, the imperial capital.
Mengyao, have you contacted the car?
Xin Feng asked Shen Mengyao as they got off the plane.
Yes, it's been contacted. Shen Mengyao nodded and replied. That's good.
With that, Xin Feng led the women out of the airport. Xin Feng and the others stood outside the airport gate, and after waiting for less than a minute, a van drove up. The next second, a middle-aged man got out of the van. He first looked at Xin Feng and the others, and then walked over with a smile, saying, Hello, is this the car you rented?
What? Xin Feng was slightly taken aback and said somewhat puzzled, No, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? No way?
The middle-aged man was also taken aback, mumbling in his mouth. Clearly the other party said they would arrive at this time, and they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Speaking of which, he couldn't help scratching his head and asked Xin Feng and the others, May I ask, is there a lady among you called Shen Mengyao?
Shen Mengyao?
Upon hearing this, Xin Feng immediately looked over at Shen Mengyao.
The other women did the same. Me? Shen Mengyao said, a little confused, I am. Who are you?
For some reason, Xin Feng and the others had a bad feeling at this moment. Sure enough, the next second, they heard the middle-aged man say, That's right.
I'm an employee of Ginglong Leasing Company. Didn't you say last night that you wanted to rent a more spacious car?
Now that the car is yours, I'll be going first. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he directly thrust the car keys into Qin Feng's hands. Without waiting for them to react, he turned around and left.
Holy shit! What the hell is this?
Qin Feng frowned slightly and turned to look at the surprised Shen Mengyao and asked, Mengyao, is this the car you rented? This. Shen Mengyao, who had come back to her senses, replied with embarrassment, I meant to ask them to prepare a more spacious car. After all, there are quite a few of us, but I never thought. Nima. It's true that this car is quite spacious. When Qin Feng and the others heard Shen Mengyao's words, they couldn't help but complain to themselves. Seeing this, Shen Mengyao said to Qin Feng with some embarrassment, Master, shall I call them again and ask them to send another car? Hey, forget it. Qin Feng sighed, said helplessly, pay attention next time and don't make this kind of elementary mistake again. As punishment, you will be the driver today. After saying this, Qin Feng directly handed the keys in his hand to Shen Mengyao. Hee, thank you, Master. Shen Mengyao giggled, and then gave Qin Feng a happy smile. She knew very well that she was originally Qin Feng's driver. The reason Qin Feng said this now was obviously that he didn't want her to blame herself too much. After being very touched, she quickly took the van keys from Qin Feng's hands. Okay, let's go now. Qin Feng finished, and then he got into the van with the girls. With the accelerator down, the van quickly drove away from Daxing Airport. Boss, do you think that if the executives of Yida see us driving there in a van, they'll be dumbfounded? Shen Mengyao asked Qin Feng with a wry smile. Needless to say, right? Who would have thought that the boss of Yida would be driving to the company in a van? Guan Feifei in the passenger seat couldn't help but laugh when she heard Shen Mengyao's words. Hey, it's all my fault. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. It's fine. Qin Feng shook his head, thoughtfully saying, who knows if they can see it? It's impossible. Guan Feifei couldn't help but ask curiously after hearing this, how could they not see it when they're standing in front of the company? Yes, you are the company's largest shareholder, they must all be waiting for you in front of the company. Ha ha. After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but snicker coldly, afraid that they were waiting to give me a hard time. They dare not. You are the largest shareholder of Yida, aren't they afraid of being fired? When Shen Mengyao and the other women heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately showed an expression of anger. Who knows? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, we'll know when we get there. Yida Real Estate Headquarters. Inside a high-level meeting room. President Wang, are we really not going to greet them at the door? Su Shengjun frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask Wang Yilan. Yes, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Hearing Su Xingjun's words, a company executive immediately agreed. If none of us go, I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for us in the future, right? Another company executive said, very troubled. With President Wang here, what are you afraid of? Who the hell is Qin Feng? Hearing their words, a senior executive who was on Wang Yilan's side said mockingly. Yes, when President Wang founded Yida, that kid was still playing with mud. Shit, he really thinks he's something just because he has 51% of the shares, and the other day he even dared to threaten President Wang. You're right, does he still have the nerve to fire us all? Let's not go today, and see what he can do? In the minds of most of them, Qin Feng is just a brash kid with 51% of Yida's shares. How can he compare to Wang Yilan in front of them? Before Qin Feng even arrived, they had already decided which side to take. And just then, Wang Yilan, sitting in the main seat, first lifted his teacup and took a small sip, then he smiled at the crowd and said, everyone, our company is very busy right now. Even if President Qin wants to come, we can't just drop everything and go greet him, can we? President Wang is right. I still have to go talk business with President Zhou later. Me too, I haven't even finished the reports from yesterday, where would I find the time? That's right, I'm also very busy. When everyone heard Wang Yilan say this, many people immediately stood up and agreed. Seeing this, Wang Yilan nodded with satisfaction and continued, I think, we can just send someone over. I think. Having said this, he looked directly at Su Xingjun. It would be quite appropriate for Mr. Su to go alone. What do you all think? Ha, I agree. I agree too. Mr. Wang is right. Director Su is indeed quite suitable. After everyone had laughed heartily, Wang Yilan directly gave the final word. In his mind, being able to send Su Xingjun to pick up Qin Feng was already considered a great favor to him. Chapter 65 Chapter 066, these are all fucking celebrities, right? In front of the headquarters of Yida. The horn of a car sounded, and a dilapidated van stopped. It seems like there's really no one here.
As soon as the car stopped, Guan Feifei looked around.
Xin Feng, who was sitting in the back, frowned when he heard this. Just as he thought, those guys really gave him a hard time. Just then, a security guard in uniform walked over. He first knocked on the car window, and then said indifferently, "The food delivery truck goes out the back door."
Ha! Shen Mengyao was slightly taken aback.
After lowering the car window, she said somewhat speechlessly, "I say, security guard, where do you see that we look like food delivery people?"
Aren't you?
Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately looked around the car.
Nima. These are all celebrities, right?
When he saw the appearance of Qin Feng and the others clearly, he almost bit his tongue off in surprise. He had to say that he was indeed shocked by the appearance of Qin Feng and the others. After a long while, he said in a slightly gentler tone, "Since you are not delivering food, please fill out the form here."
Hey, do you know who is sitting in this car?
Shen Mengyao became dissatisfied at hearing this.
In her opinion, when did the boss have to fill out a form to enter his own company? Is this a fucking joke?
"I don't care who you are."
The security guard scoffed, saying in a pretentious manner, "Even if it's our boss, you still have to fill out a form to get in."
Oh?
Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but say with a smile, "Do you know who your boss is?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, the security guard burst out laughing. "Little brother, you don't even know the CEO of Yida, Wang? Could it be that your village has just been connected to the internet?"
In his opinion, not to mention Wang Yilan's identity as the chairman of Yida, his status on the Chinese rich list was also an absolutely household name.
Now Qin Feng was asking him such a question, wasn't he being ridiculous?
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, ignored him, and said to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, go fill out the form."
"Master, this."
Before Shen Mengyao could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted, "This is an order."
"Okay, master."
Shen Mengyao nodded and reluctantly got out of the car. The security guard standing outside the car immediately gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. It was as if he were saying, "Good for you, buddy, even such a pretty girl listens to you." Qin Feng shrugged, looking unimpressed. To be honest, Qin Feng actually didn't have much of an opinion about the security guard in front of him. After all, this was also his job. When Shen Mengyao returned after signing, the security guard opened the gate with a smile.
An engine roared, and the van drove right in.
After circling the block a few times, Shen Mengyao was unable to find a parking space.
"There seems to be a space over there."
Guan Feifei, who was looking around, pointed to a short distance from the entrance of the Yida building and said to Shen Mengyao,
"Ha, it seems like there is." Shen Mengyao looked in the direction of Guan Feifei's finger and suddenly couldn't help but be dazzled.
Without daring to waste any time, she pressed the accelerator and drove over there. After stopping the car safely, everyone got out.
Rumble.
They had just barely stood firm when the sound of a roaring engine came. Looking in the direction of the sound, they soon saw a Range Rover driving towards them.
Sizzle.
With a beautiful flick, the car stopped directly in front of Qin Feng and the others. Before long, a guy dressed in a very flamboyant manner poked his head out of the car.
"Hey, you guys."
Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped. He thought he was very handsome and whistled at the girls not far away, Lu Rubing and the others.
"A few beauties, at a WeChat."
As soon as the words fell, Lu Rubing and the other girls frowned.
Cough cough. Just then, an internet celebrity sitting next to the flirtatious man couldn't help but coo, "Brother Song, if you keep this up, people are going to get angry."
"Ouch, my little darling, I'm just joking with them, aren't I?" After the flirtatious man had finished speaking, he gave the internet celebrity a kiss right on the lips. To be honest, if the flirtatious man had to choose between the internet celebrity and the Lu Rubing girls, he would indeed choose the internet celebrity. Not to mention that the internet celebrity is the fat cow he is about to devour. Just his personality, he also has a soft spot for women like internet celebrity face. "I don't care, anyway, you are not allowed to ask them for WeChat." Okay, I'll listen to you." After the flirtatious man finished speaking, in order to show the importance he attached to internet celebrity face, he shouted at Qin Feng and the others, "I said, can you move this broken van a little? Don't you know this is where I, Lin Xiao, park?" Shen Mengyao became angry at hearing this. Earlier, Qin Feng had asked her to fill out a form, which had already made her feel a little aggrieved. Now, there was this guy who dared to ask them to move their car, so how could she hold back? With a sneer, she said to the show-off disdainfully, "How can you prove that this is the place where you parked?" "Ha ha.
Upon hearing this, the show-off couldn't help but laugh out loud. He shrugged his shoulders and said proudly, "Do I, Lin Sikong, need to write my name on my parking space? Wow, you sound like you're someone important." Guan Feifei rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Of course." Lin Sikong smiled confidently and said with a hint of pride, "Do you know who my uncle is? I'm not bragging, but if I told you, it would absolutely scare you to death." Upon hearing this, Shen Mengyao snorted and said with a playful expression, "Tell me then. I really want to know how we're going to be scared to death." Upon hearing Shen Mengyao's words, Lin Sikong suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Cough cough. He coughed twice and then said with a pretentious expression, "Since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. My uncle is the boss of Yida Real Estate, Wang Yilin. So, now you should know why I own the parking space, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, not to mention the parking space, even if I want the entire Yida Real Estate Company, my uncle will give it to me without saying a word." Puff. Xin Feng, who had not spoken up until now, burst out laughing after hearing this. The other women also couldn't hold back and laughed along. Others may not know it very well, but they know it very well. Yida Real Estate? That's Qin Feng's company. P.S. My lovely readers, guess how the author will make the sassy Lin Sikong look like an idiot? Chapter 66 Chapter 067, kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Hey, kid, what are you laughing at? Lin Sikong got off the car and shouted at Qin Feng. What do you care? Yes, what's wrong with my master laughing? However, before Lin Sitsong's words had finished, Shen Mengyao and Guan Feifei stepped forward. In their hearts, how could Qin Feng be provoked by such a sassy person? Damn it! This kid is really popular with women, isn't he? After hearing this, Lin Sikong was unhappy, but at the same time, he couldn't help but be very envious. After a long while, he said to Qin Feng with a gloomy face, "Kid, is that all you can do is stand behind women? You?" As soon as the 2 women, Guan Feifei and Shen Mengyao, heard this, they immediately wanted to say something else. But just then, Qin Feng stopped them. He took a few steps forward, and said to Lin Sikong with a playful expression on his face, "So what do you want?" Very simple. Lin Sikong shrugged, and said very casually, "First, hurry up and move your broken car out of the way. Second, kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Otherwise." Ha ha. After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but snort with laughter, and said disapprovingly, "What if I don't? I'll have someone throw you out of Yida." Lin Sikong revealed a confident smile and said to Qin Feng, "If I'm not wrong, you guys are here to seek cooperation with Yida, right?" However, Qin Feng ignored his threat and asked indifferently, "Are you an employee of Yida?" "No." Although Lin Sikong was a little puzzled, he still shook his head. "In that case," Qin Feng said, and suddenly changed the subject, coldly saying, "What makes you think you can get me kicked out?" Ha ha ha. Lin Sikong couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a long while, he said arrogantly, "No reason, just because my uncle is Wang Yilin." "Kid, I'll ask you one last time, are you going to say yes or no?" Qin Feng shrugged, saying with disdain, "Do I look like the kind of person who would be threatened?" Fine, fine, fine. Lin Sikong said 3 times after hearing this, "Kid, don't blame me for being rude." Having said this, Lin Sikong immediately took out his phone and dialed. "Lin Xiao, is there anything you need to order?" As soon as the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Lin Sikong playfully glanced at Qin Feng before responding to the other end of the phone, "Captain Zhou, I would like to trouble you for something, is that convenient?" "Lin Xiao, you were saying something, as long as I can do it, you just tell me." "Okay, then please bring a few people and come to the entrance of the building." "Lin Xiao, is there something wrong with the building?" "No." Lin Sikong shook his head and said with a playful look, "There is a guy here, I need you to help me get him out." "Oh, it's such a trivial matter." The middle-aged man said with disdain after hearing this, "Don't worry, I'll bring someone over." In a moment, 4 or 5 security guards walked over from afar. "Lin Xiao, is that the guy you're talking about?" The security guard walking in front of the others pointed at Qin Feng and asked Lin Sikong. "Yes, that's him." Lin Sikong nodded and cast a compassionate glance at Qin Feng. "Ha, I thought he was some kind of big shot, but it turns out he's just a brat." The security guard snorted, looking down on Qin Feng and saying, "Little brat, you even dare defend Lin Xiao, I'm afraid you don't know how many eyes the Lord of Horses has. Are you employees of Yida?" Qin Feng ignored his provocation and asked the same question as before in a calm tone. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the security guard couldn't help but slightly frown and coldly reply, "So what if it is?" "Very well."
Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold tone, "Wait a moment, you will know soon enough."
"Little brat, don't pretend to be so arrogant, thinking that I'm someone to be scared of."
The security guard gave a derisive smile and then turned to the several security guards behind him and commanded, "Brothers, let's go together. First, beat him up, then kick him out." In his opinion, Qin Feng's words were clearly a threat. As the head of the security team, he naturally had to get back on the right foot.
"Okay, Captain, you just watch. I can handle this little brat alone. Kid, don't blame me for being heavy-handed, you're asking for it."
After saying these words with arrogance, several security guards tightened their batons in their hands and charged towards Qin Feng.
Lu Rubing saw this and was about to make a move.
However, at that moment, a shout came from not far away, "Stop it all." The voice had just fallen when a middle-aged man in a suit immediately jogged over. As soon as the security guard saw the person coming, he instantly revealed a flattering smile.
"Director Su, why are you here?"
However, Su Shingjun did not even look at him, and walked directly towards where Qin Feng was standing. He first bowed to Qin Feng, and then said apologetically, "President Qin, I'm sorry, I'm late." When the security guards and Lin Sinsong saw what was happening in front of them, they were stunned.
"President Qin?
Holy shit, is this someone important?
And you are?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Su Shingjun, our company's project director. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday." "Oh, it's you." Qin Feng couldn't help but ask playfully after hearing this, "Are you the only one here?" Su Shingjun is no fool, how could he not understand the meaning of Qin Feng's words? Cough cough. He coughed twice, then said a little awkwardly, "Mr. Wang said the company has been very busy recently, so he only sent me here." "Ha ha."
Qin Feng snorted derisively, and said with a sneer, "It seems that Lao Wang is quite the player."
"Kid, you have a lot of nerve, how dare you call my uncle that?"
Lin Sicon, who was not far away, could not help but stand up when he heard Qin Feng's words. However, the second after he finished speaking, Su Shingjun, who was standing in front of Qin Feng, shouted, "Shut up!
How dare you scold General Manager Qin?" "Su, what do you mean? Do you really think you're amazing just because you're a director?"
Lin Sicon felt humiliated when he was rebuked by Su Shingjun, and threatened Su Shingjun, "Do you believe it or not, I will ask my uncle to kick you two out. P.S. Starting tomorrow, I will update 10,000 characters every day for you cuties. Are you happy, cuties?" Chapter 67 Chapter 068, Don't blame me for knocking out all your teeth later.
Ha ha ha.
However, what Lin Sicon didn't expect was.
The second after his voice fell, Su Shingjun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?"
Lin Sitson's brows furrowed slightly as he asked in a bad-tempered tone.
"What am I laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your ignorance."
Su Shingjun shrugged his shoulders and said with contempt, "Do you know what kind of person General Qin is? How dare he say such arrogant things?"
Poof.
Upon hearing this, Lin Sicon could not help but snort in derision, saying, "What kind of person could he be? At most, he is just a high-ranking dog under my uncle. He is no fool," and Su Shingjun obviously has great respect for Qin Feng. Lin Sicon guessed that Qin Feng was probably a company executive at Yida Real Estate, a company he had never met before.
So what if he is a company executive? He is still working for his own uncle, isn't he?
Kid, you'd better watch what you say. Just then, Lu Rubing, who had never spoken, said coldly to Lin Sicon, "Don't blame me for knocking your teeth out."
You.
Lin Sicon was furious when he heard this. He was about to say something, but when he came into contact with Lu Rubing's cold eyes, he suddenly forced the words back down his throat.
Seeing his dejected appearance, Su Shingjun couldn't help but feel contempt.
After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, it's not that I look down on President Wang.
Him?
I'm afraid he's not even worthy of being President Qin's dog.
Do you know that President Qin is the real boss behind Yida Real Estate?"
Su Shingjun was prepared to go all out this time. He could see that Wang Yilin had clearly been excluding him. If that was the case, why not side with Qin Feng? So he spoke without any fear. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Su Shingjun's words, Lin Sicon froze on the spot. After a long while, he said with a weak voice, "That's impossible, my uncle Wang Yilin is the boss of Yida."
Ha ha.
Su Shingjun laughed mockingly and said disdainfully,
How many shares does your uncle have? Only 22%. Mr. Chin has 51% of the shares. He's not even the boss, and he's afraid of making people laugh. What? This guy actually has 51% of the shares of Yida? How the hell is that possible?
Upon hearing this, Lin Sikong almost bit his tongue in shock. Not only him, but the several security guards standing not far from him were also dumbfounded. Thinking about the arrogant scene they had just had in front of Chin Fong, they couldn't help but shiver. If they provoke such a big shot, they will lose their jobs. But if they insist on arguing with them, they are afraid that they may not even be able to save their lives. Thinking about this, they dared not hesitate too much, and they immediately knelt down.
Bang bang bang.
Without waiting for Chin Fong and the others to react, they immediately gave 3 loud kowtows. The leader, surnamed Zhou, the first one, kept apologizing to Chin Fong, saying, "Mr. Chin, we were blind before, please forgive us." Chin Fong was stunned at first, and then said indifferently, "I don't have time for you right now, get back to your posts first." "Okay, we'll go. Hearing Chin Feng's words, they didn't dare to stay any longer, got up and left quickly. Lin Sikong, who was not far away, saw what was happening and knew that things were probably not good. He immediately got into his car and tried to drive off. However, at that moment, Chin Fong gave Lu Rubing a wink. Lu Rubing understood, and in one stride, she rushed up. Like carrying a small chicken, she directly knocked out Lin Sikong, who was trying to escape, and grabbed him. "Hey, you!" The internet celebrity Face, who was watching the show in the car, wanted to shout to stop. But as soon as she made contact with the look Lu Rubing threw at her, she immediately stopped. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Lu Rubing glanced at Lin Sikong, who she was holding in her hands, and asked Chin Fong. Su Shengjun, who was standing in front of Chin Fong, had already been a little dumbfounded. Shit. This woman next to President Chin is a bit too strong, isn't she? Just as he was in a state of shock, Chin Fong spoke lightly, taking him in with her. After saying that, she walked towards the door of the Yida building. Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit. "Director Su, what floor is my office on?" In the elevator, Chin Fong asked Su Shengjun. "This." Su Shengjun didn't know how to answer when he heard this. "What, didn't that guy Wang Yilin arrange it for me?" Chin Feng's mouth curled up, and she asked with a smile. "He said you wouldn't come to the company, so there was no need to make arrangements." "Really?" Chin Fong said coldly after hearing this, "It seems that he really thinks Yida is his." "Tell them to wait, we'll meet in the conference room in 5 minutes, I have something to say." "Okay, Mr. Chin." Su Shengjun nodded and directly led Chin Fong and the others to the conference room. Time flew by, and the 5 minutes quickly passed. One after the other, some of the company's senior management arrived. However, most people were unable to arrive within the time limit set by Chin Fong. This naturally included the chairman Wang Yilin. Our boss is really young, isn't he? He looks like he's only in his 20s, can he be a match for Chairman Wang? It should be difficult, Chairman Wang is an old fox who has been in the business world for decades. Hey, let's first take a look at the situation, and let's not rush to pick a side. You're right, we're just employees, there's no need to get involved. Just as everyone was whispering, they suddenly noticed Lin Sikong lying on the ground. Hey, isn't that Mr. Wang's nephew? It seems to be, but why is he lying here? It seems like he was knocked unconscious? Who would have the guts to hit Mr. Wang's nephew? Could it be? The words had just fallen, and everyone looked in the direction of Chin Feng's location with shocked faces. In their minds, the only person in this meeting room who could be so bold was Chin Fong. Meng Yao, close the door. Chin Fong ignored their shocked expressions and said to Shen Mengyao. Yes, boss. Shen Mengyao nodded and got up to close the door. Sorry for being late. However, before Shen Mengyao could approach, the loud laughter of a middle-aged man sounded. Soon, Wang Yilin was seen walking in from the door with a large group of people, looking playful. Chapter 68 Chapter 069, You'll get a beating even if you're not late, right? Lin Sikong? As soon as Wang Yilin walked in, he immediately spotted Lin Sikong lying on the ground. His playful expression just now instantly turned gloomy. He gave Chin Fong and the others a hard look, and then walked over towards Lin Sikong. The group of senior executives behind him couldn't help but stare at each other. They couldn't figure it out. Why was President Wang's nephew lying in the company's conference room?
Satoshi, Satoshi. Wang Yilin gave a gentle push twice, and Lin Satoshi finally came to his senses. Hey, uncle, why are you here?
Lin Satoshi looked at Wang Yilin in front of him, confused.
Tell me, who knocked you out? Wang Yilin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't answer Lin Satoshi's question. Knocked out?
Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, Lin Sikong couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
However, he soon thought of something.
After scanning the surroundings, he pointed at Qin Feng and the others and said, "They did it.
Uncle, you must help me teach them a lesson." Don't worry. Wang Yilin first patted him on the shoulder, then pulled him up from the ground. He walked up to Qin Feng and asked in a light tone, "Mr. Qin, did you guys knock my nephew out?" "So what if we did?"
Qin Feng shrugged, looking completely unconcerned.
Fine.
Wang Yilin said 3 times in a row, his face darkening, "I will remember this."
Oh, really? Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he said playfully, "Should I include this in your family tree?" You. Hearing these words from Qin Feng, Wang Yilin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had just let loose a threat to save face. After all, he couldn't possibly fight Qin Feng in front of so many company executives, could he? And even if he did, where would he find a match for Qin Feng?
But what he didn't expect was that Qin Feng would not play by the rules at all.
Okay, if there's nothing else, hurry up and find a seat.
Qin Feng said, and suddenly pointed at Lin Sikong, in an unfriendly tone, "As for this outsider, he is not qualified to participate in our company meeting."
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin's face suddenly turned ashen. If Lin Sikong were to be expelled now, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping him in the face? Qin, don't push it too far. Wang Yilin's tone turned cold, and he said angrily to Qin Feng, "Don't forget, I am the chairman of the board now." Oh, really?
Qin Feng shrugged, saying disdainfully, "I let you be, and you are."
"I'll make you not be, what the hell are you?"
As soon as Qin Feng said this, the scene suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a needle drop.
Quiet. Utterly quiet. Everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeat.
They never expected that Qin Feng would be so direct and completely ignore Wang Yilin's face.
Pop. Just then, Wang Yilin couldn't hold back anymore and directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Uncle, are you okay?" President Wang.
Lin Sikong and a group of senior executives standing behind him saw this and quickly surrounded him. Wang Yilin's body swayed slightly, and he reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He took a deep breath, turned his head, and gave Qin Feng a deathly look. Then, with the help of everyone, he sat down in the position under Qin Feng. To be honest, if he hadn't just been so angry, he would have really competed with Qin Feng for the main seat today. However, now he had a slight sense of trepidation towards Qin Feng.
Cough, cough. After 2 dry coughs, he said to the flattering Lin Sikong, "Sikong, you go out first."
Lin Sikong was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that his usually strong uncle would actually compromise in front of Qin Feng.
"Uncle, I
just wanted to say something, but was coldly interrupted by Wang Yilin, "Get out."
Okay. Lin Sikong nodded reluctantly, turned to Qin Feng and said, "Qin, I'm not finished with you today, you just wait."
After saying that, he started to leave.
Did I say you could go?
However, what he didn't expect was that in the next second, Qin Feng's voice came over. How could Qin Feng let him go so easily after he dared to speak harshly to him?
What do you mean?
Lin Sikong turned his head and asked coldly.
It doesn't mean anything.
Qin Feng said casually with a sneer, "I just feel that your mouth really stinks and needs to be cured." After saying that, he made a gesture to Lu Rubing to get started. Lu Rubing immediately understood and, without waiting for Lin Sikong to react, took a step forward and rushed up again. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, he kicked Lin Sikong in the mouth.
Pop.
Lin Sikong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, and then fainted from the pain.
My goodness. This is too ruthless. The crowd couldn't help but gasp after seeing this scene.
At the same time, their gazes towards Qin Feng were instantly filled with fear. They never imagined that Qin Feng, who looked so young, would be so vindictive.
The company executives who followed Wang Yilin began to feel nervous for some reason. Lin Sun-song. Wang Yilin shouted, running over to Lin Sun-song, who was lying on the ground.
Seeing Lin Senkong's mouth full of blood, his eyes immediately turned red.
Qin Feng.
You just wait.
I will definitely make you die. Wang Yilin secretly swore and then forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart.
He casually summoned 2 senior company executives and told them to help Lin sick on out. It has to be said that the forbearance of an old fox like Wang Yilin is not something that ordinary people can compare to.
Okay, let's have a meeting. Wang Yilin sat back in his seat with a gloomy face and said to the people present. Wait.
However, at this moment, Qin Feng interrupted him directly.
Oh, does Mr. Qin always have something to say? Wang Yilin asked Qin Feng with a smile on his face after hearing him.
Of course. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the assembled crowd in a cold tone, I really want to know, who just now came in more than 5 minutes late? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd couldn't help but shiver.
Damn it. Even if you're not late, you'll still get beaten, right?
Thinking about this, the senior management who had previously followed Wang Yilin
couldn't help but cast a resentful look at Wang Yilin.
Chapter 69 Chapter 070, You can't lead like this.
What, no one? Qin Feng shrugged, saying disdainfully, didn't everyone want to give me a hard time? Why are you all giving up at this time?
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone hid their heads, as if they hadn't heard.
Since no one dares to come forward.
Seeing this, Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Shen Mengyao.
Mengyao, you should remember clearly who were the people just now, right? Master, I remember it all. Well, then, you can help remind them. Yes, Master. Shen Mengyao nodded, and then looked at the people present.
Wherever her gaze fell, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being pointed out by Shen Mengyao. After scanning the crowd, Shen Mengyao finally fixed her gaze on Wang Yilin.
Pointing at Wang Yilin, she said, he's the one. Pointed at by Shen Mengyao, Wang Yilin couldn't help but scoff, revealing a look of disdain. In his mind, even if he was pointed out, so what? Could Qin Feng really dare to fire him? Unless Yida wanted to go bankrupt. Well, what else? Qin Feng nodded and continued to ask.
And him, and him. Saying this, Shen Mengyao pointed out more than 10 people in a row. Needless to say, all these people were part of Wang Yilin's gang.
Okay, I don't know if you have any objections?
Qin Feng's mouth curled up as he asked the dozen or so people who had been pointed out.
We were late, but we were working.
As soon as Qin Feng's words had finished falling, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately stood up. From his tone, you could hear a strong sense of dissatisfaction.
Yes, you think we're all as idle as you? We all have jobs, don't we? What's wrong with being a few minutes late for a meeting? Don't we work overtime every day? Exactly, you know nothing but you're pretending to be smart here.
Mr. Qin, you're not a leader like that. At that moment, more than 10 other senior company executives also stood up, and they all accused Qin Feng. It looked as if they were really late for work.
Wang Yilin, who had been sitting in his seat without moving, couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. You insisted on pointing it out, didn't you? Well, I'll see what you do now.
While Wang Yilin was thinking this, Qin Feng gave a small laugh, but didn't look angry. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They thought that Qin Feng must also feel that what they had said was very reasonable. After all, they are young people, and it's not like they can just be fooled around. However, what they didn't expect was. In the next second, their childish thoughts were mercilessly shattered by Qin Feng. Are you all done? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly before he said indifferently, since you're all done, then listen up. From now on, none of you are any longer employees of Yida Real Estate. You are fired. The group of people, who had just been very pleased, were stunned when they heard Qin Feng's words. It was impossible for them to imagine that Qin Feng would actually dare to fire them. You have to know that the entire Yida Real Estate senior management team only consists of 20 to 30 people. Now Qin Feng is going to fire half of them at once, is this a joke? Wang Yilin, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He was thinking much the same as everyone else. In Wang Yilin's opinion, Qin Feng's quiet purchase of 51% of Yida's shares was nothing more than a means to make more money. But this current move obviously felt like a deviation. Wang Yilin took a deep breath before frowning at Qin Feng and asking, Mr. Qin, are you serious? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over at Qin Feng. Of course, it's more real than real gold. Then I'd like to ask you, do you know who they are? Wang Yilin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask coldly. In his opinion, Qin Feng obviously didn't know anything.
Identity? Qin Feng was first stunned, and then couldn't help but ask with a smile, could it be that their identity is higher than mine? They naturally can't compare to you, after all, you own 51% of the shares. Upon hearing these words from Qin Feng, Wang Yilan couldn't help but sneer.
His words were very clear, and he was simply saying that Qin Feng was just trying to act tough in front of them because of their shares. However, what Wang Yilan did not expect was that Qin Feng was not playing by the rules at all. He shrugged his shoulders and mockingly retorted to him, since you know that I have 51% of the shares, why are you even telling me?
You. Wang Yilan almost fainted from anger after hearing this.
Forcing down the anger in his heart, he pointed at the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses earlier and said to Qin Feng, he, Zhang Shiqing, is the director of the finance department and shareholder of Yida Real Estate and has 2% of the company's shares.
He is in charge of all the company's finances.
After that, he pointed at another person, and he, Li Yuanhua, is the marketing manager and shareholder of Yida Real Estate and has 0.8% of the company's shares.
And him, Zhou Tao, is the. And him.
In this way, Wang Yilan pointed to more than 10 people in a row. Unsurprisingly, all the people he pointed at had just been pointed out by Shen Mengyao. The reason he introduced each one to Qin Feng was to let Qin Feng know that these people were all the pillars of Yida. If you, Qin Feng, dare to fire these people, not to mention their status as shareholders, Yida will definitely decline as a result.
By then, Yida will suffer heavy losses, and won't you, Qin Feng, be the one who suffers the most? Those named by Wang Yilan also straightened their backs at that moment.
They looked very pleased with themselves. In their minds, the only reason Qin Feng had dared to say he would fire them was because he didn't know their identities. Now that Wang Yilan had told the whole story, Qin Feng would have no choice but to resign. Not only did they think so, but in fact the rest of them, including Su Xingjun, all had the same idea.
After all, no boss would want their company to lose money, right?
However, this only proves that they don't know Qin Feng at all.
Losing money?
What the hell is that? Someone with a consumer rebate system would never worry about that.
Is this a fucking joke? Chapter 70, Chapter 71, Am I the biggest shareholder of Yida? Are you done? Qin Feng gave a slight smile and asked Wang Yilan indifferently. What do you mean? Wang Yilan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but frown.
In his opinion, Qin Feng shouldn't be wearing such an expression at this time.
It doesn't mean anything, I just want to say.
Qin Feng paused for a moment before continuing, if that's all, then please tell them to pack up and leave, okay?
You want to fire me too?
Wang Yilan looked at Qin Feng, his face full of disbelief. Not just him, but the other senior executives, who had just been so smug, were all dumbfounded. They never expected that after Wang Yilan had finished introducing how awesome they were, Qin Feng would still fire them. Of course, what surprised them the most was that Qin Feng actually wanted to get rid of Wang Yilan, the chairman of the board, as well. To be honest, even if Qin Feng had said earlier that he wanted to fire all their senior management, they didn't think Qin Feng would dare to fire Wang Yilan. After all, not to mention being the founder of Yida, Wang Yilan's abilities were unmatched by just about anyone else. But now, listening to Qin Feng's words, it was obvious that he had no intention of keeping Wang Yilan, so it was strange that they weren't dumbfounded.
Of course. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said mockingly, do you really expect me to let you stay at Yida for the new year? Do you even know what you're saying?
As soon as Wang Yilan heard these words, his face immediately turned dark. I'm telling you, if you fire all of us, Yida will definitely declare bankruptcy in less than a year.
Oh.
Qin Feng just let out an oh, and then, there was no then.
Shit. What the hell is this oh of yours? Shouldn't you regret this after hearing what I said?
Wang Yilan's heart at this moment felt as if 10,000 wild horses were galloping past. I have to say, Qin Feng's oh was something Wang Yilan never expected. Today, he was also confused by Qin Feng's unconventional personality, and began to doubt life a little.
I feel that you definitely didn't listen.
Taking a deep breath, Wang Yilan was about to say something else. But before he could finish, Qin Feng interrupted him directly.
Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? Damn it! What do you mean? Wang Yilan was dumbfounded after hearing this.
Not just him, but everyone else present was also like this. Since he couldn't figure it out, Wang Yilan wanted to tell Qin Feng again what he had just not finished saying. But before he could speak, he heard Qin Feng continue to ask, let me ask you, am I the largest shareholder of Yida?
What if I am? Leaving us? Interrupted repeatedly by Qin Feng, Wang Yilan instantly lost his temper.
Just about to threaten a few words, he was interrupted again by Qin Feng.
Since you know that I am the largest shareholder of Yida, what does my company's bankruptcy have to do with you?
After Qin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly revealed a mocking expression.
It's as if he were saying, go bankrupt, I'm happy about it. You. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yilin almost fainted from anger. After a long while, he said rudely, Qin, do you really think that you are the only one with shares in Yida?
It's true that you are the largest shareholder, but we also have shares, right?
How is it that it has nothing to do with me?
As soon as Wang Yilin finished speaking, the various senior executives who were about to be fired by Qin Feng also stood up.
President Wang is right. Do you really think that because you have the most shares, the company is yours? You're shameless.
I still have 2% of the shares here.
Hey, I also have 0.8% here. So what if I don't work as the sales manager?
You're right. I also have 1.3% here. At worst, I'll just get dividends in the future.
What's the big deal? You're lucky to call this your company. Why don't you go to hell?
They were fired by Qin Feng, and they could not bear this humiliation, so they turned on Qin Feng and gave him a cold snub.
Just then, the guy with the gold-rimmed glasses said rhythmically again, everyone, how about we take an oath? What do you mean? Wang Yilin immediately became interested when he heard this.
Glancing at Qin Feng, he curiously asked the man in glasses.
Mr. Wang, what I mean is.
The bespectacled man laughed heartily, and said to Wang Yilin, let's all refuse to sell shares to this kid, and see if he still has the face to say that Yida is his company.
Not bad, that's a good idea, I agree.
Heh, I agree too, if I sell shares to this kid, may I be struck by lightning. I agree too, if I sell shares to this kid, I'll be hit by a car and die. It's my turn, if I sell shares to this kid, I'll. And me, I also want to swear, if. As soon as the bespectacled man had finished speaking, before Wang Yilin could say anything, the other senior company executives immediately scrambled to swear. Even Wang Yilin, in the end, vowed that if he didn't sell his shares, he would be struck by lightning. Of course, the main reason why they pulled off such a stunt
was simply to disgust Qin Feng.
What they didn't know was that Qin Feng found their performance completely ridiculous.
It was laughable. Not selling shares to Qin Feng? That was not up to them.
Qin Feng would show them what the so-called law of attraction was.
Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, and said to Wang Yilin and the others with a half smile, are you sure you're not going to sell me your shares?
I can tell you, if you are willing to sell to me now, I might even buy it back at the original price if I'm in a good mood. The reason Qin Feng said this was simply to play a trick on them.
You have to know that just now, their actions.
Although Qin Feng was disgusted, he was also a bit disgusted.
Want Qin Feng to buy their shares at the original price? How is that even possible? Sell it to you?
Wang Yilin snorted, with a playful look on his face, and said, that's impossible, unless the sun comes up in the west. Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, the others also laughed heartily and echoed.
President Wang is right, there is no way you can buy the shares. We all just took an oath, and you still want to buy the shares from us? You must be dreaming.
That's right, even if I rot in your hands, I'm not going to sell it to you.
I just want to ask, are you angry? I'm asking if you're angry.
In their minds, Qin Feng must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood.